Chapter 45:13. The battle lasted for several hundred breaths. Finally, the last strand of origin energy was destroyed. Princess Yuxian's face turned pale. It wasn't because she was injured. She had been controlling her origin energy to fight against the all-evil sword. Her origin energy wasn't a god technique, nor was it a law profound. Thus, even if it was destroyed, she wouldn't suffer a backlash. Her face turned pale because her origin energy was destroyed by the madman, causing her to lose a powerful technique. Because facing Qin Feiyang and the others, only her origin energy could suppress them. "Your Highness, let's go," Dong Hanzong transmitted. The destruction of his source energy made him want to retreat immediately. "Go!" Princess Yuxian's eyes flashed coldly. Although her origin energy was destroyed, she still had the death domain. The death domain had absolute defense. With the current all-evil sword, it was impossible to break it because the current all-evil sword was already at the end of its tether. The remaining lethality was probably less than 1% of its previous strength. Looking at Princess Yuxian's attitude, Dong Hanzong frowned. "I know you're not willing, but one must adapt to the circumstances. Now that you've lost your origin energy, what's the point of fighting?" At this time, anyone who was smart enough would take advantage of the death domain to escape. Otherwise, when the other party breaks your death domain, wouldn't you become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered and lose your life? Clang. As expected, the madman's next target was the death domain. The all-evil sword left his hand and slashed at the death domain. Just as Princess Yuxian expected, with the current state of the all-evil sword, it was unable to shake the death domain. Even if the all-evil sword still contained the will of the heavenly Tao, facing the death domain, it felt like an egg smashing against a rock. "We must break the death domain," the white-eyed wolf muttered. If the death domain wasn't broken, it wouldn't be able to deal with Dong Hanzong. If it couldn't deal with Dong Hanzong's sealed god domain would seal their law force. Could be said that there was nothing more frustrating than having your law force sealed, because you couldn't display your strength. Madman rolled his eyes and stared at Dong Hanzong, who was standing beside Princess Yuxian. He said angrily, "My good grandson, don't keep hiding behind a woman. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Goading. This was because Dong Hanzong was a very prideful person. If he was provoked like this, he might fly into a rage out of humiliation and run out of the death domain himself. "What did you call me?" "True enough." Dong Hanzong angrily glared at the madman. "Didn't we have a bet in the Myriad Demons Valley? As long as I succeed in my tribulation, you will be my grandson. Hurry up. Call me Grandpa first. Let me hear it." Madman snickered. Hearing this, Dong Hanzong's eyes spat fire as he clenched his fists tightly. "As a man, you have to keep your word. But to be honest, I don't want a grandson like you. Look at you. You're a man of indomitable spirit, yet you've been hiding behind a woman all this time." Madman shook his head with a look of disdain. Facing the continuous humiliation and mockery, Dong Hanzong's heart was about to go crazy. Madman sighed and looked at the Moon Fairy Princess. He shook his head and said, "I'm afraid you didn't expect that the leader of the 5 great geniuses of the Central Dynasty would be so cowardly." The Moon Fairy Princess turned a deaf ear. But if one looked closely, they would notice that there was a trace of disdain in her eyes. Dong Hanzong had been observing the Moon Fairy Princess's expression the moment the madman finished speaking. So, he clearly caught the trace of disdain in the Moon Fairy Princess's eyes. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. He couldn't cower like this anymore. Because if this continued, not to mention winning the Moon Fairy Princess's heart, he might even cause her to dislike him. He couldn't allow this to happen. He had to bravely stand out and stand in front of the Moon Fairy Princess. Only then would he be able to gain her appreciation. "I have nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, before coming here, I already split my divine soul to save my life. Even if I die, I will die with dignity." Dong Hanzong clenched his fists and stepped out of the death domain, landing in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. This scene caused Qin Feiyang and the others to be rather astonished. He actually walked out by himself? It seemed that this person cared more about his face than they thought. Dong Hanzong stared at Qin Feiyang and the madman and shouted, "You too, if you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. If you don't dare, then you can take turns." The lethality of the all-evil sword had greatly decreased, so he was no longer afraid. He had full confidence in one-on-one. Take turns? My good grandson, I really thought that you had picked up your self-esteem and wanted to fight with us. But I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. If I were you, I would definitely say, come, all of you come together. Take turns? This is really embarrassing. It's a complete lack of confidence. The madman laughed. Dong Hanzong was going crazy. If I don't come out, you have something to say. Now that I took the initiative to come out, you have something to say. Wasn't she clearly trying to embarrass him in front of the Moon Fairy Princess? He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine, the two of you can come together." Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and laughed. The madman looked at Dong Hanzong and continued, "You still don't have confidence. You can't say, 'Let the two of us come together.' You should say, 'Let all of us come together.' Only then will you be able to gain the princess appreciation. Have you had enough?" Dong Hanzong roared. Was there any point in humiliating and mocking him? You're still angry? Grandpa is educating you, understand? A man must have ambition and backbone. Otherwise, how can you become the son-in-law of the emperor? The emperor will not approve of a coward like you. The madman bared his teeth. Hearing this, the Moon Fairy Princess frowned and looked at Dong Hanzong. This person actually had such thoughts? Dong Hanzong was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. This kind of thing was actually said in front of the Moon Fairy Princess? Wasn't this equivalent to pushing him into a very awkward situation? Because it had always been his wishful thinking. Now, he didn't have the courage to directly express his feelings to the Moon Fairy Princess. But he didn't expect. Now, the madman actually broke through this layer of window paper. How could he endure this? Since you're the little madman's grandson, then you're naturally my grandson. Good grandson. Now, Grandpa will teach you how to be a domineering man. The white-eyed wolf laughed. The heaven-devouring battle soul appeared. This world was immediately shrouded by a monstrous divine aura. The sealed god domain could seal strength, divine force, and the power of the law, but it couldn't seal a battle soul. As long as the white-eyed wolf's battle soul appeared, the universal domain would be declared over. Chapter 45:14. Seeing the appearance of the battle soul heaven-swallowing beast, Dong Hanzong's face couldn't help but turn pale. The reason why he had been avoiding the white-eyed wolf was because the white-eyed wolf's battle soul could restrain his domain. Although Qin Feiyang's eye of heaven could also replicate the universe domain, restraining and replicating were two completely different concepts. Replication was equivalent to two people having the same means, and it was hard to tell who was better. Someone might say, didn't Qin Feiyang have the law of life and death, dual will of heaven, and 3,000 incarnations? If he replicated Dong Hanzong's domain, he would definitely be stronger than Dong Hanzong. Because Dong Hanzong didn't have the law of life and death. But one had to know. The law of life and death and dual will of heaven were unable to break the invincible body. As long as one couldn't break the invincible body, even if one's means were better than the opponent, they wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent. In short, the invincible body was a key factor. What is domineering? Crushing the opponent, easily crushing the opponent's proud means, making them unable to fight back, falling into the abyss of despair step by step, causing them to lose their courage. This is domineering. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. As his voice fell, the heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth. No, immediately. Accompanied by Dong Hanzong's desperate cry, the universe domain quickly left and flew towards the battle soul's mouth. He was already trying his best to stop and control the domain. But it was useless. The battle soul heaven-swallowing beast's bloody mouth was like a dark bottomless abyss that could swallow everything. No! It wasn't easy for me to stand up and face you bravely. You can't trample on my dignity like this. Dong Hanzong roared in his heart. At least give him some time to perform. Just like that, he broke his universe domain and made him lose his strongest means. Moreover, it was effortless. In comparison, he was like a piece of trash, unable to withstand a single blow. Princess Yuxian would definitely be disappointed in him if she saw this scene. I never had any hope for you, so why would I be disappointed? The white-eyed wolf looked at Dong Hanzong and laughed mockingly, then looked at Princess Yuxian and laughed. Your Highness, what brother said is right. Dong Hanzong glanced at Princess Yuxian. Princess Yuxian's face was cold, without any obvious expression. However, Dong Hanzong's sharp senses caught a trace of mockery in Princess Moonfairy's eyes. It was as if they were mocking him. No, this is not what I want. This is completely different from what I expected. Dong Hanzong was hysterical, and his heart was in a state of extreme madness. Boom. The ultimate mysteries of the 7 supreme laws were activated. The will of the heavenly Tao erupted and charged toward the white-eyed wolf. You unfilial grandson, how dare you try to kill your grandfather? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what filial piety is. As soon as the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, the war-soul heaven-devouring beast opened its mouth once again. The 7 Daos of Yuan, which contained the will of the heavenly Tao, was swallowed in one gulp. There were no waves at all. Dong Hanzong's face paled. It could devour domains and ultimate profound skills. How heaven-defying was this fighting soul? Hey! The white-eyed wolf suddenly grinned. Beneath his feet, a time array suddenly appeared. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at him suspiciously. Why did this guy suddenly activate the time array? But the next moment, they understood the white-eyed wolf's purpose. Third innate ability, activate. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Third innate ability, deprive. And it was a permanent deprivation. This innate ability was enough to make any living being despair, especially those who had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. Because once the laws were deprived, not only would they lose the laws, but they would also lose the will of the heavenly Tao. It was equivalent to falling from heaven to hell in an instant. Damn it, don't go too far. Dong Hanzong was terrified to the extreme. Even when facing Dong Qingyu, even when facing the emperor, he had never felt such fear. This fear only existed when facing the white-eyed wolf. Not only was it fear, but there was also a deep sense of powerlessness. This was because all of his heaven-defying abilities had been completely restrained. Yes. Only by making the other party feel fear and despair can it be worthy of the word domineering. For example, the current you. The white-eyed wolf laughed wildly. In his heart, he was also secretly happy. Because of the time array, the speed of depriving the laws was indeed faster than before. At that moment, the third innate ability displayed a heaven-defying power. The laws in Dong Hanzong's body emerged uncontrollably. If this was deprived, even if he split his divine soul in advance, it would be useless. After rebirth, he would still lose these laws. In a moment of imminent peril, he really had a thought. Self-destruction. That's right. At present, he could only self-destruct to get the laws. Want to self-destruct? Last time in the 4 continents, and later in Hanzong City, you have already escaped one disaster after another. Do you think this time we will still give you the chance? A hint of contempt flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. The next moment, golden wings appeared. The golden wings spread, and the will of the heavenly Tao was activated. Almost in an instant, he landed in front of Dong Hanzong and aimed a palm at Dong Hanzong's lower abdomen. There was a scream. Dong Hanzong's sea of qi exploded on the spot, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Your Highness, save me. At this moment, Dong Hanzong felt an aura of death that he had never felt before. It was as if the god of death was standing above his head. His whole body was cold, his soul was frightened, and he was desperate to the extreme. Princess Yuxian looked at Dong Hanzong. Her expression was still as indifferent as before. That attitude, it was as if she didn't care about Dong Hanzong's life or death. However, when her gaze fell on the white-eyed wolf, a hint of killing intent suddenly flashed in her eyes. Clang! Accompanied by a deafening loud sound, a fiery red thin sword appeared. The thin sword was about 3 feet long, 2 fingers wide, thin like a cicada's wing, and the shape of the sword hilt was like a soaring phoenix. Phoenix Sword. This was Princess Yu Xian's sovereign weapon. When the sword appeared, its sharpness swept in all directions. This is legendary level sovereign weapon. Qin Feiyang and the others' eyes trembled. Because the sharpness emitted by this Phoenix Sword was almost on par with the Emperor's sword. They really didn't expect. This woman actually had a legendary level sovereign weapon in her hands. As expected of the Emperor's beloved daughter, the granddaughter of the Divine Kingdom's sovereign. Origin Force, Death Domain, legendary level sovereign weapon, perhaps only the Emperor and Princess Yu Xian's granddaughter could enjoy such treatment. Clang. The Phoenix Sword tore through the sky and attacked the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. Boom. The heaven-swallowing beast's battle soul was annihilated on the spot. The white-eyed wolf's body shook, and a trace of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This made the white-eyed wolf extremely angry. Interesting. This woman must be captured. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. 3,000 incarnations were activated, and the life and death laws ultimate profound, as well as the 7 ultimate profound laws, roared out with monstrous divine might. Legendary level sovereign weapon, it was equivalent to 10,000 low-level sovereign weapons. This kind of lethality was also extremely terrifying. But facing Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations, 8 ultimate profound laws, and dual will of heaven, it was far from enough. Ignoring the quality, just the quantity. The number of ultimate profound laws activated by the 3,000 incarnations had far exceeded 10,000. Boom. As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, 24,000 ultimate profound laws surged out like a torrent. Crack. With a loud sound, the Phoenix Sword shattered. The sovereign weapon's artifact spirit sensed the danger and hurriedly carried the battered Dong Hanzong back to the Princess Yu Xian's side. With the protection of the death domain, the artifact spirit felt more at ease. Dong Hanzong looked at the Princess Yu Xian's side profile and felt extremely ashamed. He originally wanted to show off and perform well, but he didn't expect to end up in such a sorry state. Most importantly, the Princess Yu Xian didn't even look at him. It was as if he was a pile of air. For a moment, anger, grievance, and hatred crazily surged in his heart. This was his hatred for the white-eyed wolf. Because the white-eyed wolf had made him lose face in front of the Princess Yu Xian. "Your Highness, you must leave. Otherwise, there might be big trouble." A voice sounded in the Princess Yu Xian's mind. It was the voice of the Phoenix Sword. The universe domain had been devoured. Dong Hanzong couldn't activate it again before dawn. The origin power had also been destroyed. In other words, they were only left with the death domain. If the death domain was destroyed again, it would definitely be a disaster. Swish. However, the Princess Yu Xian didn't respond. The demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Sea Lion Monster King, the white-eyed wolf, the madman, and Long Chen stepped out one after another, surrounding the Princess Yu Xian and Dong Hanzong. Lin Yi didn't move. She had been standing beside Qin Feiyang. After all, she hadn't mastered the will of heavenly Tao yet. Facing people like the Princess Yu Xian and Dong Hanzong, she still couldn't hold her own. Don't you think it's funny? Originally, it was you who came to encircle us, but now it's us who encircled you. The white-eyed wolf smirked. If you have the ability, break the death domain. The Princess Yu Xian smiled coldly. The madman sword of all evil no longer had its previous lethality, so she had absolute confidence that even if these people joined forces, they couldn't break the absolute defense of the death domain. This was because the ruler of her grandfather's divine kingdom had used the supreme profundities of the laws of death to create this domain of death to protect her. This kind of profound meaning had far surpassed the ultimate profound meaning. Alright, let's see how heaven-defying this death domain is. Little Qin Zi, destroy it for me with all your strength. Although the white-eyed wolf had witnessed the power of the death domain with his own eyes, he just didn't want to believe it. Boom. The ultimate profound meaning of the 7 strongest laws appeared. This was copied for Qin Feiyang. He still had self-awareness. With his 7 ultimate profound meanings, it was impossible to shake the death domain. The only hope was Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven. Long Chen, Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Sea Lion Monster King, and the madman looked at each other and also activated their ultimate profound meaning. Sea Lion Monster King and the madman now both mastered 7 ultimate profound meanings. Although it was only 2 more than before, when the 3,000 clones were copied, it would be 6,000 more. 6,000 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. This number could also be called terrifying. Chapter 45:15. Your Highness. Seeing this situation, Dong Hanzong instinctively wanted to persuade Princess Yuxian to escape. Although the death domain was very strong, the people they were facing now were not ordinary people. Qin Fiang, Demon Ancestor, Mu Tanyang, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Long Chen, which one of them did not have heaven-defying means? It was no exaggeration to say that, with the strength of these people now, any one of them could destroy a continent. But, thinking of his previous embarrassing actions, he took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He could not continue to be so weak, otherwise Princess Yuxian would definitely look down on him even more. In other words, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But he did not know that Princess Yuxian did not have a good impression of him even in the past, let alone now that she had seen his weak and incompetent side with her own eyes. Accompanied by a series of dragon roars. The 3,000 incarnations of the Eye of Heaven opened at the same time. Beneath his feet, a time array appeared. The 3,000 clones stood in the time array like gods, striking fear into the hearts of those who saw them. Swish. Suddenly, Long Qin and Mu Qing also appeared beside Qin Feiyang. Dong Qin did not appear, because now, there was no need for Dong Qin to show up for the time being. The matter of Dong Qin submitting to Qin Feiyang, when necessary, indeed had to be kept a secret. After all, this matter had too many implications. If the emperor knew that Dong Qin had submitted to Qin Feiyang, Dong Qin's family would definitely suffer. Qin Feiyang naturally did not care too much about Dong Qin's family. But now, since Dong Qin had already followed him, of course, he had to consider for Dong Qin. As soon as Long Qin and Mu Qing appeared, they immediately activated their ultimate profound meaning. And now, she had also mastered 7 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest law. Qin Feiyang 8. Long Qin, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Demon King Sea Lion, 7 each. Long Chen, Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, Demon Ancestor, Mu Qing, 6 Dao. Altogether, they had 66 ultimate profound meanings. After the 3,000 clones activated and duplicated, they had a total of 198,000 ultimate profound meanings. He was 2,000 ultimate profound meanings away from 200,000. Furthermore, they all contain the will of the heavenly Tao. It was even more terrifying than the 120,000 ultimate mysteries from before. Furthermore, although the mad scientist's sword of 10,000 evil was much weaker, it was still not to be underestimated. Close to 200,000 ultimate intents hovered in the air, exuding an apocalyptic aura. When Dong Hanzong saw this scene, he was unable to control the fear in his heart. His whole body was trembling. Your Highness, the Phoenix sword was very anxious. Don't worry. This is the death domain formed from the supreme profundity of the laws of death. No one can break it. Princess Moon Fairy clenched her fists. To be honest, she was also a little nervous. But her pride did not allow her to run away. Because she was the daughter of the emperor, the granddaughter of the divine kingdom's ruler, and the princess of the central dynasty. She represented the entire Dong family, the imperial power, and the dignity of all the people. If she ran away here, the entire central dynasty would be shamed because of her cowardice. As a princess, she was born with wealth and glory, but at the same time, she also had to bear responsibilities that others did not have. The 3,000 clones roared in unison, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Along with the roar, close to 200,000 ultimate intents suddenly charged toward the death domain. Although there were not 200,000 ultimate intents, their lethality had already surpassed 200,000 ultimate intents. Because Qin Feiyang's ultimate intents had 2 wills of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the lethality of the life and death ultimate intents far surpassed the strongest ultimate intents. Looking at this scene, Dong Hanzong and the Phoenix Sword's hearts were in their throats. They were extremely nervous. It's impossible to break the death domain. Grandfather personally said that although the ultimate intense evolved from the supreme profundity cannot compare to the origin power of the divine kingdom, the difference is not much. The Moon Fairy Princess muttered. However, her tightly clenched fists and serious expression were enough to show the uneasiness in her heart at this moment. In the blink of an eye, rumble, the ultimate intense attacked. A wave of destructive energy suddenly surged out like a volcanic eruption. This world immediately fell into an apocalyptic state. Mountains and rivers were annihilated, and the sky collapsed. The void within a radius of a few 100 million miles instantly turned into chaos, as if the world had just been created. It was also at this moment that it was unknown how many living beings had died under this wave of energy. Not even a drop of blood was left. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. At the center of the battlefield, the death domain protected the Moon Fairy Princess, Dong Hanzong, and the Phoenix Sword. Qin Feiyang and the others all stared fixedly at the death domain. The death domain gradually began to distort and change shape. The scene, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but feel shocked. Since the death domain was distorting and changing shape, it meant that these ultimate intents were enough to shake the death domain. Dong Hanzong also stared at the death domain. Looking at the constantly distorting death domain, he was about to collapse. Although all the ultimate intents were blocked outside the death domain, he could still clearly feel the terrifying destructive power through the death domain. Once the death domain was broken, they would all be buried here. It will definitely work, the Moon Fairy Princess murmured. Unknowingly, her hands were already bleeding. This was because she used too much strength in her hands, and her nails pierced the flesh of her palms. However, she was completely unaware. Gradually, the waves subsided. The distorting death domain also slowly calmed down. This, Qin Feiyang and the others were immediately dumbfounded. Nearly 200,000 ultimate intents of the ultimate intents of the ultimate intents couldn't break the death domain? What the hell? What exactly was this thing? Wasn't he too ridiculously powerful? No way. It really blocked it? Dong Hanzong was also stunned. His face was full of disbelief. He knew nothing about the death domain. It felt similar to the origin power. Although it didn't have any destructive power, its defensive power was really terrifying. Ha! When he came back to his senses, Dong Hanzong couldn't help but laugh. The Moon Fairy Princess also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and her face was once again brimming with a confident smile. You can't even break the death domain, and you still want to go against the entire Central Dynasty? You idiots, you really know how to daydream. Dong Hanzong laughed proudly. It was as if he was the master of the death domain. Stupid, the demon ancestor murmured, looking at Dong Hanzong. A trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and said, "Say it again." Not convinced? If you are smart, why would you have such a ridiculous idea? How can our Central Dynasty be shaken by trash from a low-level civilization like you? Dong Hanzong laughed wildly. In the eyes of these creatures from the Central Dynasty, the Sky Cloud realm was a lowly low-level civilization, and it couldn't be compared to their divine kingdom. Low-level civilization, trash. The demon ancestor took a deep breath and laughed. In that case, I will let you experience how terrifying we low-level civilization trash are. 3,000 clones, open. Boom. Following the demon ancestor's roar, 3,000 identical clones instantly appeared behind the demon ancestor. What? You also have 3,000 clones? Who are you to Qin Feiyang? Dong Hanzong's expression changed abruptly. The Moon Fairy Princess's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Qin Feiyang and I? If you want to explain, it might be a little complicated. In fact, he is my junior, because his ancestor, Qin Badian, and I were brothers who went through fire and water together. As for the 3,000 clones, this might be the so-called coincidence of fate. The demon ancestor smiled faintly, looking at the 3,000 clones behind him and said, "Come, give them a fatal blow." Boom. The 3,000 clones immediately activated their ultimate mysteries. The demon ancestor had mastered 6 ultimate mysteries, and after the 3,000 clones activated, he had a total of 18,000 ultimate mysteries. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf, Frenzy, Long Qin, Sea Lion Demon King, Dong Xingyang, Mu Qing, and Mu Tianyang all activated their ultimate mysteries again. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, and the 3,000 clones cloned again. See if you can copy the ultimate mysteries activated by my 3,000 clones. The demon ancestor transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the demon ancestor. Let his 3,000 clones copy the ultimate mysteries activated by the demon ancestor's 3,000 clones? He had never thought of this before. Could it be copied? If it could be copied, one of his clones could copy 18,000 ultimate mysteries. 10 clones would be 108,000 ultimate mysteries. 100, 1,000, even 3,000 clones, how many could he copy in the end? After calculating, it should be 54 million ultimate mysteries. This number directly stunned Qin Feiyang. 54 million ultimate mysteries, and all of them contain the will of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps even the origin force of the divine kingdom could be easily destroyed. Thinking about it, Qin Feiyang's heart burned. He immediately looked at the 3,000 clones and shouted, "Quickly try to copy the ultimate mysteries activated by the demon ancestor's 3,000 clones." When Frenzy and the others heard this, they also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Copy the ultimate mysteries activated by the demon ancestor's 3,000 clones? Was this fellow sure he wasn't joking? It was hard to imagine how terrifying the scene would be if he succeeded in copying it. He must be crazy. He and the demon ancestor both have 3,000 clones. How can they copy each other's ultimate mysteries? Hearing Qin Feiyang's shout, Dong Hanzong's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Don't be nervous. They definitely can't do such a ridiculous thing. Because this kind of thing is already against the heavens. Princess Moon Fairy shook her head. If they dared to do this, the heavens wouldn't allow it. However, she was still quite nervous in her heart. Because she also knew what kind of situation the Central Dynasty would face in the future if Qin Feiyang's 3,000 clones were successfully copied with the Eye of Heaven. At that time, Qin Feiyang would be truly invincible. Even the origin force couldn't suppress him. It can work, it definitely can work. After the White-Eyed Wolf and the others calmed down, they couldn't help but look forward to it excitedly. Especially the White-Eyed Wolf and Frenzy. As good brothers who had gone through fire and water together, they naturally hoped that Qin Feiyang could succeed. Chapter 45:17. Everyone was nervously looking forward to it. Of course. For Dong Hanzong and Princess Yuxian, they were definitely not looking forward to it. Because once Qin Feiyang successfully replicated it, the calamity of the Central Dynasty would descend. After all, the strongest person in the Divine Kingdom, the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, wasn't in the Divine Kingdom. Who could suppress Qin Feiyang? 3,000 purple gold dragon souls floated in the air, releasing a monstrous dragon aura. The Eye of Heaven was like a bright moon, flickering with divine light. However, facing the ultimate meaning of the ancestor demon's 3,000 incarnations, it still couldn't replicate it. What's going on? Could it be that it can't be replicated? The White-Eyed Wolf and Frenzy gradually frowned. If it could be replicated, it should have replicated some of the ultimate meaning long ago. But now, so much time had passed, and not even one of the ultimate meaning was replicated. Impossible. The Eye of Heaven, apart from physical objects, is said to be able to replicate everything. Mu Tianyang muttered. The so-called physical objects referred to things like divine artifacts. But the ultimate meaning wasn't physical. It was no different from the ultimate meaning that was replicated in the past battles. But why couldn't it be replicated? Qin Feiyang's face was also filled with disbelief. He was looking forward to replicating it, but the result was that it couldn't be replicated. Was it really because it was too heaven-defying that even the heavens didn't allow it? Another moment passed. In the end, not even one of the ultimate meaning was replicated. This confirmed that it couldn't be replicated. Ha, as expected. You guys are just wishful thinking. Dong Hanzong laughed. The ridicule between his eyebrows was undisguised. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Dong Hanzong, their eyes flashing coldly. A person who only dares to hide behind a woman, what's there to be arrogant about? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Dong Hanzong immediately gnashed his teeth in anger. What? Did I touch your sore spot and make you feel uncomfortable? The white-eyed wolf sneered. What are you so proud of? As long as Qin Feiyang's eye of heaven is unable to replicate the ultimate profundity of the ancestral devil's 3,000 avatars, you will not be able to break through the death domain. Even if we stand here and let you kill us, you don't have the ability to do so. Scram as soon as possible, don't make a fool of yourself here. Dong Hanzong retorted. What a joke. Is this your death domain? What does it have to do with you? Stop being so cocky. Do you really think you're someone important? Do you know how to spell the word clown? If you don't know, I'll teach you. Wasn't this just asking for a scolding? Since you don't have the ability, just stay at the side and don't talk. No one will treat you as a mute. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists. The words clown were like steel needles that pierced into his heart. He had been proud and unyielding all his life, and what he couldn't stand the most was others looking down on him. I can see that under your insufferably arrogant appearance, there's actually a heart of inferiority. When others say something, you feel that they are humiliating and mocking you. A person like you is really pitiful. But there's nothing you can do about it. Who asked you to be born in a lowly family? You were born with the lowest status, so you desperately tried to prove yourself and desperately climbed up. In order to get the respect of others, in order to get the status and power you want, in order to satisfy your ambitions and desires, you will do anything regardless of the means. However, it's useless. No matter how hard you work, no matter how high your status is, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to change your lowly fate. The white-eyed wolf's words could be said to be ruthless. It was tantamount to directly tearing open Dong Hanzong's scars. Every word was a gem. Dong Hanzong instantly entered a state of rage. You haven't experienced the setbacks I've experienced, nor have you suffered the pain I've suffered. What qualifications do you have to criticize me and boast shamelessly here? Dong Hanzong roared. His entire person instantly rushed out of the death domain. The 7 ultimate laws were activated, and like a mad beast, he madly pounced on the white-eyed wolf. Don't think too highly of yourself. In terms of setbacks and pain, none of us are less than you. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward, and the 7 ultimate laws were activated. Boom! In an instant, the 14 ultimate laws collided with a loud bang, erupting with a monstrous divine power that annihilated all directions. I'm going to tear you apart. Dong Hanzong roared in anger. He was like a mad beast. His eyes were blood red, because every sentence that the white-eyed wolf said before had hit his sore spot. It made his heart almost collapse. He violently stretched out his hands. His blood-stained hands were like the devil's claws, grabbing at the white-eyed wolf's head. If it were others, you would definitely have the ability to tear them apart, but in front of me, you don't have the ability. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of contempt. With a spread of his golden wings, his speed suddenly soared. In just an instant, he calmly avoided Dong Hanzong and appeared behind him. Without the universe domain, what are you? What's the difference between you and an ordinary will of heaven? Even if you can activate your universe domain now, in front of me, it's still too weak to withstand a single blow. I'm the bane of your life, the nightmare of your life. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. He slapped at Dong Hanzong's back. Ah! With a painful scream, Dong Hanzong immediately smashed into the ground below like a meteorite, and his chi-si was shattered on the spot. Look who can save you now. The white-eyed wolf laughed cruelly. He swooped down like a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the dust below. Dong Hanzong's chi-si was destroyed, and he had lost all his cultivation. Even if he wanted to self-destruct now, he couldn't do it. Previously, Princess Yuxian used the Phoenix Sword to save Dong Hanzong, but now, the Phoenix Sword was severely damaged, and its origin force was destroyed, so Princess Yuxian no longer had the ability to save Dong Hanzong. In other words, the current Dong Hanzong was equivalent to a dead dog waiting to die. Very soon, the white-eyed wolf rushed out from the dust again. In his hand was a blood-stained corpse. It was Dong Hanzong. However, the white-eyed wolf's face was extremely ugly at this moment. Qin Feiyong looked at the white-eyed wolf's expression, and then looked at Dong Hanzong who was in his hand. There was no breath left. In other words, now this was a worthless corpse. What happened? Long Qin frowned. This bastard, he destroyed his own divine soul. The white-eyed wolf was annoyed. He thought that Dong Hanzong had completely lost his mind and was going to risk his life with him, but he didn't expect that he was actually playing a trick on him. With his divine soul destroyed, even if he obtained Dong Hanzong's corpse, it would be meaningless. Because he couldn't control it. He couldn't deprive him of his ultimate meaning. Bastard, you are really getting luckier each time. The white-eyed wolf roared, and the power of law surged out, directly shattering Dong Hanzong's corpse. He then looked up at Princess Yuxian and laughed cruelly. This is your Central Dynasty's peerless genius. Don't you think it's ridiculous? They are self-proclaimed. Princess Yuxian said with an expressionless face. The white-eyed wolf was startled and said mockingly, that means you don't really approve of them. It's not important whether I approve or not. What's important is that they are approved by the world. Princess Yuxian said faintly. There was no obvious emotion in her voice. What about you? You are the only one left, aren't you afraid? How about this? Be little Chen's concubine and we will let you go. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Long Chen's mouth twitched, his face darkened. He didn't even have a wife now, how could he talk about being a concubine? Princess Yuxian's eyes turned cold, and said in a deep voice, watch your attitude. Attitude? Ha! In the eyes of the Central Dynasty's beings, you are a princess, unreachable. But in our eyes, you are no different from an ordinary woman. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. No different from an ordinary woman, Princess Yuxian murmured. He actually dared to say such words in front of her. He was truly audacious. Chapter 45:18. Because such words were already challenging the dignity of the royal family. She was a princess who was born noble and extraordinary. How could those ordinary women compare to her? Comparing her to an ordinary woman was a form of humiliation to her. Still not convinced? Look at little Qinzi's wife, mermaid princess. Look at my brother and little Crazy's fiancé, and our little fire lotus. Which one of them is not ordinary? But they are all better than you, prettier than you, and more capable than you. Most importantly, they are kinder than you. They never feel superior and look down on others just because of their strength. The white-eyed wolf laughed disdainfully. The princess of the divine kingdom was indeed beautiful. But no matter how beautiful a woman was, what was the use if she did not have a good personality? Besides, in terms of beauty, the mermaid princess, fire dance, Zhuo Shaoxian, and fire lotus were not inferior to her. Even if it was Long Qin, she could still be on par with this woman. They are just a few women from an inferior civilization. How can they be compared to me? The Moon Fairy Princess laughed coldly. She was not convinced in her heart. She was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the Central Dynasty. But now, she was being refuted? Inferior civilization? Ha! Don't always talk about inferior civilization. I think the Divine Kingdom is not very advanced. If we really want to talk about status, Long Qin's status is not lower than yours. But what about her? I don't seem to have seen such arrogance like yours. The white-eyed wolf sneered. The Moon Fairy Princess immediately looked at Long Qin. Why mention me for no reason? Long Qin raised her eyebrows. She did not want to argue with others, especially when the other party was a woman. It was too childish. Her status, if I tell you, I'm afraid you will be shocked. She is the princess of the dragons. She has a noble status and is born extraordinary. As for other things, I choose to keep them a secret for now. The white-eyed wolf smiled mysteriously. The identities of Long Chen and Long Qin had to be kept a secret. After all, this was the Ice Dragon's advice. Princess Dragons, Princess Moon Immortal whispered. She had no doubt about that. Ever since she saw Long Qin, she saw a unique temperament in Long Qin. This temperament was extremely similar to her temperament. He was born with pride. He was born with an air of nobility. As the princess of a clan, why are you willing to wallow in the mire with these humans? Don't you think it's embarrassing? Princess Moon Fairy stared at Longqin and asked in confusion. What? Longqin was stunned. Who would have thought that the Moon Fairy princess would say something like this? Human? Are you not human? As humans, wasn't it preposterous to say that they were in cahoots with humans? He even said that it was embarrassing. Although they were of different races, they were all young people. Moreover, the other party's talent and strength were not inferior to yours. What was there to be embarrassed about? From these words, it was not difficult to see that the princess of the Central Dynasty was too proud. This reminded Longqin of herself in the past. Wasn't she as proud as the Moon Fairy princess in the past? If you want to ask if I hate them, I can tell you that I hate them very much. But that was in the past. In the past, my dislike for them was no less than yours now. In fact, I wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Do you know why? Longqin asked. Princess Moon Fairy frowned. Because I have a grudge against them for exterminating my clan. In the past, I was like you now. I thought that I was better than others. These guys were always baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in front of me. They were arrogant and despotic. They did not put me, the Princess of Dragons, in their eyes at all. My feelings in the past were probably the same as yours now. However, as I slowly got along with them, I realized that they are actually quite cute. They are different from us. Most of us think of ourselves, which is the so-called selfishness. But they are different. They think of all the people in the world, justice and justice. So now, not only do I not hate them, but I also admire and like them. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, Longqin couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile in her eyes. No matter how different they can't make you forget the grudge of exterminating your clan. Princess Moon Fairy frowned. Of course I can't forget the grudge of exterminating my clan. But now that I think about it, who was right and who was wrong? I want to ask you, have you ever thought about this question? If the Divine Kingdom didn't invade the Sky Cloud realm, would we have come to the Divine Kingdom now? I'm afraid that even now, we don't know that there is a Divine Kingdom in this world. So, if you have time, you can think about it by yourself. Who was right and who was wrong in this grudge between us? Longqin shook her head, feeling a myriad of emotions. Everyone was forced to do so. If it wasn't for the Divine Kingdom forcing them, how could they have come to this point? Princess Moon Fairy fell silent. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Longqin in surprise. They didn't expect Longqin to say such words. If it were Longchen, they wouldn't be surprised at all because he was such a man. But Longqin's woman was unprecedented. Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others, even Longchen looked at his sister as if he had discovered a new continent. Because as a brother and sister, he knew the people of Longqin the best. Although everyone was getting along well now, he knew that Longqin hadn't completely let go of the hatred in her heart. She had just been restraining herself and trying to make herself forget. So, he had been very worried. But he never expected that Longqin would say such unexpected words. Although surprised, he was also very happy. Because when these words came out, it meant that his sister had completely let go of the hatred in her heart and sincerely accepted Qin Feiyang and the others. Right and wrong. Suddenly, the silent Princess Moon Fairy murmured. Then she looked up at Longqin and sneered, "You're really naive. How can there be right and wrong in this world? There's only strength and power. Only when you're strong enough and have enough power can you control the life and death of others and dominate the fate of all things in the world." At the end of her words, the Princess Moon Fairy's eyes flashed coldly. Her body emitted a bone-piercing cold current. She was like a ruthless queen, making people feel a sense of reverence for her. I really feel sorry for you. Although you have a deep foundation, a strong background, and a family background that countless people envy, these things are destroying you step by step, making you lose the sympathy and compassion that you should have. Longqin shook her head, feeling a little regretful. Sympathy, compassion, that's something that only the weak have. I don't have it. Princess Moon Fairy said. Her cold eyes revealed a kind of ruthless coldness. Chapter 45:19. Stubborn. Longqing shook her head. To be honest, looking at the Moon Fairy Princess now, she seemed to be looking at herself in the past. Wasn't she the same in the past? Change needed time. It also needed a price. For example, the price she paid was the destruction of the entire dragons. Therefore, looking at the Moon Fairy Princess now, she really wanted to help her because she didn't want the Moon Fairy Princess to follow in her footsteps. Only when she lost all her clansmen, relatives, and friends would she know how to repent. It's not that I'm stubborn, it's that you're willing to degrade yourself. A person from a low-level civilization like you, no matter how high your status is, has no redeeming qualities. The Moon Fairy Princess mocked. Who are you saying is willing to degrade myself? Do you really think that we can't break your death domain just because we can't copy the ultimate profound meaning of the demon ancestors' 3,000 incarnations? The white-eyed wolf shouted angrily. Seeing Longqing being mocked, he felt inexplicably unhappy. Come and try if you have the ability. The Moon Fairy Princess looked at the white-eyed wolf provocatively. A cold light flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, Little Qin Zi, if you can't copy the ultimate profound meaning, then copy the demon ancestors' 3,000 incarnations. Copy 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. 3,000 incarnations. It seemed that he could copy them, because when he fought with the demon ancestor in Great Qin, he hadn't mastered all 3,000 incarnations. At that time, it was because he and the inner demons opened the Eye of Heaven and copied the demon ancestors' 3,000 incarnations that they defeated him. With this thought, he immediately let his 3,000 incarnations copy the demon ancestors' 3,000 incarnations. The Moon Fairy Princess looked at this scene and her pupils shrank slightly. If the demon ancestors' 3,000 incarnations were successfully copied, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Because one of Qin Feiyang's incarnations could copy the demon ancestors' 3,000 incarnations. 10, 30,000. 100, 300,000. 1,000, 3 million. 3,000, 9 million. In other words, if Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations were successfully copied, it would be enough to copy 9 million incarnations. Even if each incarnation could only activate 6 ultimate profound meanings, it would be a total of 540,000. Actually, all in all, there wasn't much difference between duplicating 3,000 clones and duplicating an ultimate intent. It was just that the method was different. However, what surprised Qin Feiyang was that his 3,000 avatars were unable to replicate the fiend ancestors' 3,000 avatars. Why is this happening? White-eyed wolf was also in disbelief. Back in Great Qin, before the Eye of Heaven had evolved, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons had been able to use the Eye of Heaven to create the Demon Lord's 3,000 clones, so why couldn't they do it now? By right, now that the Eye of Heaven had completed its evolution, it should be easier to replicate it. Something's not right. Suddenly, the fiend ancestor said, What's wrong? Everyone looked at him in surprise. I remember that back in Great Qin, when you made 3,000 of my clones, it was you who made the clones. The fiend ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang. I myself, Qin Feiyang muttered. The memories that had been sealed away for a long time surfaced in his mind. That was indeed the case. Back then, he had activated the Eye of Heaven and successfully duplicated the fiend ancestor's 3,000 clones. Could it be that the things between the 3,000 clones couldn't be replicated? Thinking of this, in order to verify this point, Qin Feiyang immediately activated the purple gold dragon soul. Eye of Heaven activate. In the blink of an eye. In front of the purple gold dragon soul, there were 3,000 more clones. These 3,000 clones were exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. Successful replication. Qin Feiyang muttered. Sure enough, he needed to activate the Eye of Heaven to replicate it. How could this be? Princess Moon Fairy muttered, her eyes filled with disbelief. Such powerful 3,000 clones that were comparable to heaven-defying were actually replicated by the Eye of Heaven? It was fine if the replication was successful, But why were the 3,000 clones of the fiend ancestor exactly the same as Qin Feiyang? This was just like Qin Feiyang's 3,000 clones. Because logically speaking, replicating the fiend ancestor's 3,000 clones was equivalent to replicas, and the replicas should naturally be the same as the fiend ancestor. The Eye of Heaven replicates the divine art, replicating the divine art itself. In other words, although on the surface, I'm replicating the fiend ancestor's 3,000 clones, in reality, I'm replicating the 3,000 clones' divine art itself. Back then, when Qin Feiyang and the inner demons replicated the fiend ancestor's 3,000 clones in Great Qin, they replicated themselves and not the fiend ancestor. To put it simply, the Eye of Heaven didn't replicate the fiend ancestor's 3,000 clones, but the divine art that the fiend ancestor had mastered. By replicating the 3,000 clones' divine art that the fiend ancestor had mastered, the 3,000 clones would naturally be Qin Feiyang. Although it's a pity that the clones can't replicate each other, being able to replicate the fiend ancestor's 3,000 clones can also double my combat strength. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. His 3,000 clones and the 3,000 clones added up to a total of 6,000 clones. Previously, the 3,000 clones replicated close to 200,000 ultimate meanings. Now, the 6,000 clones replicated close to 400,000 ultimate meanings. In addition, the fiend ancestor had already activated 3,000 clones and had a total of 18,000 ultimate meanings. In other words, now Qin Feiyang and the others had more than 400,000 ultimate meanings. It could be said that, at this moment, Qin Feiyang's strength skyrocketed. Because as the number of clones multiplied, his life and death law ultimate meanings, as well as the 7 supreme laws ultimate meanings, would also double. Previously, close to 200,000 ultimate meanings could threaten the death domain. Now, with more than 400,000 ultimate meanings, Qin Feiyang believed that it could definitely destroy the death domain. Although the death domain was strong, it wasn't hard to see that it was still lacking compared to the power of origin. Moreover, when the madman came out of the Black Tortoise realm and absorbed all the evil energy in the Thousand Demons Valley, the lethality of the All-Demon Sword was comparable to the power of origin. At that time, it had caused a fatal blow to the death domain. Although it didn't collapse, cracks had already appeared in the death domain. And these cracks weren't just 1 or 2. It could be said that the madman's sword had greatly reduced the power of the death domain. Otherwise, with the death domain at its peak state, 200,000 ultimate meanings couldn't pose a threat to it. Although I don't want to admit it, this death domain is really strong. The fiend ancestor was filled with emotions. Yes. Previously, I had already heavily damaged the death domain, but now, even 200,000 ultimate meanings can't destroy it. However, I believe that with more than 400,000 ultimate meanings, I can definitely destroy it. The madman clenched his fists. They really couldn't understand what this domain of death had evolved from. The degree of strength was actually close to the power of origin. That's right. Although the death domain at its peak state couldn't compare to the power of origin, it was just a little bit weaker. Some people might think that it wasn't a big deal to be a little bit weaker, but this was compared to the power of origin. The power of origin of the divine kingdom was obvious to all. The death domain's power was just a little bit weaker than the power of origin. What kind of concept was this? It could be said that this death domain was equivalent to an invincible existence. Break. A calm voice sounded. That's right. At this moment, the hearts of Qin Feiyang and the others calmed down instead. As the voice sounded, all the ultimate meanings carried a monstrous might as they attacked the death domain. Boom. In an instant, the death domain collapsed. Princess Yuxian, who was standing inside, had a change in expression as her eyes revealed despair. Madman Mo, even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let you off. This was her roar when she was about to be drowned by the ultimate meanings. Because she hated it. If it wasn't for the madman's initial sword that caused serious damage to the death domain, Qin Feiyang and the others wouldn't have been able to break the death domain. Turn into a ghost? You're dreaming. Let me tell you, I won't even let you become a ghost. The madman laughed. The all-evil sword in his hand also released a monstrous sharpness as it slashed forward. Ghost, now. Could it be she didn't split her divine soul in advance to save her life? Qin Feiyang murmured. He looked at Princess Yuxian in shock. If she left her divine soul to save her life, she definitely wouldn't say such a thing. This woman was really confident. Even someone like Dong Hanzong left his divine soul in advance to save his life, but she didn't. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be reasonable. With the Death Domain, the Origin Force, and the Phoenix Sword, even someone like Dong Hanzong who was afraid of death wouldn't leave his divine soul in advance to save his life. This was the source of her confidence. But the fact that Princess Yuxian didn't leave her divine soul to save her life was really good news for them. Because this way, Princess Yuxian was even more valuable. Leave her alive. Qin Feiyang shouted. At the same time, all of the ultimate mysteries stopped. Only the madman's all-evil sword continued to attack Princess Yuxian. One sword heavily injured her. Princess Yuxian spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot as her body was torn apart. Even half of her divine soul was destroyed. As for the Phoenix Sword, only a small fragment was left. You err. But at this moment, an anxious voice sounded. Mother, Princess Yuxian's remnant soul also immediately called out weakly. Mother! Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked as they quickly raised their heads to look. They saw a white-clothed woman breaking through the air like lightning. The origin force around her roared, emitting an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The woman was about 30 years old. She was dressed very simply, but it still couldn't hide her shocking charm. Her skin was crystal clear, and her figure was tall like a young girl. Princess Yuxian's appearance was extremely similar to this woman. Even if you didn't know in advance, when the mother and daughter stood together, you would think that they were a pair of sisters. However, her beautiful appearance and charming figure were only secondary. The most important thing was the origin force around the woman. That origin force was like a storm, roaring around her. No one knew how much of it there was. Chapter 45:20. Seeing this origin energy, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't remain calm, because they all felt a fatal danger. Even if these 400,000 ultimates reached the white-clothed woman, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. How dare you hurt my daughter? The white-clothed woman's body was filled with a bone-chilling cold. In an instant, the origin energy around her turned into a giant dragon, shattering the void and the earth as it pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the others. We're not her match, let's go. Frenzy shouted. Even if he had the all-evil sword, he didn't have any confidence facing this white-clothed woman. Boom. The group waved their hands at the same time. The 400,000 ultimates that stopped in the void suddenly turned into a torrent and rushed towards the giant dragon formed by the origin energy. Following closely, Qin Feiyang activated his dual willpower of the heavenly Tao and split time. He arrived in front of Princess Yuxian's remnant soul in a single step and grabbed it in his hand. Then, he prepared to grab the Phoenix Divine Sword fragment. Although there was only a fragment left of the Phoenix Sword, the artifact spirit was still hiding in the fragment. Seeing Qin Feiyang reach out for it, it immediately turned and fled. Looking at the white-clothed woman, Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and decisively abandoned the Phoenix Sword. He turned around and returned to the white-eyed wolf and the others. He swept up a group of people and escaped without looking back. Madam, save His Highness. The artifact spirit of the Phoenix Sword roared. The white-clothed woman's face was as calm as water. She kept the Phoenix Sword into the spatial divine item and chased after it like lightning. Boom. The giant dragon formed by the origin energy also clashed with the 400,000 ultimates. Although there were only 400,000 ultimates on the surface, in terms of lethality, it might exceed 500,000 ultimates. This was because the ultimates that Qin Feiyang's 6,000 incarnations activated had dual will of the heavenly Tao. The 6,000 ultimates of the law of life and death were even more terrifying. However, even so, in the face of the giant dragon formed from the origin energy, these ultimate mysteries were unable to resist at all. They were instantly annihilated. Seeing this scene, the hearts of Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but tremble. How much origin energy was there? It turned out that this imperial madam was the hidden big boss. It was too terrifying. In front of this white-robed woman, Princess Yuxian's origin energy was like a small stream in front of the sea. "Let go of my daughter and I'll spare your lives," the woman said gloomily. There was also a trace of anxiousness on his face. Because Qin Feiyang grasped two wills of the heavenly Tao, she could not catch up to him with her speed. 3,000 clones, stop her! Qin Feiyang and devil ancestor shouted at the same time. They didn't care about the woman's words at all. Because if they really let Princess Yuxian go, they would definitely die even faster. As his voice fell, Qin Feiyang's 6,000 avatars and the fiend ancestors' 3,000 avatars simultaneously attacked the white-dressed woman. "You're courting death." The white-robed woman was stunned. The giant dragon formed by the origin energy roared, and the 9,000 avatars did not have the slightest ability to resist and died on the spot. This woman's origin energy is probably more than the emperor's. I didn't expect the ruler of the divine kingdom to trust this daughter-in-law so much. Mu Tianyang muttered. His expression was full of fear. What are you afraid of? As long as she doesn't have two wills of the heavenly Tao, she can't catch up to us. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. So what if the origin energy was strong? It was only useful if she could catch up to them. At this moment, they also completely realized the importance of having two wills of the heavenly Tao. Without two wills of the heavenly Tao, facing the emperor couple, let alone fighting them, they might not even have the qualification to escape. At the same time, in the distance, the inner demons and Lu Jijin looked at this scene and frowned. Obviously, the origin energy possessed by the imperial madam was giving them a headache. "Lu Yuntian, Lu Yunfeng, come here immediately." Suddenly, the white-robed woman's voice sounded. The inner demons was taken aback. She knew they were hiding here? She should have sensed our aura. Lu Jijin whispered, his eyes flashing slightly, and whispered, "Quickly destroy your physical body." Because previously, the inner demons had activated his fighting soul and his physical body had been rebuilt, so now, if he destroyed his physical body, the white-robed woman would definitely ask him to help chase after Qin Feiyang and the others. The inner demons nodded and suddenly slapped himself. His physical body was shattered on the spot. Following closely, their divine souls rushed toward the white-robed woman. Only divine souls are left? The white-robed woman turned to look at the two and frowned immediately. "Sorry. It's all our fault for being useless," the two said with a face full of self-blame. The white-robed woman took a deep breath and looked back at Qin Feiyang and the others in front of her, and said in a deep voice, "State your conditions." Qin Feiyang was stunned, his eyes flashed slightly and asked, "Any conditions?" In his heart, he smiled bitterly. Back then, they actually wanted to capture the emperor, this woman, and blackmail her. Who would have thought that she was the most terrifying person? "Any conditions?" The white-robed woman nodded. "That's what you said. Give us your origin energy," Qin Feiyang said. As long as they could get the white-robed woman's origin energy, they would have the capital to contend with the emperor. They originally thought that the white-robed woman would definitely refuse, because the origin energy was her strongest means. Once they lost the origin energy, the mother and daughter would become their prisoners. But unexpectedly, when the white-robed woman heard Qin Feiyang's words, she nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay." "What?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. "Isn't this too refreshing?" It made them feel unreal. The white-robed woman said again, "But I can only give you half." Qin Feiyang frowned. "No, you must give us all." The white-eyed wolf roared. "If I give all of it to you, I'm afraid your appetite is too small and you can't handle it." The white-robed woman's eyes were gloomy. He really knew how to ask for an exorbitant price. The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about whether I can handle it or not. If you don't agree, we will kill your daughter now." The white-robed woman's heart sank. But suddenly, her eyes flashed and she sneered and said, "Kill her, do whatever you want." Anyway, she left her soul in the Emperor Capital Mountain. She left her soul in the Emperor Capital Mountain? Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. I really didn't expect that the dignified emperor's wife would talk nonsense. What do you mean? The white-robed woman raised her eyebrows. What I mean is, you can ignore others, but if you want to ignore us, you are still a little lacking. Long before you came, I had already judged from your daughter's words that she did not leave her soul in advance to save her life. Besides, even if she did leave her soul to save her life, so what? When the white-eyed wolf deprives her of her cultivation and laws, she will survive. She will only be a cripple. Qin Feiyang sneered. The white-robed woman clenched her fists. That's right. She was bluffing Qin Feiyang and the others. Princess Yu Xian did not leave her soul in the Emperor Capital Mountain in advance. It was also because of this news that she was worried that something would happen to Princess Yu Xian here. That was why she immediately came out of seclusion and rushed here. But she didn't expect that she was still a step too late. Keep your word. As long as you give us all the origin energy, we will immediately let her go. Qin Feiyang said. The white-robed woman gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, All right, I promise you. Finished speaking. With a wave of her hand, the giant dragon formed by the origin energy immediately dissipated in the void. Its aura also gradually weakened, and no one could feel the slightest threat from it. I've really earned a lot. The white-eyed wolf's heart was burning with passion. He was about to turn around and take it. But suddenly, the devil ancestor stopped him and shook his head. Just in case, we won't go over ourselves. Let's send our incarnations over. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He turned to look at the devil ancestor and bared his teeth. You're really considerate. If the white-robed woman was playing tricks on them and waited for the white-eyed wolf to run over and suddenly attack, wouldn't they become a bargaining chip in her hands? So, he had to make sure nothing went wrong. When facing such a person, we have to be careful. The devil ancestor laughed. An incarnation appeared and flew towards the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman looked at the incarnation with a hint of anger on her face. This group of young people was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. It seemed that she could only obediently hand over the origin energy. Very soon, the incarnation of the devil ancestor landed in front of the white-robed woman and directly stretched out his hand. The white-robed woman raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang. You better not go back on your word. Don't worry. We always keep our word. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-robed woman took a deep breath and waved her hand. All the origin energy immediately landed in front of the incarnation of the devil ancestor. The incarnation swept up the origin energy and turned to rush towards Qin Feiyang and the others. During this period, the white-robed woman did not play any tricks. The white-eyed wolf immediately went forward and snatched the origin energy from the incarnation. His eyes were full of radiance. With this origin energy, why would he be afraid of the emperor? Let her go. The white-robed woman stared at Qin Feiyang. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. He loosened his grip. Princess Yu Xian's remnant soul immediately broke free and flew towards the white-robed woman. The reunion of mother and daughter is really touching. However, it's better for you to die, lest you become a threat to us in the future. The white-eyed wolf looked at the mother and daughter and suddenly laughed. The origin energy in front of him immediately turned into a huge heaven-devouring beast and charged towards the mother and daughter. You, the white-robed woman quickly rushed out and protected Princess Yu Xian's remnant soul. She then stared at Qin Feiyang and the others with eyes full of anger. Don't stare at us like that. Because we have indeed released your daughter, so we did not go back on our word. The white-eyed wolf laughed. You are ruthless. It is not without reason that you can be so arrogant in my divine kingdom for so long. However, you want to kill us, mother and daughter? You are delusional. The white-robed woman's face was frosty. Bang. The next moment, another surge of origin power rushed out of her body. Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, this origin energy turned into a huge dragon and roared in the sky, destroying the world. What? There is actually more. Qin Feiyang and the others had a change of expression. Right now, the origin energy summoned by this woman was not any less than the one in the white-eyed wolf's hands. It was even more. It was unimaginable. How much origin energy did she have in her hands? Chapter 45:21. White-eyed wolf, quickly withdraw your origin energy. The demon ancestor growled. The other party had more origin energy than them. They definitely couldn't beat the other party. The most important thing was, at that time, the origin energy would be completely destroyed by the other party. It wasn't easy to obtain this origin energy. If it was destroyed by the woman in white, it would be too much of a pity. So, they had to protect this origin energy and save it for the most critical moment. The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and immediately withdrew his origin energy. Qin Feiyang rolled up a group of people and once again activated momentary time. Dual will of heavenly Tao and frantically escaped. Who knew if this woman still had any origin energy in her body? Escaping from this place and getting rid of this woman was the wisest choice. Damn it. The woman in white cursed and didn't chase after them, because she knew that it was impossible for her to catch up. As long as she could save her daughter, it would be fine. Phew! The inner demons and Lu Jijin, who were rushing over, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After many tribulations, these guys finally escaped. Moreover, this time, they had made a huge profit, because Qin Feiyang and the others not only severely injured all the will of heavenly Tao powerhouses of the Central Dynasty, but also obtained the peak-level sovereign divine weapon of the Kuan Peng and the Dragon God. More importantly, they also obtained so much origin energy. Moreover, after this tribulation, Frenzy's strength had greatly increased. The all-evil sword could actually be attached to the will of heavenly Tao. This was truly unheard of. Is Her Highness all right? Landing in front of the woman in white, Lu Jijin looked at Princess Yuxian's remnant soul and asked. Her soul was almost destroyed. Do you think she's all right? The woman in white stared at him. Lu Jijin smiled embarrassedly. I really don't understand. Even after mobilizing all the will of heavenly Tao powerhouses of the Central Dynasty, they still couldn't kill these people. What exactly are you guys doing? Could it be that you are all a bunch of good-for-nothings? The woman in white snorted coldly and took Princess Yuxian's remnant soul, opened a space-time tunnel, turned around and left angrily. Lu Jijin and Yuxian watched the woman in white leave. When the space-time tunnel disappeared, the inner demons laughed and said, with us two spies, how can the Central Dynasty not fail? Low-key. Lu Jijin waved his hand. Indeed. If the inner demons and Lu Jijin had gone all out, it would have been a completely different scene. Not to mention anything else. If the inner demons were to help the Central Dynasty, it would be harder for Qin Feiyang and the others to escape. It's finally over. However, I have a premonition. Lu Jijin looked at the broken ground, his eyes flashing with an indescribable light. What premonition? The inner demons were suspicious. It seems like something big is about to happen. Furthermore, it might be related to those people who ambushed us. Lu Jijin mumbled. Weren't the people sent by Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong to ambush us? The inner demons frowned. Do you really think it's them? Lu Jijin shook his head and laughed. As inner demons, it was not good to be so pure. Not them? The inner demons were stunned. Of course it's not them. They can casually take out 2 sovereign divine weapons. It's not like you don't know the rules of the Imperial Capital Mountain. Even if it's just a low-level sovereign divine weapon, it has to be approved by the Emperor. However, I really can't think of anyone in the Central Dynasty who would be so generous. 2 low-level sovereign divine weapons self-destructed just like that. Lu Jijin's eyes flashed. He felt that this matter was a bit strange. Could it be there is a third force in the Central Dynasty? The inner demons pondered for a while and suddenly spoke in surprise. A third force. Lu Jijin was stunned and turned to look at the inner demons in surprise. I'm just saying. The inner demons laughed dryly. No. I think it's possible. Lu Jijin shook his head. After saying that, he lowered his head and pondered. How is that possible? Everyone knows that the Central Dynasty belongs to the Dong family. The inner demons laughed. Although the members of the Dong family in the Central Dynasty were divided into different classes, the direct and collateral family members wouldn't dare to go against the emperor of the Divine Kingdom. What if it's not the Dong family? Lu Jiajin whispered. Not the Dong family? The inner demons paused for a moment and suddenly turned to the place where the space-time tunnel had disappeared. He said in surprise, could it be the Ji family? I don't know. We need to investigate this matter. Lu Jiajin shook his head and thought for a while. Then he smiled and said, it seems that we need to find time to investigate the history of the Central Dynasty. Investigate the history of the Central Dynasty? Don't ask me for this kind of trouble. You can investigate it yourself. The inner demons hurriedly waved his hands. As expected of Qin Feiyang's inner demons. They were all afraid of trouble. I didn't expect you to. Lu Jiajin smiled. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's group arrived above a glacier. They didn't know where this was. Anyway, it was the Sea Lion Demon King who led the way. He said that there were few people here and they could avoid the pursuit of many beasts. Glancing around, they didn't see any beasts nearby. Immediately, the group of people entered an ice valley and sat down on the ground, gasping for air. They had no recollection of what had happened. It's too exciting to follow you. My heart can't stand it. The Sea Lion Demon King wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and shook his head with a bitter smile. In the cold ice valley, he could still sweat. Didn't that explain his current mood and state? Isn't it cool? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. My dear brother, can't you see that I'm sweating? If this continues, even if I don't die in the hands of the emperor, I'm afraid I'll be scared to death. The Sea Lion Demon King rolled his eyes. Useless. The white-eyed wolf despised him. Looking at the source energy in front of him, his eyes were full of light. This source energy was undoubtedly the biggest gain this time. Qin. This source energy can't be handed over to this guy for safekeeping. Otherwise, he will squander it all on impulse in the future. The madman whispered. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf. Little madman, do you think I'm deaf? The white-eyed wolf stared at the madman with dissatisfaction. Who was talking bad about him and didn't send a sound transmission. Did he really think he was deaf? I'm not afraid of being heard by you. The madman laughed. Yes. Now you're awesome. The true body of all evil has evolved again. Even the all-evil sword has the will of the heavenly Tao. Speaking of which, the white-eyed wolf suddenly changed the topic and said angrily, why don't you go to the sky? If you're envious, just say it. The madman laughed, his expression full of pride. You can still laugh? Everyone look, how thick is his skin? If it wasn't for him suddenly creating such a tribulation, would we have fallen to such a sorry state? You almost got us killed. The white-eyed wolf had a look of displeasure. When the demon ancestor and the others heard this, they couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. This time, it was indeed thrilling. However, in the end it was all thanks to the madman. If it wasn't for his all-evil sword erupting with lethality comparable to the source energy and turning the tide, they might have really died in the Thousand Demons Valley. The most difficult moment is over. There's nothing to say. As long as everyone can escape unscathed, it's better than anything. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's right. The most important thing is that this battle not only allowed us to see the full foundation of the Central Dynasty, but also made us more aware of the gap between us and the Central Dynasty. The demon ancestor nodded. In fact, the gap between us and the Central Dynasty is not that big. The most important thing is the source energy. As long as there is a way to solve the problem of the source energy, overturning the Central Dynasty may not be easy, but at least it's not as difficult as imagined. The madman said. Between his eyebrows, there was full of confidence. But there is no way to solve the problem of the source energy. And until now, I haven't felt the birth of the power of faith. The growth of the black tortoise world still needs a lot of time. Qin Feiyang sighed. There was a trace of doubt between his eyebrows. Why hasn't the power of faith appeared yet? Is there something missing? Don't think about it. Take out some wine, let us get over the shock. Mu Qing said. It wasn't easy to escape, What was the point of thinking so much? Asking for trouble. Qin Feiyong looked at Mu Qing and then looked at the others. Everyone's expression was full of fatigue. It seemed that this battle was really tiring. But it was understandable. After all, in this battle, they were facing the entire Central Dynasty's will of heavenly Tao. Even he was a little tired. If you want to rest, you have to go to the Black Tortoise world. After all, it's not safe here. Qin Feiyong got up, and with a wave of his hand, the group of people disappeared without a trace. Immediately, Qin Feiyong looked up at the sky, and the figure of the mysterious young man appeared in his mind. I wonder if this guy managed to escape successfully? I hope nothing happened to him. Swish. But just as Qin Feiyong was about to enter the Black Tortoise world, two black figures appeared in the sky above the ice valley. They were silent, like two ghosts. Qin Feiyong was immediately startled. He looked up at the two people, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. One of them spoke, his voice was a little hoarse. Immediately after, the two of them landed in the ice valley, standing opposite Qin Feiyong. The two of them were covered in a black robe, and their faces were also wearing two pitch-black ghost masks. They looked like death gods from hell. No ill intentions? Qin Feiyong was slightly stunned and frowned. Then who are you? How did you know we were here? Who we are is not important at all. You just need to know that we have the same goal. As for how we know you are here, this is because we have been following you since the Thousand Demons Valley. The two of them spoke. Following? Qin Feiyong was shocked. They had been following them since the Thousand Demons Valley. In other words, the two of them were hiding in the space divine object and came here together with the space-time passage opened by them. He was really careless not to have noticed. If they were the Emperor's men, wouldn't they be facing a life and death crisis? Chapter 45-22. Although the other party had shown no malice, Qin Feiyong did not dare to relax his vigilance. Because this was the Central Dynasty. There were only 3 clans in the Central Dynasty: the Human Clan, the Beast Clan, and the Sea Beast Clan. The 3 clans were all the claws and teeth of the Emperor. As long as it was not someone he knew, he could not trust them easily. You really don't need to be so vigilant. If we want to harm you, we will definitely choose a sneak attack. Why do we take the initiative to show up? The man with the ghost mask said. How can I trust someone who doesn't even dare to show his face? Qin Feiyong sneered. What if it was a spy sent by the Emperor? Because now the Emperor also knew that it was not easy to kill them, so he might think of such a trick. He would send someone to approach them, gain their trust, and then kill them behind their backs. Although it was just a guess, he had to guard against it. The face is just a skin bag. It will not affect our cooperation. The man with the ghost mask said. Cooperation? Qin Feiyong frowned. Yes. Your goal is to overthrow the Central Dynasty. Our goal is to overthrow the Central Dynasty. It can be said that we are like-minded. And now you have seen the strength of the Central Dynasty. With your strength alone, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to overthrow the Central Dynasty. So, you need our help. Similarly, in the whole Central Dynasty, only we can help you. The man with the ghost mask smiled hoarsely. So confident? It seems that your strength is very strong. Qin Feiyong's eyes flickered. Not very strong, but not bad. The man with the ghost mask said with a faint smile. Really? Then let me see your so-called not bad strength. Although he was very tired now, as long as he entered the combat state, his dormant courage would wake up. Boom. As Qin Feiyong's voice fell, the dual will of Heaven Wei, like a rolling torrent, oppressed the two men. Don't be impatient. Seeing Qin Feiyong attack, the two men with the ghost mask couldn't help but panic. This person was too difficult to get along with. He attacked without saying a word. But Qin Feiyong turned a deaf ear. The ultimate profundities of the 7 supreme laws were born. Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the Death God army by attacking so recklessly here? Although he couldn't see their expressions, it wasn't hard to tell from their panicked tone and eyes that they were panicking. Death God Legion? Didn't you say that you were following us from the Myriad Demons Valley? Then don't you know that the experts of the Central Dynasty's will of heaven, including the members of the Death God army, have all self-detonated in the Myriad Demons Valley? Qin Feiyang sneered. So what if the Death God army knew that he was here? This cowardly coward actually dared to boast shamelessly that he could help him? He really didn't know his own worth. The ultimate profundities of the 7 supreme laws shattered the glaciers and shot toward the two of them. The panic-stricken duo hurriedly activated their ultimate meaning. Both of them had the 6 paths' ultimate meaning. Moreover, they also contained the will of the heavenly Tao. 12 ultimate profound meanings shot out. Rumble. However, their 12 ultimate profundities were actually unable to resist Qin Feiyang's 7 ultimate profundities at all and were annihilated on the spot. Dual will of heaven, so powerful. The duo's heart trembled. One had to know, the other party hadn't activated the ultimate profundities of the law of life and death, the 3,000 clones, and the eye of heaven. They couldn't fight back at all. If all these heaven-defying means were activated, wouldn't they be killed instantly? In fact, they were wrong. Even if Qin Feiyang didn't activate the law of life and death, the 3,000 clones, and the eye of heaven could still kill them instantly. Boom. The 7 ultimate meanings suddenly fell on top of the duo's heads. The terrifying pressure instantly shattered the ghost masks on their faces. 2 unfamiliar faces immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. The one on the left was an old red-haired man with wrinkles all over his face. The one on the right was a young man in his 20s. His chiseled facial features were sharp as if they were carved by a knife, and he was filled with a cold aura. Although he looked young, he had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao, so he was obviously an antique. I've never seen them before, Qin Feiyang murmured. But the next moment, they noticed the glabella of the duo. There was a flame-shaped mark between their eyebrows. But Qin Feiyang had never seen this mark before. However, this mark gave him a very strong sense of danger. What is this? Qin Feiyang frowned. The 7 ultimate profound meanings of the 7 ultimate meanings stopped above their heads, emitting an aura that could shock heaven and earth. The duo didn't dare to move. However, the broken ghost mask made the two of them furrow their brows without a trace. It seemed that they were very afraid of others seeing their true faces. I don't kill nameless people. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said coldly. These two people had unknown origins, so he didn't dare to show his face easily. What do we have to say to make you believe our intentions? The red-haired old man was helpless. Couldn't there be more trust between people? Qin Feiyang looked at the duo, his eyes flickering. Were they really here to cooperate with him? But that didn't make sense. How could there be a hidden third party in the Central Dynasty? Because to cooperate with him to overthrow the Central Dynasty, it had to be a third party. But he had been in the Central Dynasty for several years. He had a general understanding of the situation in the Central Dynasty, but he had never heard of any third party. Moreover, if there was really such a thing, his cousin and the inner demons would have heard of it since they had been in the Central Dynasty for so long. But the inner demons and his cousin had never mentioned it to him. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at the duo and said, "Make a blood oath that you're not spies sent by the Emperor. I can believe you for the time being." But the duo nodded. They made a blood oath without hesitation. "We're really not," Qin Feiyang murmured. Because if they were sent by the Emperor, the moment the duo made a blood oath, heaven's punishment would come directly. But now, the sky was cloudless and there was no trace of heaven's punishment at all. The red-haired old man looked at the 7 ultimate mysteries above his head with lingering fear and asked, "Can you take back your ultimate mysteries now?" Qin Feiyang took a deep look at the red-haired old man and waved his hand. The 7 ultimate mysteries immediately dissipated. The duo finally let out a long sigh of relief. This young man who came from a low-leveled civilization really made people feel despair. Qin Feiyang asked, "Your purpose is to join hands with me to overthrow the Central Dynasty, right?" "That's right." The duo nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you have the ability to deal with the power of the origin?" "That's why we want to cooperate with you." The red-haired old man was very honest. But the young man next to him was very unhappy with Qin Feiyang's attitude. He sneered and said, "If we had the ability to deal with the power of the origin, why would we need to cooperate with you?" Qin Feiyong glanced at the young man. The young man summoned his courage and looked at Qin Feiyong. After a long time, suddenly Qin Feiyong stretched out his hand and said indifferently, "Take care. I won't see you off." What was there to be proud of? What right did he have to be arrogant in front of him? How many arrogant people had he seen in his life? "You," the young man glared at Qin Feiyong. "Cut it out." The red-haired old man glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyong and smiled apologetically. "He's like this. Don't mind him. He has to change his personality. Because it's easy to offend people with this kind of personality." Qin Feiyong said indifferently. "That's right." The red-haired old man nodded. Qin Feiyong said with a faint smile, "Since we're talking about cooperation, you should at least tell me something. You must know quite a lot about me, but I know nothing about you. So tell me honestly, who are you? What grudges do you have with the Central Dynasty?" "For now, I can't tell you." The red-haired old man was silent for a while and shook his head. "I can't tell you." Qin Feiyong was slightly startled, then laughed. "Is this the sincerity of your cooperation?" "Sorry, I don't feel it. Please." Although they had sworn a blood oath that they were not spies sent by the emperor, it did not mean anything else. What if they had ulterior motives? Therefore, if they wanted to cooperate, they had to know each other first. The red-haired old man said awkwardly, "Brother Qin, it's not that we don't want to tell you, but this is a serious matter. We can't tell you. Please understand." "I don't want to say it again." Qin Feiyong smiled faintly. "Don't go too far. We're cooperating because of our interests. Do you really need to know so much?" The young man said angrily. "Even if it's a mutually beneficial relationship, we have to know who's the biggest beneficiary first. Also," Qin Feiyong turned to look at the blood-haired old man and said indifferently, "This person isn't suitable to negotiate with others. Don't bring him along when you come looking for me next time. Otherwise, if I get angry, I might directly annihilate all of you." The young man clenched his fists hearing this. "What are you doing? Don't you think it's troublesome enough?" The red-haired old man noticed the young man's anger and said to himself, "How can you blame me for this? It's him. He's too arrogant." The young man was furious. He has the right to be arrogant. If it were you, would you be able to force the emperor and the others to this point? The red-haired old man harumphed and looked at Qin Feiyong with a smile. "How about this? I'll go back and ask for permission. If it's okay, I'll tell you everything." "Sure." Qin Feiyong nodded. The red-haired old man took out the voice transmission stone and said with a smile, "Then let's build a bridge so we can contact each other?" Qin Feiyong pondered for a while and took out the voice transmission stone. Building a bridge would not affect anything, so it was fine. "Then we'll be leaving." After the bridge was built, the red-haired old man put away the voice transmission stone and smiled at Qin Feiyong. He then opened a space-time passage and left with the young man. Chapter 45-23. "This is really interesting." Qin Feiyong looked at the backs of the two as they left, and a smile appeared on his face. He really didn't expect it. There was actually a hidden third party in the Central Dynasty. However, he still couldn't be careless. He needed to let the inner demons and big cousin investigate it properly. Immediately, Qin Feiyong scanned his surroundings. It was obvious that he couldn't stay here any longer. He waved his hand and opened a space-time tunnel. This time, he was very vigilant. Before entering the space-time tunnel, he released his divine sense to make sure that no one was following him before entering the space-time tunnel. Imperial Capital Mountain. When the woman in white returned to Imperial Capital Mountain, she found that it was already a mess. Everywhere was riddled with holes. The fluctuations of the battle spread all the way to the Star River. The woman in white raised her eyebrows slightly, took a step forward and entered the Star River. She found that the Emperor was the only one standing in the Star River. The Star River was also fragmented and filled with a tragic aura. The Emperor himself was also dripping with blood and had suffered serious injuries. "Are you okay?" The woman in white walked forward and asked with concern. Looking up at the woman in white, a hint of gentleness flashed across the Emperor's face. but it was immediately replaced by a trace of coldness. He said in a deep voice, "This is simply outrageous. How dare they brazenly attack my imperial capital mountain? We can only blame ourselves for underestimating them in the past." The woman in white sighed. "I promise that this will never happen again." The emperor turned his hands and asked, "How is my daughter?" The woman in white waved her hand, and Princess Yuxian's remnant soul appeared. She said, "She's just too heavily injured and fainted. Her life is not in danger." "That's good. Father loves this girl the most. If anything happens to her, when he comes back, he will skin me alive." The emperor heaved a sigh of relief. The woman in white smiled and asked, "What about Qin Badian? He has already escaped. But I really don't understand. He's just an ant from a low-level civilization. How can he have such an outrageous origin power?" The emperor was furious. Every time he thought of the mysterious young man, he couldn't help but go crazy. If it wasn't for the origin power in the young man's hands, he would have already died. The performance of these people is really surprising. And now, apart from Qin Badian, Qin Feiyang and the others are more difficult to deal with than before. The white-robed woman was deeply worried. The emperor looked at her suspiciously. "Previously, when I hurried to the Myriad Demons Valley, my daughter had already fallen into their hands. I had no choice but to take out a portion of my origin energy to exchange with them." The white-clothed woman sighed. "What?" The emperor's face turned pale, and he hurriedly asked, "How much origin energy did you give them?" "1/3. The woman in white said. "So many?" The emperor's expression froze on the spot. These people were already so powerful. Now that they had 1/3 of the source energy, wouldn't they be even more difficult to deal with in the future? "That's not right. Isn't our daughter protected by the domain of death? How did she fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others?" "The domain of death is a defensive barrier that Lord Father created using the supreme profundity of the law of death. You and I both know how powerful it is. Apart from the power of the origin, there is nothing that can break it." The emperor frowned. "I'm not sure about this either. We'll have to wait until our daughter wakes up, or summon Dong Qingyuan and the others to come and ask them. But it's said that, this time, the people who went to encircle Qin Feiyang and the others all self-destructed." The white-clothed woman sighed. Who would have thought that the strength of just a few people could shake the entire central dynasty and make them fall into such a sorry state? They all self-destructed. The emperor found it hard to accept this fact. Because when he left the Myriad Demons Valley, everything was still under control. This time, our central dynasty has suffered a great loss. Let's go. Let's go down and see if there is any damage to the forbidden area of our imperial capital mountain. Everyone's soul fragments are all there, so nothing can happen to the forbidden area. The white-clothed woman supported the emperor and walked out of the Star River step by step. At the same time, Qin Feiyang changed his appearance and returned to Green Wind City. The news of the battle in the Myriad Demons Valley had already spread in the Central Dynasty. Therefore, Green Wind City was also talking about it. "What did you say?" "Qin Feiyang and the others fought against the emperor and the others in the Myriad Demons Valley? They are too bold, aren't they? They even dared to face the emperor directly? What's the result? Who won and who lost? I don't know. There is no doubt that our central dynasty will win. After all, it is said that the emperor has gathered all the experts of the will of heaven in the central dynasty, including the monster kings of the Kunpengsi region and the beast kings of the Sky Dragon mountain range. If we still can't kill Qin Feiyang and the others, then it is too unreasonable. So, our central dynasty can finally return to peace." Hearing these discussions, Qin Feiyang smiled without saying anything and went straight to the city lord mansion. Ji Xiaowu had been in the backyard. Seeing Qin Feiyang come back alive, he was slightly stunned. Then he looked around and found that there was indeed no one around. He quickly got up and ran to Qin Feiyang and whispered, "Qin Dage, are you okay? Do I look like I'm not okay?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Ji Xiaowu looked up and down at Qin Feiyang carefully. He didn't lose an arm or a leg, nor did he have any serious injuries. It seemed that he was really okay. However, this was too incredible. Didn't the rumors say that the emperor had gathered all the experts of the will of heaven to besiege them in the myriad demons valley? How could they escape unscathed? Are you hoping that something will happen to us? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. No. I have been quite worried. Ji Xiaowu quickly waved his hand. You are worried about us? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked curiously, why? I don't know either. Anyway, I am quite worried about you. Ji Xiaowu shook his head. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. It seemed that senior brother Crazy didn't misjudge him. This kid was still a person with a conscience. Where are the others? Seeing that only Qin Feiyang came back, Ji Xiaowu asked suspiciously. They are all resting in the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and walked toward the pavilion. Ji Xiaowu quickly followed behind him and asked expectantly, Qin Dage, what is the final result? Did you win or did the emperor and the others win? Don't worry. There will be news soon. Qin Feiyang entered the pavilion without looking back and sat in front of the tea table. He finally relaxed. Ji Xiaowu was very sensible. He immediately squatted aside and began to make tea. Looking at this little guy, Qin Feiyang's eyes were a bit complicated. Although this kid was indeed likable, he was still from the Central Dynasty after all. It was really difficult to determine his future position. Qin Dage, I really admire you. I can't believe you're able to fight against all of our Central Dynasty's will of heaven. If I were as strong as you, I wouldn't be unable to protect my mother. Ji Xiaowu shook his head and sighed as he made tea. Do you hate your mother's death? Qin Feiyang asked. Ji Xiaowu's body stiffened. After a moment of silence, he continued to make tea and nodded, Of course I do. But Dong Daqian is your biological grandfather after all. Qin Feiyang said. I know. But has he ever treated me as his biological grandson? Never. So now, there is only hatred in my heart for him. I want to take revenge on him. At this point, Ji Xiaowu couldn't control the murderous intent in his heart. He exerted a little force and the teapot almost shattered. Revenge, Qin Feiyang murmured. Ji Xiaowu poured tea and sat opposite Qin Feiyang. Looking at the silent Qin Feiyang, he asked, Qin Dage, are you against my revenge? Against? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. This is your personal matter. Why should I object? Besides, you are not a child. You have your own opinions and the right to choose. I just want to tell you that since you have decided to do it, don't regret it. I won't regret it. Ji Xiaowu's eyes were firm. Because he knew too well the harm Dong Daqian had caused to his family. If it weren't for Dong Daqian, his family of 3 might still be living in seclusion in the mountains, living a peaceful and carefree life. So he hated. Why did he forcibly separate them? Why did he break their peaceful life? Why did he force his mother to death? It's good that you have this awareness. I can't help you much. When I master the will of heaven, I will give you other inheritances if you need them. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Thank you, Qin Dage. Giving me the inheritance is already the greatest help you can give me. I won't be greedy, Ji Xiaowu said gratefully. But go do your work. If there's any movement, inform me immediately, Qin Feiyang said. But Ji Xiaowu nodded and was about to get up and leave. Young city lord. But at this moment, a guard hurriedly ran over. Ji Xiaowu turned to look at the guard. The imperial bodyguard entered the main hall and bowed to Qin Feiyang. Greetings, Sir Consecrator. No need to be so polite. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Ji Xiaowu looked at the guard in confusion. I just received news that the battle between Qin Feiyang and the Emperor and the others in the Thousand Demons Valley has caused huge losses to the Central Dynasty. The guard said with a frightened look. Losses? Ji Xiaowu was stunned. It is said that within 100 million miles around the Thousand Demons Valley, people were in a terrible situation and blood flowed like a river. Many cities were affected and there were countless casualties. Even the imperial capital mountains suffered a great calamity. The guard said. The imperial capital mountain. Ji Xiaowu was shocked. Qin Feiyang's eyes were also filled with curiosity. I heard that a man named Long Chen and a man named Qin Batian went to the imperial capital mountain one after another and almost razed it to the ground. Even the emperor was seriously injured. The guard nodded. Ji Xiaowu's face was full of shock and even his breathing was a little rapid. Chapter 45-24. This was too strong. What kind of existence was the emperor? For people like Ji Xiaowu, the emperor was a god. The god in his heart had been seriously injured. One could imagine how big of an impact this news had on him. Furthermore, there's also news saying that the people that went to encircle and annihilate Qin Feiyang's group were practically all annihilated. Even Princess Yu Xian would have died at the hands of Qin Feiyang's group had it not been for her mother's timely arrival. The guard said, "Too strong. He's ridiculously strong." Ji Xiaowu murmured. The most important thing was, this terrifying existence was sitting right in front of him at this very moment. Qin Feiyang looked at the guard and asked, "What about Qin Batian? I heard that he has escaped. Speaking of which, we are really lucky. Fortunately, they didn't kill us in Green Wind City. Otherwise, we would have gone to see the King of Hell." The guard said with lingering fear. "Don't talk nonsense." Ji Xiaowu stared at the guard. The guard was stunned. Did he say something wrong? "You can leave now. If there is any news, report to me immediately." Ji Xiaowu didn't explain and waved his hand. The guard nodded respectfully and then turned to leave with a suspicious look. Qin Feiyang looked at Ji Xiaowu speechlessly and said, "Don't be so obvious. Are you afraid that others don't know that I am Qin Feiyang?" Ji Xiaowu scratched his head and laughed dryly. He was worried that the guard would talk too much and go too far, so he chased the guard away. "It's okay to talk about it. I am not such a petty person. Let's talk about it later. I am an enemy of the Central Dynasty. It is normal for the guards to talk about me behind my back." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If he was angry over such a small matter, wouldn't he be angered to death? "Ta." Ji Xiaowu laughed dryly and bowed. "Then have a good rest." Qin Feiyang nodded. Ji Xiaowu turned and walked out of the pavilion. He closed the door and looked up at the sky. He could not hide the admiration on his face as he murmured, "They are really too powerful. I really hope that one day I can be like them. No, as long as I can be 1/10 of them, I will be satisfied." In the hall, Qin Feiyang sat in front of the tea table and pondered for a moment. Then he stood up and entered the Black Tortoise world. As long as the mysterious youth escaped safely, he could rest in peace. Tea garden. Other than the frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf, who were still drinking, the others had already returned to their respective residences and were concentrating on cultivating. After all, in the outside world, a few years had passed in the Black Tortoise world. "What's the situation outside?" White-eyed wolf asked. "It's all right. The young man has escaped. But when I was in the glacier, I met 2 ghost mask people. They've been tailing us all this time." Qin Feiyang said. "What? Tailing us? Ghost mask man? Who are they? How dare they tail us? Are they looking for death?" The 2 suddenly stood up. Their bodies reeked of alcohol and murderous intent. Calm down, calm down." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, motioning the 2 to sit down. Then he briefly explained the situation. The frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. "What's going on? Someone actually came to cooperate with them? You mean there's a third force in the Central Dynasty?" The frenzied one frowned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's really interesting." The white-eyed wolf laughed. They thought that the Central Dynasty was an iron plate. Unexpectedly, there were undercurrents surging. The origin of these people is very mysterious. It's better to be careful. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Yes." The 2 nodded. Boom. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from a courtyard. In the sky, a cloud suddenly appeared. "Yes." The 3 of them looked up. Was this the sign of the arrival of the will of heavens? In that case, someone was about to master the will of heavens. Soon, a blood-red figure flew out and landed in the sky. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at this person and couldn't help but smile. Because this person was Li Feng. This kid has finally mastered the will of heavens. But speaking of which, his talent and comprehension are indeed a bit weaker than the ancestor demon and the others. The white-eyed wolf said. The frenzied one nodded. Because Li Feng had already mastered 2 ultimates when he was in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure and devoured the souls of the dead. In other words, at first, he walked in front of the ancestor demon and the others. But now, the ancestor demon and the others had mastered the will of heavens before him. This was enough to show that even if they had opened the door of potential and had the same inheritance, their comprehension and talent were still worse than the ancestor demon and the others. In the past, the reason why Li Feng improved faster than the ancestor demon and the others was because of the demonic book that the ancestor blood imparted to him. Otherwise, the current Li Feng might not even have stepped into the dominator realm. It could be said that, in the first half of his life, the ancestor blood created Li Feng, and in the second half, Qin Feiyang created Li Feng. Qin Dage, Brother Lunatic, Brother Wolf. After integrating with the will of heavens, Li Feng impatiently ran in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, as if waiting for them to praise him. Young man, be more steady. Don't be cocky just because you have mastered the will of heavens. Lunatic joked with a smile. Ha, Li Feng smiled. Kid, you also missed a good show. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. What good show? Li Feng looked at the 3 suspiciously. Of course, the battle with the Central Dynasty. But it doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We are very optimistic about you. Perform well. The white-eyed wolf patted Li Feng's shoulder, looking like an old man, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. I will. Li Feng nodded. His expression was very solemn and serious. Why was he so eager to become stronger? In the past, it was because he wanted revenge. But now, it was because he wanted to protect the people around him. He had already lost all his family members, so he silently swore that he would never lose these brothers who treated him like their own brothers. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang and Lunatic, saying with a smirk, coincidentally, this kid has mastered the will of heavens. To celebrate, why don't we make a trip to Emperor Capital Mountain again? Qin Feiyang and Lunatic looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. Make a trip to Emperor Capital Mountain again? What did that mean? Think about it. The will of heaven's powerhouses of the Central Dynasty have all self-destructed in Myriad Devil Valley. That means that now, apart from the Emperor and his wife, no one in the Central Dynasty can threaten us. So, why don't we take advantage of their weakness and suddenly kill our way to Emperor Capital Mountain and destroy their split divine souls in advance? In this way, won't they be completely dead? The white-eyed wolf laughed. Good idea. Li Feng's eyes lit up. Good Myas. Qin Feiyang and Lunatic glared at him. Isn't it good? Li Feng scratched his head. You just came out of seclusion and don't know what's going on. Why are you still blindly cheering? Lunatic was speechless. This damn wolf cub was really something. As long as he was free, he would come up with all kinds of unreliable ideas. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, although the Central Dynasty's vitality has been greatly damaged, just the Emperor and his wife alone isn't something we can contend against. Therefore, going to the Imperial Capital Mountain is just courting death. You're courting death? Li Feng was shocked and hurriedly looked at the white-eyed wolf. Brother Wolf, you're a scammer. And he said that he was going to celebrate? He was clearly bringing him to his death. Who are you calling a scammer? Impudent, believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson. The white-eyed wolf raised his brows and glared angrily. Ha! Li Feng hurriedly smiled. Although he had now grasped the will of the heavens, he did not dare to challenge the white-eyed wolf. Even if we can't go to Emperor Capital Mountain, we can still go to the top 10 clans. I don't believe that the souls left behind by these people are also in Emperor Capital Mountain. The white-eyed wolf sneered. This proposal, Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded. It's feasible. Then shall we act now? When the ingrate heard this, he immediately became excited. Qin Feiyang stopped the white-eyed wolf. His eyes flashed and said, Compared to the top 10 clans, I care more about the monster kings of the Kunping Sea region and the beast kings of the Sky Dragon Mountain range. Monster kings, beast kings. The white-eyed wolf murmured. That's right. The top 10 clans in total only have more than 3,000 will of the heavens experts. And the monster kings and beast kings of the Kunping Sea region and Sky Dragon Mountain range add up to 20,000. If we can capture them all, it will be a real profit. The lunatic nodded. Moreover, if they could capture these monster kings and beast kings, they would be able to obtain more than 100,000 ultimate arcana inheritances. Not only would it greatly weaken the overall strength of the central dynasty, but they would also be able to obtain so many inheritances. It was killing two birds with one stone. How about this? We will split into 3 groups. I will take Li Feng to the top 10 clans, and the 2 of you will go to the Kunping Sea region and Sky Dragon Mountain range. The white-eyed wolf pondered for a while and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, The 2 of you will go to the top 10 clans? I'm afraid it won't be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. The lunatic despised. What did you say? The white-eyed wolf immediately slammed the stone table and roared, Do you know that you are humiliating me? The top 10 clans did not even have a single will of the heavens expert. He could kill a large number of them with a wave of his hand. How dare he say it won't be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth? What senior brother said makes sense. When we were in the Thousand Demons Valley, the top 10 clans might not have all moved. Besides, as the top 10 clans of the Central Dynasty and the closest relatives of the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, how could they not have powerful Dominator divine weapons? Maybe the top 10 clans all have peak-level Dominator divine weapons. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Then they really couldn't act recklessly. And once we act, we will definitely alert the enemy. The other clans, including the Kunping Sea region and Sky Dragon Mountain range, will definitely immediately protect the divine souls of these people and even move them to the Emperor Capital Mountain. In other words, we only have one chance to act. So, we have to act from the side that will benefit the most. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The side that would benefit the most was undoubtedly the monster kings of the Kunping Sea region and the beast kings of the Sky Dragon Mountain range. Chapter 45-25. The madman pondered. If that's the case, the Kunping Sea region has rules and restrictions, which is somewhat troublesome. Why don't we go to the Sky Dragon Mountain range? Sky Dragon Mountain range, Qin Feiyang whispered. It seems that until now, they still don't know where the Sky Dragon Mountain range is. Where's the Sea Lion Monster King? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 and asked suspiciously, Why haven't I seen this guy before? The white-eyed wolf said, This guy, as soon as he came to the Black Tortoise realm, he said that he wanted to see the scenery of the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang immediately closed his eyes. His perception extended infinitely. In an instant, it covered the entire Black Tortoise realm. Don't say. The current Black Tortoise realm, according to Qin Feiyang's estimation, is already comparable to 4 eastern continents. In other words, excluding the Sky Cloud Sea, the current size of the Black Tortoise realm is comparable to the 4 continents of the Sky Cloud realm. It's almost catching up to the Sky Cloud realm. So, he found the Sea Lion Monster King. The Sea Lion Monster King transformed into a human form and was drinking in a restaurant in a city. He was hugging women on both sides and was very happy. He really knows how to enjoy. Qin Feiyang muttered. What is he doing? The madman and the white-eyed wolf were curious. Besides having fun, what else can he do? Qin Feiyang shook his head. A Monster King is also so flirtatious. With a thought, the Sea Lion Monster King immediately appeared in front of him. Being inexplicably teleported to the tea garden made the Sea Lion Monster King a little confused. In his hand there was a wine jar. On his face and neck, there were also a few eye-catching lip marks. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at this scene and the corners of their mouths twitched. They really didn't expect the Sea Lion Monster King to like this. It's quite comfortable. Qin Feiyang stared at the Sea Lion Monster King with a dark face. Now, everyone is racing against time to cultivate, but this guy is actually still in the mood to eat, drink and play. What's comfortable? The sea lion monster king played dumb. N. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Playing dumb with him? This experience was really tough. Let's drink some wine and relax. The sea lion demon king chuckled. His expression was extremely unnatural. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He pretended to be addicted and asked, "Then how did the lipstick marks on your face and neck come about?" Lipstick? Hearing this, the sea lion demon king hurriedly wiped his hands. Finally, he looked at his hands and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang, asking, "Is it? Why didn't I see it?" "You've wiped it clean." "Of course I can't see it." The white-eyed wolf was speechless. Madman's expression was also extremely strange. He looked at Sea Lion and said, "Don't you know that old Qin is the ruler of the Black Tortoise world? If he wants to know what you are doing, all he needs is a single thought." The sovereign has such an ability? The sea lion demon king was stunned. When Madman heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes. This was something that even an idiot could think of, yet this fellow had not thought of it. How did he cultivate to this level? How did he become the demon king of Kunpengsi region? "Ha!" The sea lion demon king laughed dryly and looked at Qin Feiyang. "I'm sorry this? I just couldn't help it. But don't worry, I'm not a womanizer. I just asked them to accompany me for a drink." Stop. Qin Feiyang reached out and interrupted the sea lion demon king's words, asking, "Where is the Sky Dragon Mountain Range?" Sky Dragon Mountain Range? The sea lion demon king was taken aback. Why did he suddenly ask about this place? Could it be these guys aren't going to stop and are preparing to kill their way to the Sky Dragon Mountain Range? Don't say you don't know. Madman looked at him unkindly. I know. The sea lion demon king quickly nodded. His eyes turned slightly as he looked at Li Feng suspiciously and asked, "Who is this? Why haven't I seen him before?" "Li Feng, our little brother." "Don't change the topic. Say it quickly." The white-eyed wolf said impatiently. The sea lion demon king did want to change the topic, but who would have thought that the white-eyed wolf didn't fall for it at all? Alright. The Sky Dragon Mountain Range is located in the Far East. It's also the easternmost part of the Central Dynasty. It's vast and boundless, the Sea Lion Demon King said. But Qin Feiyang and the other three didn't want to hear the latter part of the sentence at all. What vast geography? What boundless horizon? It was all nonsense. As a force of the Central Dynasty, the Sky Dragon Mountain Range must be vast. Is there a need to say more? Coordinates. The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. After saying so much, this guy just doesn't want to go to the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. I've never seen such a timid person. The dragon god was seriously injured, and his sovereign divine weapon is now in their hands. All the beast kings have lost their physical bodies. What else is there to be afraid of? What coordinates do you want? Just lead the way. Qin Feiyang got up and smiled. This guy doesn't want to go, but he wants me to go. Spare me. I still have to comprehend the laws and integrate the inheritance. The Sea Lion Demon King looked at Qin Feiyang with a bitter face. Now that you know you have to comprehend the laws and integrate the inheritance, what were you doing earlier? After saying that, Qin Feiyang grabbed the Sea Lion Demon King and led the other three out of the Black Tortoise realm. After changing their appearances, the five of them smoothly left the city. Now in the city, it was even more lively. Everyone was talking about their deeds. There were voices of awe and also voices of insults. But these, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't care. After experiencing countless life and death situations, they had long been used to these rumors. After leaving the city, the Sea Lion Demon King opened a space-time tunnel and reluctantly led Qin Feiyang and the other three to the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. In the Far East, the easternmost part of the Central Dynasty. This was a vast stretch of mountains and rivers. The mountains stood tall and majestic. Numerous old trees stood tall and straight, towering into the sky. The thinnest old tree required 2 or 3 people to surround it. The thickest ancient tree would probably require dozens of adults holding hands to encircle it. Looking from afar, some of the ancient trees were like giant mountains. One could imagine this mountain range had existed for many years. In the mountain, Fierce beasts were everywhere. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, everything was there. Some fierce beasts were as big as a mountain range. Some fierce beasts were as long as a mountain ridge. There were also some fierce beasts that were as small as mosquitoes. But without exception, they all exuded a terrifying might. Beside the entrance of the mountain range, there was a towering mountain peak with precipitous cliffs. On the bare cliff, there were 4 large words engraved with a murderous aura. Sky Dragon Mountain Range. With the arrival of Qin Feiyang and the others, the fierce beasts in the mountains suddenly became chaotic. It's Qin Feiyang. Madmanimo. Golden-winged Wolf King. Sea Lion Demon King. That's right. They look exactly the same as the description in the wanted portrait. Didn't they just escape from the Thousand Devil Valley? Why did they come to our Sky Dragon Mountain Range? Could it be that they're here to take revenge on us? Run! There were also some bold, fierce beasts that ran out in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, berating, "This is not a place you should be, get lost immediately." Get lost. The white-eyed wolf said. In his eyes, killing intent flashed. Feeling the killing intent of the white-eyed wolf, no matter how bold the fierce beasts were, they couldn't bear it and immediately turned into frightened birds and fled. The group of 5 stepped into the mountain range and scrupulously as if there was no one there. Where is the lair of the dragon god? Li Feng turned his head to look at the Sea Lion Demon King and asked. It's actually at the Sky Dragon Lake. It's located in the central area of the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. The Sea Lion Demon King said casually. He didn't put Li Feng in his eyes at all, unlike when he was facing Qin Feiyang and the others. According to Li Feng's temper in the past, he would have already killed them. But now, he also directly ignored him. Because he had followed Qin Feiyang for so long and was influenced by him, his mentality had already changed. Stop! You can't be so unreasonable. Trespassing into someone else's home for no reason. Suddenly, a few more fierce beasts ran out. These ferocious beasts had mastered 5 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws and were only a step away from the will of the heavenly Tao. Their plan was, since they couldn't beat these fierce beasts, they would reason with them. It was quite sullen to say that. Ferocious beasts were actually forced to reason with humans. Who's reasonable with you? Madman glanced at the beasts and said to the Sea Lion Demon King, go directly to the Sky Dragon Lake. There were no rules or restrictions in the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. So, as long as you have enough strength, you can directly teleport anywhere. However, the Sea Lion Demon King was a bit troubled. What's wrong? Madman was suspicious. The Sea Lion Demon King smiled. Although I know the existence of the Sky Dragon Lake, I have never been there, so I don't have the coordinates of the Sky Dragon Lake. Madman was speechless. A dignified demon king actually hadn't even been to the Sky Dragon Lake? There's no other way. The Sky Dragon Lake is the lair of the dragon god. Except for big shots like Kunping, we demon kings are not qualified to set foot there. The Sea Lion Demon King laughed dryly. You still want to go to the Sky Dragon Lake? Preposterous. What's the difference between you and bandits? The few fierce beasts in front angrily rebuked. It's so noisy. Little brother, shut them up and force them to tell you the standard of the Sky Dragon Lake. The white-eyed wolf picked his ears and said lightly. Li Feng nodded. Taking a step forward, he rushed towards the beasts. The beasts looked at Li Feng suspiciously. This human didn't seem to be on the wanted list of the emperor. Moreover, they hadn't heard of any amazing deeds. Thus, they thought that this was just an ordinary human. Boom. The beast's eyes flashed fiercely. This was looking down on them too much, asking an ordinary human to deal with them. One after another, the ultimate profound of the strongest law appeared. A total of more than 20. The aura was quite scary. But Li Feng's face was full of disdain. Boom. The next moment, the 6 ultimate profound appeared, and the will of heavenly Tao erupted. Well, it's actually a powerhouse with the will of heavenly Tao. The ferocious beasts were stunned. The Sea Lion Demon King also looked at Li Feng in astonishment. A powerhouse with the will of heavenly Tao, why hadn't he heard of it from Qin Feiyang and the others before? Boom. The 6 ultimate profound of the strongest law carried the will of heavenly Tao. Accompanied by a loud bang, more than 20 ultimate profound of the other party were annihilated on the spot. The ferocious beasts also let out miserable shrieks. Their bodies immediately exploded in the void, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Chapter 45:26. Damn. He's also a fierce man. Fortunately, he only grasped 6 ultimate profound meanings, while this king grasped 7. My strength is still above his. The sea lion beast king muttered. Li Feng waved his hand and suppressed the souls of the beasts, saying, "Tell me the coordinates of the heavenly dragon lake." Impossible. The souls of the beasts shook their heads. You're courting death. A bloody light suddenly appeared in Li Feng's eyes. The sea lion beast king, who had his back facing him, hadn't felt it yet. However, the pupils of the beasts couldn't help but shrink, as if a demon king was awakening in front of them. About this point it was not wrong at all, because as the disciple of the blood ancestor, Li Feng was known as the little demon in the sky cloud realm. Countless living beings trembled in fear upon hearing his name. We'll talk. Unable to withstand Li Feng's murderous aura, the beasts quickly told him the coordinates of the heavenly dragon lake. The bloody light in Li Feng's eyes also dissipated. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Qin Dage, what should we do with their souls? The ultimate mysteries can't be wasted." Qin Feiyang smiled. Understood. Li Feng bared his teeth. He immediately sealed the souls of the beasts and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. Immediately after, the souls of the beasts were suppressed in the soul-sealing valley by Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Madman also began to open a space-time tunnel. The group of 5 stepped into the tunnel one after another and soon arrived above a lake. This lake was the Heavenly Dragon Lake. The lake was calm and clear like a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and the blazing sun. And the lake was huge. There was no end in sight. Qin Feiyang and the others immediately released their divine sense and began a carpet search of the Heavenly Dragon Lake. However, the huge Heavenly Dragon Lake was dead silent at this moment. There was not a single creature in the lake. As for the souls of the Dragon God and the Beast King, none of them were found. What's going on? The Heavenly Dragon Lake can be considered the holy land of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain Range. Shouldn't their split souls be hidden here? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Could it be their split souls are all on Imperial Capital Mountain? Madman was bewildered. Imperial Capital Mountain, the white-eyed wolf muttered. He suddenly swept his gaze towards the mountain range behind him. His divine sense flooded out, and soon he saw countless vicious beasts in the mountains. These ferocious beasts were hiding in the mountains, staring at them in horror. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's battle soul, the heaven-swallowing beast, roared. The oppression of the sovereign of all beasts shrouded the world. All the ferocious beasts felt like they were about to suffocate under this pressure. Answer me. Where are the divine souls of the dragon god and the various beast kings? If you don't speak, I'll kill all of you. The white-eyed wolf roared angrily, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Their souls have already been transferred to Imperial Capital Mountain, a ferocious beast exclaimed in horror. Transferred to Imperial Capital Mountain? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback for a moment, frowning. When did this happen? After the self-detonation. A beast said. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. After the self-detonation, they were transferred to Imperial Capital Mountain? It seemed that the dragon god might have expected that they would come to the Sky Dragon Mountain range to exterminate them, so he transferred them in advance. This person is quite smart. Madman's expression was rather annoyed. I think, not only the dragon god and the beast kings here, even the beast kings of the Kunpingxi region and the people of the top 10 families have already transferred their divine souls to Imperial Capital Mountain. Qin Feiyang whispered. Then didn't we come here for nothing? The white-eyed wolf's current mood was very bad. For nothing, Qin Feiyang murmured, glancing at the surrounding mountains and rivers, and sneered. With so many beasts, so many ultimate mysteries, so many resources, how could it be for nothing? The white-eyed wolf and the others were taken aback and immediately understood Qin Feiyang's meaning. Capturing the beasts of the Sky Dragon Mountain range and depriving them of their ultimate mysteries. Then let's do it. Madman laughed. The all-evil sword appeared. Boom. The will of heaven erupted. The sharpness swept across the world. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing as soon as I came out. Then I won't be polite. Puppet real body open? Li Feng laughed loudly, and the 3 puppet real bodies appeared. One after another, ultimate mysteries appeared, and like a demon god, they rushed into the mountains and rivers below. What is this? The Sea Lion Beast King looked at Li Feng's puppet real body with a dull expression. The 3 puppets could actually activate the ultimate mysteries, will of heaven? Isn't this the same logic as the 3,000 incarnations? Don't underestimate him. With his strength, he can kill you in seconds. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Sea Lion Beast King and smiled mockingly. He then activated the 3,000 incarnations and ordered, "Don't leave any beasts that have mastered the ultimate mysteries behind. Take them all away." The 3,000 incarnations grinned hideously, and like a pack of hungry wolves, they pounced into the mountains. Screams, wails, and curses resounded through the sky. To be able to kill me in seconds? The Sea Lion Beast King looked at Li Feng, who was crazily slaughtering the beasts, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Suddenly, Li Feng turned around and killed another group of beasts. The Sea Lion Beast King felt as if he was struck by lightning. This was because he finally saw Li Feng's blood-red eyes. It was like a demon, and it made one's heart turn cold. True enough. No one around Qin Feiyang was simple. Don't just stand there, hurry and help. Qin Feiyang glared at him. Okay. The Sea Lion Beast King nodded and immediately activated his ultimate mysteries and will of heaven to join the battle. There were many beasts in the Sky Dragon Mountain range. But at this moment, none of them had mastered the will of heaven. Therefore, in the face of Frenzy's group and Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations, they had no power to fight back and could only flee in panic. But in the end, they all fell into the hands of Frenzy's group one by one. Qin Feiyang himself was frantically plundering the resources of the Sky Dragon Mountain range. Under the Sky Dragon Mountain range, there were a large number of crystal veins and spirit veins. In the mountains, there were also many rare medicinal herbs. These were all treasures that could benefit the Black Tortoise world. Naturally, they couldn't let them go. About half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang and the others gathered at the entrance of the Sky Dragon Mountain range. The entire Sky Dragon Mountain range had been razed to the ground, destroyed in an instant. Moreover, not a single beast could be found. Even the beasts near the Sky Dragon Mountain range had long fled after hearing the news. There was dead silence within a radius of millions of miles. Let's go! Qin Feiyang smiled and raised his hand. The power of law rushed out and blasted the giant peak with the word Sky Dragon Mountain Range engraved on it. With a loud bang, the giant peak collapsed on the spot. Immediately, the group opened a space-time tunnel and left without looking back. Imperial Capital Mountain. The destroyed Imperial Capital Mountain was being repaired. In a temporary palace, the emperor was sitting on the throne above. The woman in white was sitting next to the emperor. Below, Dong Qingyuan, the dragon god, Kunpeng, Dong Hanzong, the inner demons, and Lu Jijin were also sitting on a chair. Except for the emperor and the woman in white, the inner demons and the others were still in soul form. Everyone was silent. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit heavy. Your Majesty! Suddenly, a hurried roar sounded. Following closely, a guard in golden armor hurriedly ran in. Seeing the panicked appearance of the guard, the emperor and the others couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. Could it be that something bad had happened again? Speak. The emperor suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said. The guard said in panic, there was news earlier, the Sky Dragon Mountain range. Speaking of this, the guard glanced at the dragon god, seemingly very afraid. Sky Dragon Mountain range? Everyone was stunned. The dragon god suddenly stood up and asked, how is my Sky Dragon Mountain range? The Sky Dragon Mountain range was razed to the ground by Qin Feiyang and the others, and those beasts that mastered the ultimate profound were all taken away by Qin Feiyang and the others. The guard said. What? The heavenly dragon god's body suddenly swayed and almost fell down. Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyuan, and Kunping's faces instantly turned gloomy. The emperor clenched his hands tightly. It seemed that he was also trying to control the anger in his heart. Sure enough, as we expected, they would go to the Sky Dragon mountain range to kill them all. Fortunately, your souls were transferred to the imperial capital mountain in advance, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The woman in white glanced at them and sighed. Hearing the words of the woman in white, Kunping and the dragon god couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Although they didn't have a physical body. Because what the woman in white said was the truth. If they didn't think of this in advance, not only the Sky Dragon mountain range and the beasts in the Sky Dragon mountain range, but also the dragon god and the other beast kings would have died tragically. But I don't understand, why did they take away the beasts in the Sky Dragon mountain range? The strength of these beasts isn't strong. The woman in white was suspicious. Empress, you have been in seclusion all year round, so you don't know. Qin Feiyang has a companion called Long Qin. This person has the soul-controlling technique, which can easily control others and deprive them of their ultimate profound. Now, they must have this plan by taking away the beasts in the Sky Dragon mountain range, to deprive all the beasts of their ultimate profound. Dong Qingyuan said in a deep voice. There's such a method? The woman in white was shocked. Their current strength is getting stronger and stronger, we can't continue like this. We have to think of a way to get rid of them as soon as possible. The emperor said with murderous intent. But as soon as these words came out, no one in the hall answered. Even the prideful Dong Hanzong remained silent at this moment. He was powerless. Lu Jijin glanced at this group of people, and his eyes suddenly flashed. He looked at the emperor and said with a faint smile, Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. What good suggestion do you have? In the Thousand Demons Valley, before the battle even started, your physical bodies were destroyed. From the beginning to the end, you didn't make any contribution to this battle. If I were you, I would be tactful and shut up. Dong Hanzong looked coldly at the inner demons and Lu Jijin. Can you blame us for this? At that time, Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly came out, and we were completely unprepared. We're lucky to be able to keep our lives. Let's talk about it later. Princess Yu Xian obviously has the origin force, but she didn't tell us. Otherwise, our physical bodies wouldn't have been destroyed. Speaking of which, she still doesn't trust us. The inner demon snorted. Listening to what you said, it's still the princess' fault? Dong Hanzong said angrily. All of you shut up. What's the point of discussing who's right and who's wrong now? The emperor stared at the inner demons and Dong Hanzong, his eyes full of anger. He then looked at Lu Jijin and said, Say, what suggestion? Chapter 45-27. Lu Jijin said, My suggestion is to have someone go to the 4 continents and bring the monarchs, human supremes, and divine kings here. What? Bring them to the central dynasty? Dong Qingyuan, Kunping, the dragon god, and Dong Hanzong were all dumbfounded. Even the emperor and his wife were puzzled. Even they couldn't do anything to Qin Feiyang and the others. What could the monarch and his wife do? You must be thinking that the monarch and his wife are useless in this battle, but that's not the case. The monarch has 3,000 incarnations, the divine king has the mark of the gods, and the divine king has the sword of faith. Most importantly, the monarch's 10 grandfathers and 5 grandmothers all have 3,000 incarnations. The reason why Qin Feiyang and the others didn't dare to kill the purple gold divine dragons in the 4 great continents is because they are afraid of the 15 old men. Think about it. If we invite them to the central dynasty, how much help will they be to us? Lu Jijin smiled. After hearing Lu Jijin's detailed explanation, the emperor was tempted. Your Majesty, please think twice. The 3 races are just livestock that we keep in the 4 great continents. How can the central dynasty face if we ask for help from a bunch of livestock? Dong Qingyun looked at the emperor and shouted. What did you say? Xen Mo's eyes darkened as she stared at Dong Qingyun. Who are you calling an animal? Say it again if you dare. I'll cripple you. Dong Qingyuan clenched his hands and glared at the inner demons. Did I say that? Of course. Because we were born in the 4 great continents. You said that the creatures in the 4 great continents are livestock. Doesn't that include us? But it's ridiculous. The creatures in the 4 great continents are loyal to the divine kingdom, but in your eyes, they're just livestock. I wonder what the creatures in the 4 great continents would think if they knew about this. The inner demons sneered. If they didn't treat the creatures in the 4 great continents as human beings, what was the point of the Central Dynasty existing? Such a vicious and inhumane group of people must be exterminated. Seeing that the inner demons were angry, Dong Qingyuan panicked and hurriedly explained, "You and your brother have entered the Central Dynasty and are no longer from the 4 great continents, so I didn't say anything about you." Dong Qingyuan, shut up. The woman in white raised her eyebrows and looked at Dong Qingyuan with an extremely displeased expression. She said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if the brothers are from the 4 great continents or not, you can't say such words. If word got out, the beings of the 4 continents would be the first ones to rebel against the Central Dynasty." Your Highness, I'll definitely watch my mouth in the future. I won't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Dong Qingyuan quickly lowered his head and apologized. Stupid thing. The white-robed woman mumbled. How could the Legion commander of the Death Legion say such words? She had known Dong Qingyuan for a long time. In the past, Dong Qingyuan was not someone who would shoot his mouth off. But why was Dong Qingyuan acting like a clown now, looking flustered and exasperated every day? The emperor looked at Dong Qingyuan with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. However, compared to the white-robed woman's confusion, he knew why Dong Qingyuan had become like this. On the one hand, he thought he was smart and offended the Lu brothers. As a result, he suffered the crazy revenge of the 2 brothers. On the other hand, it was because Qin Feiyang and the others had suffered losses at the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others time and time again, which had made Dong Qingyuan on the verge of collapse. However, even so, the emperor's trust in Dong Qingyuan had not changed. Because the emperor knew very well that even if Dong Qingyuan killed the family of the Lu brothers, his ultimate goal was to get rid of Qin Feiyang and the others to protect the peace of the divine kingdom. It was just that his methods were a bit extreme. In other words, putting everything else aside, no one was more loyal to the divine kingdom and the emperor than Dong Qingyuan. Because of this, the emperor had always been protecting him. The emperor was silent for a while. He looked at the Kuan Peng and the dragon god and asked, "What do you think of Lu Yunfeng's proposal?" The 2 of them looked at each other. "We agree with Lu Yunfeng's proposal. We have also heard of the dozen or so elders of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Not only do they have 3,000 incarnations, but they are also very powerful. Yes. Each of their 3,000 incarnations is equivalent to the combat power of 3,000 people. If they join the Central Dynasty, it will be like adding wings to a tiger for the Central Dynasty." The 2 of them expressed their opinions. They did not belong to the Death God army, so they did not need to consider Dong Qingyuan's attitude. "Since you are all the same, then let's do this. Immediately send people to the 4 great continents to bring them here," the emperor said. The woman in white looked at the emperor and shook her head. "Ordinary people can't bring them to the Central Dynasty." Hearing this, the emperor's face froze as if he suddenly thought of something. "Why do you say that?" Lu Jijin looked at the couple in confusion. The woman in white sighed. "You 2 don't know yet, but the Dong family and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan have many conflicts." Conflicts? Lu Jijin and the inner demons were stunned. "It's very complicated." "Fine. I'll go to the 4 great continents myself." The woman in white sighed. Her expression was full of helplessness. The emperor turned to look at the woman in white. He seemed to be opposed to it. "You are the emperor, so you have to take care of the emperor's face. But I'm different. I'm just an ordinary woman. Even if they want me to lower my head and beg them, it's nothing." The woman in white smiled. But the emperor frowned. The woman in white waved her hand and interrupted the emperor. "There are some things that someone has to face and solve. Running away is not the solution." The emperor was silent for a while. He grabbed the woman's hand and sighed. Then I'll leave it to you. But if those old things don't know what's good for them, you don't have to be polite with them. I know what to do. The woman in white smiled. What kind of conflict is it? Why is it so troublesome for the emperor and his wife? The inner demons and Lu Jijin looked at each other. Their hearts were full of doubts. The Black Tortoise Realm. Soul-sealing valley. Compared to the heavy atmosphere of the imperial capital mountain, the atmosphere here was very cheerful. Because this time, they had captured too many beasts. It might be the sum of the Sea Clan, Beast Clan, and Taboo Ocean's sea beasts that were captured in the 4 continents. Moreover, there were also hundreds of millions of spirit veins and crystal veins that were swept away. Could be said that a Sky Dragon mountain range could create a holy land. The person who had the hardest time depriving the ultimate profound was naturally Long Qin. But this time, Li Zhongxing, Qiao Shui, and the old poison didn't come to help. Because Qin Feiyang didn't call them at all. Because now they were at the critical moment of their seclusion. So, Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, Frenzy, Li Feng, Long Qin, Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qin, Dong Xingyang, Sea Lion Demon King, and Dong Qin, these people who had mastered the will of heaven personally took action to assist Long Qin. Looking at this scene, Dong Qin couldn't help but sigh. With Long Qin, not to mention terrifying people like Qin Feiyang, even an inconspicuous small family could become an overlord in a very short time. Because as long as Long Qin was here, there would be endless inheritances. She also realized, the most terrifying person in the Black Tortoise world wasn't Qin Feiyang, but this man named Long Qin. Without Long Qin, the people and beasts here wouldn't have grown so fast. Old Qin, this central dynasty is really not something the 4 continents can compare to. Just a Sky Dragon mountain range alone allowed us to obtain so many ultimate profound. Frenzy laughed. He didn't have the temperament of a blood demon king, but a wretched little old man. What a joke! Can the 4 continents be compared to the central dynasty? Let's talk about it later. The Sky Dragon mountain range is the base camp of the beasts. Any beast that can enter the Sky Dragon mountain range must at least master 1 ultimate profound. You guys caught all the beasts in the Sky Dragon mountain range in 1 fell swoop. How can there be less ultimate profound? Dong Qin said with a proud face. What are you proud of? Now, you're one of us, and have nothing to do with the central dynasty. Frenzy pursed his lips. Dong Qin wanted to refute. But for a moment, she couldn't find a reason to refute. She could only stomp her feet and stand aside sulking. And you have to thank us. If it weren't for our help, your mother would have followed in your father's footsteps. And your clansmen must have become ghosts under Dong Hanzong's hands. Frenzy laughed. Dong Qin's eyes trembled, and her hands suddenly clenched together. Murderous aura surged as she murmured, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qingyun, I will not let you go. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Dong Qin, and couldn't help but show a sympathetic look. This woman was infatuated with Dong Hanzong, but in the end, how did Dong Hanzong treat her? Clang. Suddenly, 2 loud noises sounded in the Devil's Land. But Qin Feiyang and the others didn't hear it. After all, the Black Tortoise boundary was comparable to the 4 continents of the Sky Cloud boundary. The distance between the Devil's Land and the Soul-Sealing Valley was also very far. Qin Dage, come back quickly. But in the next moment, Fire Lotus's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was startled and asked, what's the matter? Fire Lotus said, the 2 pinnacle sovereign divine weapons are resisting, and the castle seems to be unable to suppress them. What? They still dare to resist? Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly turned cold. He turned to look at Long Qin and said, I'll leave this place to you, I'll go back to the Devil's Land. Okay. Long Qin nodded. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and instantly arrived above the castle. Clang. Rumble. A series of deafening noises suddenly sounded in their ears. Qin Feiyang looked down and saw that the castle had already risen into the air and was suspended in the air. It was constantly trembling, and its aura was surging. Fire Lotus, Pei Hongyu, and Pei Dason were standing below, protecting the surrounding medicine fields and tea gardens with all their strength. Chapter 45-28. If it weren't for the three of them, the herbal field and tea garden would have been destroyed. Young master. They're struggling in the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang's arrival, Pei Dason was immediately wild with joy and hurriedly shouted. The two pinnacle sovereign divine weapons were brought to the Black Tortoise world by Qin Feiyang. They were suppressed in the cultivation room of the castle. A day outside was equivalent to 5,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. When they were brought in, the two sovereign divine weapons were heavily injured and had no power to resist. However, after years of recuperation in the Black Tortoise world, they had recovered a lot and wanted to escape. Thus, and that was why this scene had occurred. Let them out. Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy as he looked at the castle. They dared to act rashly in the Black Tortoise world. They were really reckless. Clang. With a loud sound, a stone door on the second floor of the castle opened and two broken sovereign divine weapons rushed out of the cultivation room. They were a bronze mirror and a divine pagoda. The bronze mirror was the size of a palm leaf fan and was bronze in color. There were skulls engraved around the frame of the mirror, giving it a ferocious look. There was also an ancient stone door engraved on the back of the mirror, giving off a mysterious aura. The divine pagoda was the size of a palm. Upon closer inspection, the palm-sized divine pagoda had 999 levels. It was completely black and had complex runes engraved on it. There were suns, moons, stars, mountains, rivers, and even ghosts. It gave off a strong sense of danger. However, even though they were two pinnacle sovereign divine weapons, Qin Feiyang didn't care about them. The two sovereign divine weapons broke out of the castle and prepared to escape the Devil's Land. This is the Black Tortoise world. Where can you escape to? Qin Feiyang said. The power of the Black Tortoise world's laws surged in from all directions and trapped the two sovereign divine weapons. The two sovereign divine weapons had only recovered a little and could barely exert some of their strength. Otherwise, with their level, it was impossible for the castle, which was a mid-level dominator weapon, to suppress them for so long. The Black Tortoise world. Since there's nowhere to run, we'll destroy the Black Tortoise world. The two sovereign divine weapons roared. Shatter the Black Tortoise world? You sure talk big. You should be glad that you didn't destroy the herb fields and tea gardens in the Devil's Land. Otherwise, even if you have pinnacle sovereign divine weapons, I would still kill you. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, the power of rules surged, suppressing the two sovereign divine weapons until they couldn't move at all. The Devil's Land was his headquarters. Whether it was the people he cared about or the things he cared about, they were all in the Devil's Land. For example, the tea plantation. If the tea garden was destroyed, he wouldn't even let go of a legendary dominator divine weapon, let alone a pinnacle dominator divine weapon. In his eyes, the value of a legendary dominator divine weapon couldn't compare to the value of a tea garden. Just let us go. The two sovereigns' divine weapons were terrified. Qin Feiyang looked at the two sovereign weapons and nodded. Fine, I'll let you go. However, the price is that your souls will be destroyed. Can you accept this price? The two divine weapons shuddered. It was clear that he wanted to destroy them. What is it? You also know fear? Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and said, Then I'll give you the second choice. Submit to me. Impossible. The two divine weapons didn't even hesitate and answered quite straightforwardly. Because they knew too well the methods of the Emperor and the Divine Kingdom's dominator. Traitors wouldn't have a good ending. Although Qin Feiyang and the others had already displayed terrifying methods, compared to the Emperor and the Divine Kingdom's dominator, they were still far from it. Is it really impossible? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Boom! The power of rules roared. The two sovereign divine weapons were immediately distorted by the pressure and screamed in pain. Following you is simply a road to death. It's better to be straightforward and let us die a little faster. But even so, the two sovereign divine weapons had no intention of compromising and continued to roar. Qin Feiyang frowned. It was really a bit difficult to deal with. It seemed that he could only suppress them in the soul-sealing valley first. Frankly speaking, if the two pinnacle dominator divine weapons were really destroyed, he would be a little reluctant. Immediately, He forcefully took the two sovereign divine weapons and landed in the sky above the soul-sealing valley. Long Chen and the others raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang and the two sovereign divine weapons with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. However, when they saw Qin Feiyang directly suppress the two sovereign divine weapons in the soul-sealing valley, they immediately understood what was going on. "It stinks," the two sovereign divine weapons roared. They didn't take it seriously at first, but when they entered the soul-sealing valley, they realized that the stench here could actually penetrate their bodies. It could even penetrate the bodies of the sovereign divine weapons. One could imagine how terrifying the stench here was. The stench here was to the point where it could prevent their bodies from healing. In fact, it wasn't the stench here that was preventing their bodies from healing, but the power of rules in the Black Tortoise world. Of course, this was Qin Feiyang's doing in the dark. After all, these two Pinnacle Dominator divine weapons would definitely cause chaos in the Black Tortoise world once their bodies were healed. "You guys stay here and think about it." Qin Feiyang looked at the two sovereign divine weapons and said indifferently. He then turned around and returned to Long Chen's side and continued to busy himself. "Imperial Capital Mountain. What are you thinking? Why did you let the monarch and the others come to the Central Dynasty to help the emperor and the others?" In a secluded place, the inner demons looked at Lu Jijin suspiciously. Facing this question, Lu Jijin smiled faintly and said, "Do you really think I'm helping the emperor and the others?" The inner demons lowered their heads and pondered. "Now, the battlefield between us and the Divine Kingdom has shifted to the Central Dynasty. And the Central Dynasty has always been in a state of lockdown. Even if the monarch and the others want to, they can't enter the Central Dynasty to help us. So, we have to find an opportunity to let the monarch and the others enter the Central Dynasty." Lu Jijin smiled. "So that's how it is." The inner demons nodded in realization. On the surface, it was to let the monarch and the others come to the Central Dynasty to help the emperor and the others, but in reality, it was to help themselves. The future battlefield was already destined to be in the Central Dynasty. If they didn't think of a way to bring the monarch and the others to the Central Dynasty, they wouldn't be able to help in the end. On the contrary, as long as the monarch and the others entered the Central Dynasty, coupled with the current strength and foundation of Qin Feiyang and the others, there was no doubt that they would have a higher chance of winning against the Central Dynasty. At this moment, the inner demons couldn't help but admire Lu Jijin's brain. He was really worthy of being called a brain. Also on the same night, Tianxian City. This was one of the top 10 super cities. The top 10 super cities were the clans of the top 10 direct descendant families. The owner of Tianxian City was the 10th direct descendant family. The family head was called Dong Liming, and he was a powerhouse of the will of heaven. He didn't participate in the battle in the Myriad Demons Valley. Because such a big city, such a big family definitely needed one or two powerhouses of the will of heaven to stay behind. Late at night, Dong Liming sat in the pavilion of the mansion, with a pot of green tea on the stone table in front of him. The fragrance of the tea assailed his nostrils. But at this moment, he wasn't in the mood to drink tea. His face was full of worry. Originally, he thought that this time in the Myriad Demons Valley, he would definitely be able to get rid of Qin Feiyang and the others. But he didn't expect that even with the power of the entire Central Dynasty, the other party still escaped. This was not the most important thing. Because even if Qin Feiyang and the others escaped, their target would definitely be the Imperial Capital Mountain and the Death God Army. So at first, he wasn't too worried. But not long after, there was news of a bloodbath in the Sky Dragon Mountain range. This time, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Obviously, this was the revenge of Qin Feiyang and the others. So he was very terrified. Qin Feiyang and the others had massacred the Sky Dragon Mountain range. Would they also massacred the top 10 direct descendant families? Now, the powerhouses of the will of heaven in the clan were all seriously injured and lost their physical bodies. They were all recuperating in the Imperial Capital Mountain. He was the only powerhouse of the will of heaven left in the entire Tianxian City. If Qin Feiyang and the others really came, would he be able to stop them with his strength alone? There was no doubt at all. He couldn't stop them. So, Dong Liming was now passing every moment in nervousness. He couldn't help but panic at the slightest movement. "You haven't rested yet?" A beautiful woman walked out of the attic and came to Dong Liming's side, gently rubbing Dong Liming's shoulder. "Madam, how can I sleep?" Dong Liming reached out and grabbed the woman's hand, his heart full of bitterness. How could a few people from a low-level civilization cause such trouble in the divine kingdom? The woman let out a weak sigh and comforted him. "Don't worry too much. Things will pass. You have to believe in His Majesty and the Central Dynasty. I hope it will pass soon so that we don't have to be on tenterhooks every day." Dong Liming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ever since Qin Feiyang and the others broke into the Central Dynasty, the people of the top 10 direct descendant families had not been at ease for a single day. Because the top 10 direct descendant families were all close relatives of the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. In their opinion, Qin Feiyang and the others would definitely be the first to attack them when they entered the Central Dynasty. But fortunately, so far, Qin Feiyang and the others hadn't appeared. But this time, Dong Liming really couldn't stay calm. Because the top 10 direct descendant families had taken the initiative to encircle Qin Feiyang and the others more than once. The first time was in Hanzhong City. The second time was in the 10,000 Demons Valley. There was a saying that one shouldn't do something more than 3 times. Even if Qin Feiyang and the others ignored them again, 2 encirclements in a row would definitely attract the attention of these people. But let's go and have a good rest. Maybe His Majesty has already thought of a way to deal with them when he wakes up. The woman smiled. Dong Liming nodded and took a deep breath. He got up and walked out of the pavilion with the woman in his arms, towards the attic. But at this moment, the couple seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked up at the sky. Under the moonlight, there were 10 figures standing in the sky. These 10 people were wearing black robes and ghost masks on their faces. It was impossible to tell whether they were men or women. There was no aura around them at all. Under the moonlight, they were like 10 ghosts. "Who are you?" The couple immediately turned pale with fright. Chapter 45:29. A hoarse voice came out from under the mask, revealing a kind of ruthless coldness, like a devil from hell. Just said 2 words, Dong Liming and his wife had a premonition of uneasiness in their hearts. "We are your nightmares, and now we are coming to take your life." The hoarse voice smiled ferociously, raised old and dry, like a bone claw, waved hard in the void, and said coldly, "No one is left, kill." When the voice fell, the 9 ghost mask men behind him immediately broke out a terrifying momentum. Followed closely, the ultimate profound came out. Every ultimate profundity contained the will of the heavenly Tao. "Go to hell, repent." 9 people, like hungry wolves, rushed to the city below. With a wave of the hand, a large number of buildings were destroyed and thousands of people were killed in seconds. "Damn it. Why do you want to do this? Could it be that you were sent by Qin Feiyang?" Dong Liming roared. No comment. The hoarse voice with a sinister smile. "Bastard!" Dong Liming roared. The ultimate profound appeared, and the will of heaven broke out, killing the ghost mask man in the sky. His strength was not weak. He had mastered the ultimate profound of 7 strongest laws. He was worthy of being the head of the direct family. However, the ghost mask man in the sky, his eyes were full of contempt. Clang. There was a loud noise. A black giant sickle appeared in front of the masked man. The giant sickle was 5 or 6 meters long, dark as ink, and crescent-shaped. Every sawtooth on it was the size of a baby's palm, exuding a piercing edge. At the end of the handle of the giant sickle, there was a black skull inlaid, which looked particularly ferocious. "This is..." Dong Liming's face changed. The ghost mask man smiled, holding the giant sickle to kill. With a loud bang, the 7 ultimate profound containing the will of heaven were smashed on the spot. "Peak level, master divine weapon." Dong Liming cried in disbelief, quickly looked at the woman next to him, and shouted, "Madam, run, remember to report to His Majesty the Emperor. No one can escape." The ghost mask man grinned. The giant scythe in his hand flew out. Under the moonlight, it flickered with a terrifying light. Before the woman could run a few meters away, her entire body was split into two by the giant scythe. She died on the spot in an extremely tragic manner. "Madam," looking at the woman lying in a pool of blood, Dong Liming bared his teeth and roared madly. "Don't blame us for being ruthless. This is the retribution that your Dong family deserves." Ghost head mask people smirk. The old man waved his hand, and the giant scythe attacked Dong Liming again. "All of you deserve to die, all of you deserve to die." Dong Liming fiercely stares at the ghost head mask man. The ferocious look looks exceptionally frightening. "You are the ones who deserve to die." The masked man roared. It was as if there was a blood feud between them. A murderous aura surged out of his body, rolling around him like waves of blood. The giant scythe was about to reach Dong Liming. Clang! Following an earth-shattering explosion, the entire Tianxian city began to tremble. Buildings collapsed crazily one by one. Cracks began to appear on the ground and spread in all directions. A terrifying aura burst out from the ground, as if some peerless godly object was about to break out from the ground. "This is..." The ghost head mask man stared at the broken ground, his pupils contracted. Boom! The next moment, a divine light swept out from the ground. It was a purple divine hammer. It was 3 meters long, and the whole body flashed with lightning. With the appearance of this purple divine hammer, the entire Tianxian city was instantly shrouded in a sea of thunder. "Guardian divine weapon, Thunder God Hammer." The ghost head mask man whispered. Thunder God Hammer pierced through the sky, and instantly swept to the front of Dong Liming, facing the giant scythe. With a loud bang, the two divine weapons collided and broke out a wave of air. The entire Tianxian city was razed to the ground in an instant. Even the mountains outside the city were madly collapsing, like a picture of doomsday. Needless to say, the people in the city were all turned into ashes in an instant. The 9 ghost head mask men who crazily massacred Tianxian city were also thrown out, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. But the most surprising thing was that this Thunder God Hammer could compete with the giant scythe. Moreover, it was not at a disadvantage. One must know, the giant scythe was a pinnacle sovereign divine weapon. To be able to compete with it, there was no doubt that this Thunder God Hammer was also a pinnacle sovereign divine weapon. "You're all going to die. None of you can leave Tianxian city alive." Looking at the Tianxian city that was destroyed in an instant, looking at the people who died in an instant, Dong Liming's eyes gradually turned blood red. Immediately afterward, he grabbed the Thunder God Hammer, rushed into the sky, and killed the ghost head mask man. "Thunder God Hammer, I didn't expect that after so many years, it is still guarding Tianxian city. But want to kill us? A fool's dream." The ghost head mask man grinned. The withered big hand, like an eagle claw, grabbed the giant scythe and immediately returned to the masked man's hand. The masked man grabbed the giant scythe and swooped down to meet Dong Liming. Clang! The two pinnacle sovereign divine weapons collided again. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Magma erupted. "Great Protector, the movement is too big. It may have alarmed the imperial capital mountain. Please don't fight and leave quickly." The 9 masked men who retreated to the distance shouted. The ghost head mask man frowned, stared at the almost crazy Dong Liming, and coldly snorted, "You are lucky today." After that, he slashed out again, opened Dong Liming, turned around and opened the moment of time, and rushed toward the 9 people without looking back. The 9 people had already opened the space-time passage. "Where are you going?" Dong Liming was completely crazy and chased. Boom! Seeing this, the 9 masked men standing in the space-time passage opened their ultimate profound, shattered the void and the earth, and rushed toward Dong Liming. 9 masked men, a total of 54 ultimate profound. Dong Liming, who was holding the pinnacle sovereign divine weapon, did not put it in his eyes at all. He directly smashed the hammer, and the 54 ultimate profound were annihilated on the spot. But at the same time, 10 ghost head mask men rushed into the space-time passage one after another. Dong Liming crazily rushed over and smashed the space-time passage with his hammer, but it was still a step too late. The 10 people had been teleported away. "Qin Feiyong, if I don't kill you, I swear I am not a man." Looking at the collapsed space-time passage, Dong Liming could not hide the grief and anger in his heart and roared to the sky. What's going on? Where is Tianxian City? Where are the clansmen? Why is the patriarch left alone? What happened just now? So, several young people came back from the experience and looked at the broken void land in front of them. They thought they had come to the wrong place. As a result, after careful confirmation, this was indeed Tianxian City. But why did it become like this? You guys, go to the other 9 families immediately and tell them to be careful of Qin Feiyang. Dong Liming turned to look at the young people and shouted. Then he opened a space-time passage and left with the Thunder God Hammer. Qin Feiyang? Is all this related to Qin Feiyang? Several young people were shocked. They did not dare to neglect and immediately rushed to the cities of the other 9 families. Imperial Capital Mountain. Dong Liming came with a murderous aura. Dong Liming, what are you doing? The guard at the entrance of Imperial Capital Mountain was shocked when he saw Dong Liming holding a peak-level Dominator divine weapon. I want to see the Emperor. Dong Liming said gloomily. Please allow me to go and report to them. The guard was very polite to Dong Liming, because Dong Liming was the Emperor's direct relative. My Tianxian City has been razed to the ground, and my clansmen have been killed. How can I wait for you to report? Dong Liming's eyes were red as he stepped into Imperial Capital Mountain and shouted, Your Majesty, Dong Liming has something to report. Please come and see me quickly. What? Tianxian City has been razed to the ground? My clansmen have been killed? What is going on? The guard was dumbfounded. Dong Liming's roar resounded throughout the entire Imperial Capital Mountain. The silence of the night was instantly broken. Dong Liming? Why did he come to Imperial Capital Mountain so late at night? The inner demons and Lu Jijin also heard Dong Liming's voice. They walked out of the cave residence suspiciously and rushed toward the entrance. So, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, the Emperor landed on top of the entrance. Looking at the sorrowful Dong Liming, his eyelids twitched as he asked, What happened? Your Majesty, Tianxian City is gone, and so are my clansmen. Dong Liming could no longer hold back the pain in his heart. He collapsed on the ground and cried bitterly. What do you mean? The Emperor looked at him in shock. The guard beside him said, Your Majesty, he just said that Tianxian City has been razed to the ground, and his clansmen have been killed. What did you say? Accompanied by a cry of surprise, the inner demons and Lu Jijin rushed over and landed beside the Emperor. Their faces were full of shock. Dong Qingyan Kunping and the Dragon God also came along. Dong Liming said so. I don't know if it's true or not. The guard looked at the inner demons and said. The group immediately looked at Dong Liming. It's true. Just now, 10 mysterious people wearing ghost masks came to Tianxian City. I wanted to ask them what they were doing here, but they didn't say anything and started to massacre the city. The entire Tianxian City, except for me and my clansmen who went out to train, were all killed. Dong Liming cried in grief. Ghost mask men. The inner demons and Lu Jijin's eyes trembled. In their minds, they couldn't help but think of the 2 ghost mask men who suddenly ran out to attack them in the Myriad Demons Valley. They thought that the 2 were sent by Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong to plot against them. As for the ghost mask on their faces, it was to hide their identity. But they didn't expect that they would massacre Tianxian City. It seems that, as you guessed, these ghost mask men belong to a third force. The inner demons said secretly. Lu Jijin's eyes flickered. Which side did this third force belong to? Where were they hiding? Why didn't the Emperor and the others know anything about it? A moment later, the Emperor, Dong Qingyuan, Kunpeng, and the Dragon God finally recovered from the shock. Poor they. Did you see their true faces? The Emperor clenched his hands and stared at Dong Liming. But without thinking, they must be sent by Qin Feiyang to take revenge on us. And they have a peak-level Dominator divine weapon. Dong Liming said. Qin Feiyang. The Emperor was burning with anger. First, it was the Sky Dragon Mountain Range, and now it was Tianxian City. Did he really think that the Central Dynasty was his backyard and could do whatever he wanted? Chapter 45-30. Sigh. Looks like I've become a scapegoat. The inner demons sighed. There's no other way. Only they can take the blame. Lu Jijin couldn't help but smile bitterly. That was true. Right now, no matter what happened in the Central Dynasty, the first thing everyone thought of was definitely Qin Feiyang's group. Your Majesty, Sky Dragon Mountain Range and Tianxian City might just be the beginning. The dragon god suddenly spoke. The emperor was shocked and quickly looked at Sky Dragon Mountain Range. You mean? Yes. The other 9 great clans may become their next target. The dragon god nodded. The emperor's heart sank. He looked at the inner demons and said, I'll use my origin energy to seal off Emperor Capital Mountain. Don't go anywhere and quickly rebuild your body. After that, the emperor waved his hand and waves of origin energy surged out, forming a huge barrier that completely sealed off Emperor Capital Mountain. Liming, follow me to the 9 families. The emperor looked at Dong Liming and said. Then he opened a space-time tunnel and left. Looking at the emperor and Dong Liming's backs, the dragon god, Dong Qingyuan and Kuan Peng frowned. Kuan Peng, you have to be careful too. The inner demons glanced at Kuan Peng and said, Qin Feiyang and the others might also take revenge on Kuan Peng Sea region. Kuan Peng heard and said, you don't have to worry about them. They might go anywhere, but they won't go to Kuan Peng Sea region. So confident? The inner demons was stunned. Because there are rules and restrictions in Kuan Peng Sea region. It's too troublesome for them. Kuan Peng sneered. I didn't expect you to know them so well. You even know that they are afraid of trouble. The inner demons was surprised. Kuan Peng didn't care about the inner demons anymore. He turned around and flew away. Dong Qingyuan and the dragon god looked at each other and returned to their cultivation area without saying anything. Their top priority was to reconstruct their physical bodies. Otherwise, even if Qin Feiyang and the others appeared in front of them, they could only stare helplessly at them. The inner demon's eyes flashed, and they transmitted their voice. Should we inform the main body? Although the divine sound transmission stone is still here, without a physical body, there's no way to revive it. Moreover, the imperial capital mountain has been sealed by the origin energy. It's very troublesome to leave now. So, instead of worrying blindly, it's better to quickly reconstruct my physical body. We'll talk about it later. Tianxian City being massacred is such a huge matter, they will know about it sooner or later. Lu Jijin whispered and led the inner demons away, leaving the guard alone at the entrance in a daze. First, they massacred the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. Now they massacred Tianxian City. These people were too terrifying. Most importantly, both incidents happened right after the battle in the Myriad Demons Valley. It had just ended, and now they had caused such an earth-shattering incident. Did these people not know what fatigue was? Then there was the Emperor and Dong Liming. They rushed to the 9 great clans in a hurry, but in the end, they did not see the ghost masked man again. Presumably, these masked men had already expected that the Emperor would go to the 9 great clans. Without any hesitation, the Emperor used the origin energy to set up a defensive barrier for the 9 great clans. Because in the face of Qin Feiyang and the others, only the origin energy defensive barrier was effective. Qin Feiyang was also very innocent. Now, he didn't even know about this matter, and he directly took the blame. The next morning, 5,000 years in a day. Thousands of years had passed in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang's group continued on and on. Finally, they finished stripping all the ferocious beasts of their ultimate profound. Qin Feiyang and the others didn't care. The key was Longchen. This was a laborious work that consumed mental strength. If they didn't rest halfway, they would be exhausted to death. As for these beasts whose ultimate mysteries were deprived, there was no exception. Like the Sea Python Demon Emperor and the hundreds of demon kings in the Kunpeng Sea region, they were temporarily suppressed in the Soul-Sealing Valley. Old Qin, why don't you just kill them? Frenzy was puzzled. Why do you want to kill them? Wouldn't it be better to leave them behind to annoy the emperor? Before Qin Feiyang spoke, the white-eyed wolf grinned. Frenzy was stunned and speechless. You guys are really childish, but it's indeed interesting. Why don't we send them to the imperial capital mountain now? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and shook his head. Not now. What do you mean? Frenzy was puzzled. If they didn't send them to the imperial capital mountain, how could they annoy the emperor? They all saw Dongqin with us, so if we let them out now, it won't be good news for Dongqin's family. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Dongqin, who was next to him, couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang in surprise. He actually knew how to consider for her? Not touched? She was a little touched. Because Dong Hanzong had never been touched. Perhaps, following this group of people wasn't that bad. At least, she could feel the care and concern now. You only know how to talk nonsense here, I have already counted. At this moment, Long Qin walked over and glared at Qin Feiyang and the others. She said, we obtained more than 400,000 ultimate profundities of supreme laws and more than 1 million ultimate profundities of ordinary laws. More than 400,000? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Even Dongqin had a shocked expression on her face. It was simply beyond imagination. More than 400,000 ultimate laws were enough to create 60,000 to 70,000 will of heaven powerhouses. Terrifying. In addition to Qin Feiyang and the others, the ultimate laws that they obtained in the past could probably form an army more terrifying than the Death God army. Not bad, not bad. We didn't come to the Central Dynasty in vain. Frenzy came back to his senses and laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang also smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, the Fire Lotus appeared and all the ultimate laws were given to the Fire Lotus. Little girl, you are now a real rich woman. The white-eyed wolf looked at the Fire Lotus and bared his teeth. Fire Lotus's mouth twitched and said speechlessly, you should say that I am a warehouse manager. You don't want to? Let me do it. I am very willing to be a warehouse manager. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly ran over to snatch the interspatial ring that contained the ultimate laws. To be able to hold so many ultimate laws every day, just thinking about it made him feel happy. Who says I don't want to? Let's talk about it later. Even if I want to, you have to ask Qin Dage if he wants to. Fire Lotus protected the interspatial ring. If she really gave these ultimate laws to the white-eyed wolf, the white-eyed wolf would probably become a child of wealth. These were the assets of the black tortoise world. She had to guard them well. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the Fire Lotus and said, let Pai Lupi and Theta Wang use the time to train the disciples of the Sacred Hall. Don't worry. They have been working hard and have never slacked off. Fire Lotus smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. With Fire Lotus, Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, Pei Hongyu, and Pei Dason helping him take care of everything, he really felt much more relaxed. No matter how strong a person was, there was a limit. He had to have a few trustworthy and capable people to help him. Buzz. At this moment, the divine sound transmission stone rang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He took out the divine sound transmission stone and looked down. It turned out to be Ji Xiaowu. As the divine sound transmission stone awakened, Ji Xiaowu's image appeared. Qin Dage, are you not at the City Lord's mansion? Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, Ji Xiaowu hurriedly asked. Because yesterday, when Qin Feiyang and the others left the City Lord's mansion again, he was not present. Qin Feiyang and the others did not inform him, so he always thought that Qin Feiyang and the others were still cultivating in the backyard. No, what's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. In that case, you really went to the Sky Dragon Mountain Range and Tianxian City. Ji Xiaowu said. When he received the news, he still couldn't believe it at first. Qin Feiyang nodded. But then, they couldn't help but be stunned and frowned. Tianxian City? Did we go to the Tianxian City? You are really amazing. In the blink of an eye, you have done such an earth-shattering thing. Ji Xiaowu's face was full of admiration. Suddenly, he noticed Dongqin and said with a smile, Goddess is here too. Dongqin's cheeks blushed. She glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others and found that they were all looking at her with a strange expression. Her expression became even more unnatural. She coughed and looked at Ji Xiaowu, asking, You just said that Tianxian City was also massacred? If you didn't do it, why are you asking me? Ji Xiaowu smiled. We didn't go to Tianxian City. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What? You didn't go? Then why is there news saying that you were the ones who massacred Tianxian City? Ji Xiaowu was shocked. He knew the character of Qin Feiyang and the others. They were all people who dared to take responsibility for their actions. Since Qin Feiyang personally said that they weren't the ones who did it, then it must be someone else. What's the situation? Tell us in detail. Frenzy frowned. They were already used to being the scapegoat. But such a big scapegoat, they still had to figure it out. Ji Xiaowu immediately told Qin Nan the information that he had heard. Although it was hearsay, it was almost no different from the real situation of Tianxian City being massacred by the ghost masked men. Ghost masked men. Heard it. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, and their eyes suddenly flashed. It turned out that these people massacred Tianxian City. They were bold. Tianxian City was one of the top 10 super cities, and the people in the city were also the direct descendants of the Dong clan. They dared to blatantly massacre the city. It seems that they are indeed people who resist the central dynasty, otherwise they would not do such a crazy thing. Long Chen whispered. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a frown, however, their origins are truly puzzling. Massacring the direct descendants was tantamount to openly going against the central dynasty and the emperor. How much courage did it take? The most important thing was, now even the emperor did not know the origin of these people and thought that they did it. The identity of these people was like a mystery, and it was impossible to figure it out. You just said that Tianxian City has a peak-level Dominator divine weapon? White-eyed Wolf looked at Ji Xiaowu, and his eyes were shining. I also just found out. It turns out that the top 10 super cities all have a Guardian divine weapon. These divine weapons are all peak-level Dominator divine weapons, and their duty is to protect the clans of the top 10 families. But they probably did not expect to encounter these terrifying ghost-masked men. Ji Xiaowu sneered. There was no sympathy in his eyes, but a gloating look. Guardian divine weapon. White-eyed Wolf was speechless. Little Qin Zi had predicted it again. But it was really tempting. If these 10 peak-level Dominator divine weapons were all in their hands, wouldn't the overall strength of the Black Tortoise realm soar a lot in an instant? Brother Wolf, I advise you to give up these unrealistic ideas as soon as possible. Ji Xiaowu looked at White-eyed Wolf's expression and laughed. White-eyed Wolf looked at him suspiciously. It is said that now, not only the imperial capital mountain, but even the 9 super cities have been protected by the emperor with the power of the origin. Ji Xiaowu said, Damn it. White-eyed Wolf was flustered and exasperated when he heard this. Protected by the power of the origin? Was it necessary? At least give him a chance. Suddenly, Mu Qing said, I think we can't take the blame for nothing. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and turned to look at Mu Qing. Mu Qing asked, Do you know what the 2 masked men who were looking for you in the Ice Valley yesterday looked like? Hearing this, a smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face as he nodded, I know. Since you know what they look like, isn't it easy to find their nest? Mu Qing laughed. Hearing this, Frenzy and the others also showed bright smiles on their faces. Chapter 45-31. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 2 phantoms, one old and one young, appeared. They were the blood-haired old man and the young man who appeared in the Ice Valley. Mu Qing looked at the 2 of them and immediately opened his all-seeing eye. However, after peeping for a while, Mu Qing's expression became quite strange. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at him suspiciously. Mu Qing said, They live in a deep mountain, but apart from the 2 of them, there is no third person. Only the 2 of them? Qin Feiyang frowned. This didn't make sense. After the massacre in Tianxian City, there were a total of 10 people with ghost masks. Logically speaking, this should be a well-disciplined and well-organized mysterious gang. Since it was a gang, there must be a base. How could there be only the 2 of them in the base? There is only one explanation. The place Mu Qing is looking at now may only be their private residence, not the base of this mysterious gang. Long Chen's eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Mu Qing and asked, Do you know where it is? How would I know? Although I can spy on their whereabouts, I am not familiar with the Central Dynasty at all. I don't know that place. Mu Qing shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Describe that place and let Dong Qin have a look." Mu Qing raised his hand and waved. In the void, a picture immediately appeared. In the picture, there were towering peaks, lush greenery, and surging rivers. Fierce beasts could be seen everywhere. Beside a river, there was a small, old wooden building. It looked very simple and unadorned. In front of the wooden building, there was a small courtyard. An old man and a young man were sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea and chatting. They were wearing very simple clothes, and there was no strong aura, as if they were two ordinary people hidden in the mountains. Dong Qin glanced at the mountains in the picture, and after a while, frowned and said, "This mountain looks ordinary, and there are no obvious signs. There is no way to identify where it is." Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but frown. "Don't worry. As long as they are in the central dynasty, I have a way to find them." Dong Qin comforted him and took out the divine voice transmission stone. The group of people looked at her in confusion. A moment passed. The divine sound transmission stone finally reacted. An illusory figure appeared. It was Dong Yulan. Qin Feiyang and the others consciously withdrew from Dong Yulan's line of sight. Dong Yulan looked at Dong Qin, her face full of joy. She asked with concern, "Have you been well during this period? I don't have to worry about food and clothing. It's pretty good." Dong Qin nodded. Looking at the radiant and cheerful Dong Qin, Dong Yulan's worried heart finally relaxed. She smiled and said, "It's good that you're fine. What about you? What about your grandparents? Is everything all right?" Dong Qin asked. "We're all fine. You don't have to worry about us. Just take care of yourself outside." Dong Yulan said, "I will." Dong Qin nodded and said with a smile. Dong Yulan looked around Dong Qin and suddenly asked, "Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King, they should be beside you right now." Dong Qin was stunned. How did her mother know? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other with a trace of surprise. "Qin, do you think your mother is stupid? You were able to come out of the Black Tortoise world unscathed and kill the relatives of the 9 great commanders in one night. How could there be no one helping you?" Not long after, Long Chen appeared in a high profile and killed the 9 great commanders at the imperial capital mountain and destroyed Hanzhong City. All of this can't be a coincidence. Dong Yulan smiled. Dong Qin looked at her mother in a daze. She suddenly realized. The mother in front of her was much smarter than her overconfident father. "Since you've said so much," Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and smiled, then walked to Dong Qin's side. As expected, Dong Yulan mumbled, "Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden Wings Wolf King, Long Chen, Long Qin." There was also the ancestor fiend, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qin, Li Feng, Dong Jingyang. Although she did not know some of these people, she had heard of their deeds. Just like the ancestor fiend's eyes of despair. Mu Tianyang's evil eyes. Mu Qing's all-seeing eyes. When Li Feng massacred the Sky Dragon mountain range, he activated his true puppet body. Originally, Dong Yulan was still very worried. After all, these people were not good people. But at this moment, looking at Qin Feiyang's group standing behind her daughter, she vaguely had an illusion that the people standing behind her daughter weren't a group of people, but a group of strong and powerful backers. Therefore, in her heart, not only did she not resist, she was very gratified. Perhaps these people were the best people for her daughter. "Auntie, this is the first time we have officially met. I hope Auntie won't be too disgusted with us." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "You're too kind." Dong Yulan came back to her senses and quickly waved her hand. "I have to thank you for not hurting my daughter. Even now, you are helping me take care of her. Dong Qin is now our companion. Taking care of her is naturally our duty." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Thank you." Dong Yulan was very touched. From this sentence, it was not difficult to understand that even if her daughter was in the Black Tortoise world and followed this group of people, she did not suffer the slightest grievance. Because this group of people had already treated her daughter as their family. "Mother, my situation," Dong Qin was still a little nervous. After all, No matter what, Qin Feiyang and the group were the enemies of the Central Dynasty. You don't have to worry. I have already discussed with your grandparents. No matter what you do, we will support you. One had to admit that Dong Yulan was really a loving mother. Thank you, mother. Dong Qin's heart ached and tears flowed uncontrollably. Silly child. We are your family. If we don't support you, who will we support? But when necessary, we will also make some decisions that you cannot accept. When the time comes, I hope that you can understand us. Dong Yulan said. I can understand. Dong Qin nodded, because she knew that no matter what decision her mother made, it was for the good of the people and her. Dong Yulan smiled and asked, Why are you sending a message to mother now? I want to ask you to help us investigate a place. Long Qin turned the voice transmission stone and pointed it at the mountain range that Mu Qing had projected. Dong Yulan looked for a moment and frowned. This place is too ordinary. I'm afraid it will take some time to find this place. Are you in a hurry? Dong Qin did not answer and turned to Qin Feiyang. There is no hurry. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If there is no hurry, I can take my time. After all, the situation in the Central Dynasty is very chaotic now. If we make too big of a move, it might arouse suspicion. Dong Yulan said. Then I'll leave it to you. But you have to tell your people not to act recklessly when they find this place because the people hiding here are the murderers who massacred Tianxian City. They are extremely dangerous. Qin Feiyang reminded. Dong Yulan was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, You didn't massacre Tianxian City? Qin Feiyang shook his head. If it's not you, why are there rumors everywhere saying that you did it? Dong Yulan frowned. Isn't this very normal? Now whenever something happens in the Central Dynasty, it will be linked to us. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He was already used to it. It did not matter. Dong Yulan smiled bitterly and nodded. That's it then. Wait for my news. After saying that, she turned off the voice transmission stone. At this moment, she stood in a secret chamber and put away the voice transmission stone. After pondering for a while, she opened the stone door of the secret chamber. However, when she walked to the door, she could not help but be stunned. Her daughter was now with Qin Feiyang and the others. Logically speaking, a few years ago, when facing the plot of Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan, it should be Qin Feiyang and the others who came to help her. But in the end, why would the person who came to help her be Lu Yuntian's brother? Her daughter Qin Feiyang? Could it be? Dong Yulan's gaze trembled and her face could not help but turn pale. If it was really as she thought, then the secret hidden here was too terrifying. My daughter, this is not a joke. One wrong step and you will end up with your body smashed to pieces. You must protect yourself well. Dong Yulan muttered and quickly left. She was a very tactful person. Even if she thought of it, she would not say it out loud. Because there were some things that could not be said. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During this period of time, Qin Feiyang and the others were wholeheartedly cultivating in the Black Tortoise realm. As the demon ancestor and Li Feng successively grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, the others, such as Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, Tang Hai, Zhao Tailai, and the others, also successively reached the final step of grasping the will of the heavenly Tao. The four great continents. A white-clothed woman descended in the sky above a village. This village looked very ordinary on the surface, but if you released your divine sense, you would discover that there was endless killing intent hidden here. Around the village, there was an invisible power of law. Once stepped in, even an expert with a sovereign divine weapon would die on the spot. On the ground of the village, there was also a time array. But these could not be seen with the naked eye. All one could see was a remote, quiet, and seemingly isolated small mountain village. At the entrance of the village, several old men gathered together to play chess. Second brother, it's not like this. How many times have I told you? You have to surround them like this to be able to take down the opponent's chess pieces. No, do you know how to do it or not? It was really a principle that had never changed. No matter where, the people watching the chess game were always more anxious than the people playing the chess. Shut up. Are you guys playing chess or am I playing chess? So powerful? You guys do it. Ji Lauer glared at them. They kept chattering, and his eardrums were about to explode. Not far away, 5 old women squatted by the river and washed clothes. When they heard the quarrel, they couldn't help but look helpless. 50 or 60 meters up the river, there were 2 old men sitting together like ordinary old men. They each held a self-made fishing rod in their hands and were fishing. They were Boss G and Ninth Master G. They're typical. They're not good at chess, but they like to play chess. Ninth Master G looked at Ji Lauer and the others and shook his head with a smile. Don't be sarcastic. If it wasn't for that kid teaching you, would you be so good at chess? Boss G looked at him with disdain. Are you expressing your dissatisfaction in your heart? Why don't we have a match too? Ninth Master G turned his head and looked at Boss G provocatively. Do you think I don't dare? Boss G was full of fighting spirit and was about to take out the chessboard. But suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the sky on the other side of the river. When he saw the woman in white standing in the void, his pupils immediately shrank. She was an expert. Even he felt threatened by an expert. Chapter 45-32. It's really a life that people yearn for. The woman stood in the air and looked at everything in the village, and a trace of a smile appeared in her eyes. She stepped forward, stepping on air, and approached the village. Old G and the others, who were arguing, noticed the woman and looked at her suspiciously. Junior Ji Sui greets seniors. The woman landed on the other side of the river and bowed to the elders. That's right. She was the emperor's wife. But in front of old Ji and the others, she lowered herself and called herself a junior. It was obvious. The prestige of Boss G and the others was very high. Of course. It was also related to their age. They were all old fogies. Ji Sui was noble and powerful, but in front of the elders, she was as young as a child. Ji Sui, old Ji and the others put down their things and stood up to study the woman. That name sounded familiar. Suddenly, old Ji's eyes turned cold. His body emitted a sharp energy and he spoke in a low voice. So it's you, little girl. I didn't expect seniors to remember me. Ji Sui smiled. The elders gathered at the village entrance. They had no intention of inviting Ji Sui inside. Old Ji clenched his fists and said expressionlessly, "What are you doing here?" Ji Sui seemed to have expected this, so she didn't mind. She smiled and said, "I have come to pay you a visit." Come to pay us a visit? Ha, little girl, do you think we're senile? Don't you know the imperial family style? You don't visit without a reason. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't dawdle. Olji said. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to hear the mockery in his words. Ji Sui wasn't angry. She smiled. There is something I would like to ask seniors for help with. When the group of elders heard this, their hearts trembled. To come all the way from the Central Dynasty to the 4 continents and personally visit them, it was no small matter. Did it have something to do with Qin Feiyang and the others? Seniors, you must already know that Qin Feiyang and the others have entered the Central Dynasty, right? Ji Sui did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What? They have already entered the Central Dynasty? The group of elders was shocked. But in his heart, he was thinking that this group of brats was indeed powerful. They actually managed to break into the Central Dynasty. You don't know? Ji Sui was suspicious. I don't know. We're not familiar with them. We thought that they were hiding somewhere and cultivating in seclusion. I didn't expect them to have already entered the Central Dynasty. Our 4 great continents can finally have peace. That being said, I bet the Central Dynasty is quite lively right now. Ji Lauscher sneered. The schadenfreude in his words was completely undisguised. Ji Sui forced a smile. This group of powerful old antiques really didn't give her any face. Fortunately, she had come in person. If she had sent someone else to the 4 great continents, wouldn't they have fallen out with these aggressive elders on the spot? Old woman, go prepare a table of good food and wine. These scourges have left the 4 great continents. We must celebrate. Ji Lauer turned to the second young mistress and spoke in high spirits. He looked like an 80-year-old brat. Seniors, can you be a little more reserved? Ji Suyi smiled wryly and sighed at the elders. Whether it is the Central Dynasty or the four great continents, we are all part of the divine kingdom. But before she could finish, the hot-tempered Ji Laosher raged. You know we are part of the divine kingdom? If you know, why do you favor one over the other? Favor one over the other? Ji Suyi was shocked. Playing dumb? Over the years, what have we, the purple gold dragons, done for the divine kingdom? I'm sure you know that without me telling you. And the result? What have we gained? What you get is distrust and the role of cannon fodder. Look at the beasts and the Oceanids. What have they done for the divine kingdom? And yet, they received the power of the origin. If the purple gold divine dragon race, the human race, and the god race could all obtain a wisp of origin power, would Qin Fei Yang and the others be able to be so arrogant in our divine nation for so long? Ji Laosher sneered. Mistrust? Cannon fodder? Ji Suyi was confused. Where did that come from? Dong Qingyuan, Neptune, and the dragon god, said it himself. The Central Dynasty has always treated the purple gold dragons, humans, and gods as cannon fodder. What? You still won't admit it? Ji Laosher sneered. I see. You really can't do anything right. Ji Suyi grumbled. Saying something like that, wasn't that just adding to the chaos of the divine kingdom? It was no wonder the elders were so passive when it came to Qin Fei Yang and the others. The reason for that was because they were already feeling dissatisfied. Ji Suyi took a deep breath and bowed. I apologize on their behalf, seniors. I can't accept it. Ji Laosher snorted. Ji Suyi smiled helplessly. As for the power of the origin you speak of, I really didn't know anything about it. It was my father's decision, and I have no right to interfere. Her father was the ruler of the divine kingdom. Stop, stop. Don't keep saying these pompous words. Hurry up and tell me your purpose. The group of old men were extremely impatient. This junior's purpose is simple. This junior hopes that you can follow this junior to the Central Dynasty and help kill Qin Fei Yang and the others. Ji Suyi said. The elders exchanged glances. What? You want us to help in the Central Dynasty? Isn't the Central Dynasty filled with experts? They even have a terrifying army of death gods. How could such a powerful force not be able to deal with Qin Fei Yang and the others? How much have they grown in the Central Dynasty all these years? It was truly an unbelievable topic. The Central Dynasty was so powerful, yet they were forced to come all the way to the four great continents to beg for their help. I don't know the details, but those brats sure are promising. Ji Laosher snickered. Ji Laosher asked, should we go to the Central Dynasty? No one spoke. They looked at Boss Ji and Master Gio. Boss Ji and Master Gio were silent as well. To be honest, before we came to the four great continents, we tried to encircle them. We mobilized all of the Central Dynasty's Heavenly Tao experts. But in the end, not only were we unable to kill them, but the Central Dynasty suffered heavy losses. Even this junior's daughter would have died at their hands had it not been for this junior taking out my source energy to exchange with them. That's why I've specially come here to ask for your help, seniors. Ji Suyi sighed. You're not joking, are you? All of the Central Dynasty's Heavenly Tao experts couldn't kill them. The elders were shocked. This was beyond their wildest imaginations. Does this junior look like he's joking? Junior's words are all true. Qin Fei Yang's group may be small in number, but each one of them is far stronger than us. Especially Qin Fei Yang, Madman Mo, and Long Chen. The combat power they possess now is enough to destroy an entire army of death gods. Ji Suyi sighed. When the group of elders heard this, their faces were filled with shock. They weren't acting, they were truly shocked. How long had it been since they entered the Central Dynasty? They'd grown so much in such a short time. They hadn't seen it with their own eyes, but judging from Ji Suyi's expression, Qin Fei Yang's group was a serious threat to the Central Dynasty. Seniors, please come with me to the Central Dynasty. Ji Suyi took a deep breath and bowed. Boss Ji's eyes flashed. Old Gio, what do you think? Let's go. Of course. The future battlefield will be in the Central Dynasty. If we don't go, these kids will be alone in the Central Dynasty. They took the risk to invade the Central Dynasty for the safety of the three major races and shifted the future battlefield to the Central Dynasty. You can say that. They're always thinking for us. If we just stand by and do nothing, wouldn't that be too heartless? Old Gio said. That's right. We can't let them fight alone in the Central Dynasty. We have to help them. Before, we didn't have the chance or the ability to enter the Central Dynasty. But now, the opportunity is right in front of us. How can we miss it? Old Gio said, his tone firm. All right. Boss G agreed. Since the battlefield was in the Central Dynasty, they'd go there and settle things with the Dong clan. But they couldn't agree so easily. They had to make the Central Dynasty pay. Boss G's eyes flashed as he looked at Ji Suyi. We can go to the Central Dynasty, but we have 3 conditions. Ji Suyi was overjoyed and said, yes, please tell me. First, before we enter the Central Dynasty, you cannot interfere with our actions. In short, we must have absolute freedom and the right to choose. Boss Ji said, that's how it should be. Ji Suyi nodded. Secondly, give us some source energy. After all, when the time comes, the people we will be facing are Qin Feiyang and the others. We definitely need to have some means to protect ourselves. Boss Ji said. When Ji Laosher and the others heard this, they all looked at Boss Ji with admiration. They could use this chance to gain some origin power and use it against the Central Dynasty. This, Ji Suyi hesitated but nodded. All right, I'll give each of you a strand of origin power. As for the third condition, Boss Ji's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Feeling the murderous intent, Ji Suyi's eyes twitched. She had a bad feeling about this. Chapter 45-33. At the same time, between the brows of Ji Lao and the others, intense killing intent and hatred also crept up. Even Ninth Master Ji. Boss Ji said word by word. The third condition is that I want the lives of Dong Jinxiang, Dong Liming, and the others. I knew it. Ji Suyi sighed. It was as she'd thought. Was there really no way to undo this knot? Old Master Ji said in a deep voice. You should know best why I want to kill them. I know. But it's been so long. Is there a need to keep harping on it? Ji Suyi sighed. A blood feud can never be forgotten, no matter how long it's been. Yu Lao is dead. Although Yu Lao died at the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others, he deserved it. However, we must personally tear off the heads of the remaining people and make them pay for the sins they committed in the past. Boss Ji's face twisted. She'd never seen him so ferocious. He was like a demon. Even Ji Suyi felt a chill run down her spine. This condition, Ji Suyi was silent for a while. She looked at Boss Ji and shook her head. I cannot agree. Ha! Boss Ji laughed. This answer was within his expectations. But it was also because of this that he felt so sad. No matter how much the purple gold dragons contributed to the divine kingdom, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't compare to the Dong clan. Elder, I understand your feelings. However, this is not something that I can decide. How about this? Come with me to the Central Dynasty. When you see His Majesty, you can talk to him. I believe His Majesty will protect Dong Jinxiang and the others, and will compensate you. Ji Suyi looked at the old men with sincerity. Compensation? What do you think, with our status and power, can compensate us? Ultimate meaning? Dominator weapon? Do you think we care? Ji Laosher scoffed. The so-called compensation was simply a huge joke. But, Ji Suyi looked troubled and sighed. Seniors, I really don't want to use force. So, I hope you can give me some face. Still threatening us? Ji Laosher glared at him. No threat. However, if I am truly forced to such a state, this junior will have no choice but to resort to this. She shook her head. Even though the elders before her had 3,000 clones and harnessed the will of the heavens, they did not pose much of a threat to her. This was because the origin energy that she carried with her was enough to suppress a group of people. Ji Laosher was seething with anger. Did he really think that he could defeat them? But then, Ji Jiao stopped Ji Suyi and said, Fine, as you wish. We will go with you to the Central Dynasty and negotiate with the Emperor. Thank you, Lord Jiu. Ji Sui smiled gratefully. We should also call the monarch, the divine king, and the supreme. They will be of great help in this war. Just let us know when you're leaving. Ji Laojiu said calmly. Understood. Then, this junior will take his leave. Ji Sui bowed, opened a space-time tunnel, and left, satisfied. These elders were hard to deal with. But at least they weren't completely unreasonable. Brother Jiu, what are you thinking? This is such a good chance. Why don't you let them kill Dong Jinxiang and the others? Ji Laoshi looked suspiciously at Ji Jiu. You're still young, don't be so impulsive. Dong Jinxiang and the others are direct descendants of the Dong clan. Do you think the emperor and Ji Sui will let us kill them? Ji Jiu shook his head. If they don't kill them, we won't go. Ji Laoshi snorted. Won't go? If we don't go to the Central Dynasty, our Purple Gold Dragon clan will face extinction. Because Ji Sui dared to come to the 4 great continents alone to find us. That means she's confident. Don't worry. Once we enter the Central Dynasty, even if the emperor doesn't agree, we'll still have plenty of chances to kill Dong Jinxiang and the others. Ji Jiu smiled coldly. Old Jiu is right. We couldn't get revenge before, not because we weren't strong enough, but because we couldn't enter the Central Dynasty. But now, things are different. As long as we successfully enter the Central Dynasty, killing Dong Jinxiang and the others will be a piece of cake. Boss Ji sneered. He was about to give up on the hatred in his heart. Because if they couldn't enter the Central Dynasty, it didn't matter how strong they were. The boundary between the Central Dynasty and the 4 great continents was an uncrossable chasm. But to their surprise, now, the emperor and his wife had taken the initiative to invite them to the Central Dynasty. This ignited the hatred buried in their hearts for a long time. At the same time, Central Dynasty. Qin Feiyang and the others hadn't returned to Green Wind City yet. A month in the outside world was 200,000 years in Black Tortoise World. Dong Qin was arranged to stay in a courtyard in the Devil's Land. She lived alone. It was quiet. Suddenly, the transmission stone rang, breaking the silence. Dong Qin took out the divine sound transmission stone and looked at it. A trace of anticipation crept up in her eyes. She immediately activated it. Dong Yulan's image appeared. Is there any news? Dong Qin asked. Dong Yulan teased. Why do you look more impatient than Qin Feiyang and the others? It seems that you have completely integrated into their team. Mother, Dong Qin blushed and couldn't help but pout. I'm really curious. What charm do they have to make you follow them so quickly? Dong Yulan was curious. No. Can you not laugh at me? I was forced. I had no choice but to follow them. Dong Qin said. Is that so? Why can't I see that you were forced? Dong Yulan looked at her teasingly. Dong Qin was at a loss for a moment. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Since you've decided, then follow them well. Perhaps, this will be a chance to change our fate. Although we became the #1 family in the Central Dynasty because of you, we're still no different from ants in the eyes of the top 10 families. Dong Yulan sighed and looked at Dong Qin. I've already found out about that place. It's called Black Tiger Mountain. It's located in a remote place in the southern part of the Central Dynasty. Black Tiger Mountain? Dong Qin murmured and asked, did we alert them? Dong Yulan smiled. All right. I'll inform Qin Feiyang and the others now. Dong Qin stood up immediately. Be careful. Also, don't show up unless you have no other choice. Dong Yulan reminded. I know. Dong Qin nodded and turned off the transmission stone. She walked out of the courtyard and headed for the ancient castle. Black Tiger Mountain. Its name originated from a black tiger. It was said that a black tiger with the will of the heavenly Tao was born here. It was extremely powerful, but it disappeared for unknown reasons and never appeared again. As for whether this rumor was true, there was no way to verify it. Anyway, the living beings in this area had always been wary of Black Tiger Mountain. Swoosh. Suddenly, a man and a woman descended in the sky above the edge of Black Tiger Mountain. The man was dressed in a white robe that was spotless. His 7-feet-tall body was tall and straight like an iron pine tree. His eyes were like the bright moon and stars, emitting an extraordinary aura. The woman was about 1.8 meters tall. She was also dressed in a snow-white robe. Her figure was exquisite and her black hair was like a waterfall. However, there was an exquisite mask on her face that prevented others from seeing her true appearance. They could only see a pair of dark and lively eyes. There was a cold glint in those eyes. They were Qin Feiyang and Dong Qin. This is Black Tiger Mountain. Dong Qin swept her gaze across the mountains and rivers in front of her. A terrifying killing intent was brewing in her body. Don't be so murderous. This time, we did not come to find them to kill them. Qin Feiyang consoled. Ever since the calamity in her family, this woman seemed to have turned into a demoness and was filled with hostility. They schemed against us and made us take the blame for them. Why aren't you killing them? Why didn't I realize that you're such a kind person? Dong Qin frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. If they're really valuable, what's the harm in taking the blame? After saying that, he released his spirit sense and it surged in all directions. Soon, it enveloped the entire Black Tiger Mountain. I've finally found you. Immediately, he muttered. Then, with a wave of his hand, he swept up Dong Qin and tore through the sky. By the river, an old man and a young man were in the room, cultivating. Suddenly, the two opened their eyes and looked out of the window. 2 rays of light burst out of their eyes. Because they had already sensed Qin Feiyang's spirit sense. Sure enough, we can't escape their pursuit. The omniscient eye is truly a frightening existence. The blood-haired old man smiled bitterly. So what if they found us? The young man snorted coldly and didn't take it seriously at all. Seeing this, the blood-haired old man raised his eyebrows, looked at the young man and said in a deep voice, I'll tell you one more time. In the future, in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, you'd better put away your arrogance. Otherwise, even I can't protect you. The young man's expression stiffened. Although he was not convinced, in the end he remained silent. Unconsciously, he also put away his arrogance. Obviously, in his heart he was still very afraid of Qin Feiyang and the others. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, Qin Feiyang and the old man descended from the sky and scanned the mountains and rivers below. It was exactly the same as what Mu Qing had seen before. Seeing that the blood-haired old man and the young man did not appear, Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold and said indifferently, Do you still need me to personally invite you out? Because in the room, he also sensed the aura of the two. I wouldn't dare. A hoarse laugh sounded. The blood-haired old man opened the door and led the young man out. His wrinkled face was full of smiles. And at this time, they were not wearing ghost masks. Chapter 45-34. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man with cold eyes. He looked at the blood-haired old man and frowned. Didn't I tell you not to let me see him again? You? The young man was furious. You came here uninvited. How can you blame me for being an eyesore? What kind of logic is this? The blood-haired old man was also speechless. How can there be such a domineering man? He came to someone else's house and said he didn't want to see him. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was the infamous Qin Feiyang, the two of them would have turned hostile on the spot. Qin Feiyang stepped out and landed in the yard. Dong Qin followed closely behind. Please sit down. The blood-haired old man hurriedly said. When Qin Feiyang entered the pavilion and sat at the stone table, the blood-haired old man turned to the young man and said in a low voice, Since he doesn't want to see you, you can go back to the house for the time being. As soon as these words came out, the young man was not only depressed, he was about to go crazy. Why? I'm one of the owners of this yard. How can a visitor drive the owner away? Isn't this a typical case of a guest usurping the host's position? Go. The big picture is more important. The blood-haired old man comforted him softly with a helpless look. If it were someone else, they would have turned hostile. But there was no other way. This man was Qin Feiyang. The name Qin Feiyang alone was enough to deter anyone. The young man had no choice but to turn around and go back to the house with anger. Brother Qin, Are you satisfied now? The blood-haired old man sat opposite Qin Feiyang and laughed. I didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang said lightly. The blood-haired old man was stunned and said with a wry smile, Yes, you didn't say anything. I did it myself. Who is this person? Why is he so difficult to figure out? Who is this? Suddenly, the blood-haired old man looked at Dong Qin and looked at the mask on her face. His old eyes were full of doubts. The people I brought with me are of course my companions. Qin Feiyang said lightly. The blood-haired old man's mouth twitched. Wasn't this nonsense? If they weren't your companions, would you have brought them along? What I want to know is her name, identity, and origin. Are you playing dumb with me? Qin Feiyang said, Let's cut to the chase. You should know why I'm here. Objective? The blood-red-clothed old man was dumbfounded. I think you're the one who's playing dumb. You massacred Tianxian City and shifted the blame to us. May I ask what is the meaning of this? A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He looked like he was ready to attack at any moment. So it's because of this. The blood-haired old man suddenly smiled and shook his head. Brother Qin, you misunderstand. We have no intention of shifting the blame to you. It's the emperor's imagination that made you take the blame. This explanation is really reasonable. Qin Feiyang said with a fake smile on his face. The blood-haired old man smiled and said, Brother Qin, think about it. You're so strong, how would we dare to frame you? However, we need to keep our identities a secret, so we can't help you clarify. So, you're going to make me take the blame for you? A murderous intent flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. The blood-haired old man caught it and said helplessly, Brother Qin, please calm down. There's no other way. Moreover, we massacred Tianxian City because of you. Because of me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Dong Qin was also puzzled. Massacring Tianxian City? How could it have anything to do with Qin Feiyang? When we talked about cooperation last time, Brother Qin didn't want to believe us, so we massacred Tianxian City to prove our sincerity and also to help Brother Qin get rid of a hidden danger. After all, a family of the direct line of descent is still a threat to Brother Qin. The blood-haired old man laughed in a hoarse voice. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched when he heard this. He finally understood what it meant to be thick-skinned. It was obvious that these people wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of the 10 direct line of descent families and weaken the central dynasty's power. However, they still said that they were helping them get rid of a hidden danger. It's true. The blood-haired old man nodded and smiled at Qin Feiyang. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang wouldn't believe him. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and looked at Dong Qin. Let's go. Okay. Dong Qin nodded. Go. The blood-haired old man was stunned and quickly stood up to stop Qin Feiyang. He asked in confusion, Brother Qin, we were just talking. Why do you want to leave? I hate people like you who think they're smart and treat others as fools. So, before I have the intention to kill you, get out of my way. Qin Feiyang didn't show any mercy and said angrily. Wasn't the blood-haired old man treating him like a fool? The cooperation, if it was when he had just entered the central dynasty, he would indeed need it. Because at that time, Long Chen's God's domain and the mad scientist's evil true body had not evolved. The demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Li Feng and the others had not mastered the will of heaven. But now, as for this so-called cooperation, it was completely dispensable. These ghost-masked men might even become his burden. Brother Qin, don't be angry. This is just a joke. If you don't like it, this old man promises that I won't make such a joke again. This time, the blood-haired old man panicked. You're still treating me like a fool. Whether it's a joke or not, do you think I can't tell? Qin Feiyang sneered. Okay. It's my fault. I apologize to you. Don't be angry. Let's talk nicely. The blood-haired old man finally realized what it meant to be too smart and immediately took the initiative to apologize. Why don't we give him another chance? Dong Qin smiled faintly. You're right. Brother Qin, please be magnanimous and give this old man another chance. The blood-haired old man was also a person who knew how to climb up a pole. He immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled flatteringly. Although Dong Qin covered her face, whether it was her voice, temperament or figure, all of them confirmed that she was a young and beautiful woman. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Qin and then at the blood-haired old man. After pondering for a long time, he said lightly, "Okay, I'll give you another chance for her sake." "Thank you." The blood-haired old man was grateful. Qin Feiyang returned to the stone bench and said, "Although I've taken the blame for a lot of things, I don't have the obligation to help you take the blame. Tell me, how do you plan to solve this matter?" "This," the blood-haired old man sighed, "it's definitely not possible for us to clarify because then the emperor will know that there is a third party in the central dynasty." "What does this have to do with me?" Qin Feiyang asked. It's fine. The blood-haired old man hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "However, I hope Brother Qin can understand us. How about this? We'll give you appropriate compensation." Compensation? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This time, he was really interested. Now, even the inheritance of the ultimate law was just a number to him. What kind of treasure could this person take out to compensate him? The blood-haired old man hesitated for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and taking out the ultimate inheritance of the law of death. He reluctantly handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang and Dong Qin were stunned. They had thought that the old man would take out an amazing treasure since he was so hesitant and reluctant, but he only took out an inheritance. This old man knows that with Brother Qin's foundation, you definitely won't be interested in an inheritance. But there's no other way. This is already the most precious divine item this old man can take out, the old man said. The blood-haired old man laughed dryly. The inheritance that was priceless in his eyes turned out to be nothing in the eyes of the other party. It was really a blow to him. Qin Feiyang glanced at the inheritance indifferently and shook his head. "It seems that your foundation isn't that good." When the blood-haired old man heard this, he almost jumped up and cursed. "Do you think we're like you who can casually deprive others of their ultimate laws? For us, the inheritance of an ultimate law is more valuable than our lives. Can you not be so discouraging? Leave us ordinary people alive. Not everyone is as perverted as you. I really don't care about this inheritance. I want to know more about your background. Last time you said that you want to go back and ask the higher-ups. How is it?" Qin Feiyang asked indifferently. "You don't even care about the inheritance of an ultimate law? It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others." The blood-haired old man sighed secretly. How could there be such a huge gap between people? Helpless. He put away the inheritance and looked at Qin Feiyang. "The higher-ups haven't replied yet." "They haven't recovered yet? It's already been more than a month. Is this your sincerity? I really don't feel it at all." Qin Feiyang's expression was full of ridicule. They didn't reveal their background and still wanted to cooperate with him? Wishful thinking. The blood-haired old man smiled. "The higher-ups may have their own concerns. I'll urge them again. Tell them for me. I'll only give them 3 days. I won't wait for them after that." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he immediately got up and opened a space-time passage. The blood-haired old man also quickly got up to see him off. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to enter the space-time passage, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the blood-haired old man, asking, "This isn't your base, right?" "No." The blood-haired old man shook his head. "Then why are you hiding here?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "We have no choice. Because you've already seen our true colors." The blood-haired old man smiled bitterly. "You're quite smart." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to step into the space-time passage. Dong Qin followed with a trace of doubt. "Preposterous. This person is too arrogant." The young man walked out of the house and stared at the dissipating space-time passage with a furious expression. "He has the right to be arrogant. What can we do?" The blood-haired old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he turned back to the house and set up a soundproof barrier. He took out a voice transmission divine stone and sent a message to the higher-ups. Chapter 45-35. What do you mean by that sentence just now? Why don't I understand? On the other side, Dong Qin looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. What sentence? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It's what he said about being helpless. What other true face did you see? Dong Qin said. So it's this sentence. Qin Feiyang nodded his head and smiled. Actually, it's very simple. If we don't see their true faces, we won't be able to use the heavenly eye to spy on their whereabouts. Similarly, they also expected that if we see their true faces, we will use the heavenly eye to spy on their whereabouts. That's why they have been staying in the Black Tiger Mountain and don't dare to return to their base. This is why they are so helpless. Hearing this explanation, Dong Qin suddenly understood. That's why I said that they are very smart. If the two of them really return to their base, then the place we are going to now is not the Black Tiger Mountain, but their lair. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. They are indeed very smart. As long as the two of them don't return to their base, no matter how heaven-defying the heavenly eye is, it will not be able to find their lair. Dong Qin nodded. She frowned again and looked at Qin Feiyang. But this time, we gained nothing. No. On the surface, we didn't get anything. But in reality, we have already given them a great sense of oppression. In the future, when facing us, not to mention anything else, they will definitely not dare to play tricks like today and treat us like 3-year-old children. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It was equivalent to an invisible deterrence. It made the blood-haired old man and the young man clearly understand how terrifying they were. In the future, they would not dare to play tricks in front of them. Dong Qin nodded, it made sense, and asked, "Then what's next?" Next, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled, "You go to the Black Tortoise world to cultivate. I will go to the other 9 super cities to take a look. Give me the coordinates of the 9 super cities." After Dong Qin gave the coordinates, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Dong Qin to the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang changed his appearance. After pondering for a while, he opened a space-time tunnel and headed to Heavenly Sun City. Tianyang City was the territory of the 9th Direct Line clan. The family head's name was Dong Jinxiang. Although Heavenly Sun City was ranked higher than Profound Heaven City, their overall strength and scale weren't too far apart. The huge city was like an ancient giant beast that was hiding on the ground. Outside the city, there were undulating mountains and ferocious beasts everywhere. Among them, there was no lack of ferocious beasts that had grasped the ultimate profundity of ultimate laws. However, none of them dared to approach Tianyang City. 1,000 miles away from the city was the Forbidden Zone. Anyone who dared to approach would be killed without mercy. However, there were no restrictions on humans. However, it was extremely difficult to enter the city now. That was because the city was sealed by the origin energy. One had to go through an inspection by the city guards. Even if you have the coordinates of the city, you will not be able to teleport in. This was because once the origin energy was sealed, it could cut off all transmissions. No matter how powerful you were, if you wanted to enter the city, you could only go through the various city gates. In the sky above the mountains outside the city, a space-time tunnel suddenly appeared. Then a person slowly walked out. This was a burly middle-aged man. There was a shocking scar on his face, making him look ferocious. He was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang landed on a mountain peak and looked up at Heavenly Sun City. This was the first time he saw a super city of the Central Dynasty. He was really shocked. The scale was too big. Numerous buildings stood in the city like towering mountains, emitting a majestic aura. The 4 walls were like towering mountain ridges, exuding a cold aura. On the city wall, there was a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 7 steps. The security was extremely tight. And even from far away, Qin Feiyang could feel the aura they exuded. They had all grasped the ultimate profundity. Experts with the ultimate profundity were used to guard the city. If this was in the Sky Cloud realm, people would definitely say that it was a waste of talent. But in the Central Dynasty, it was very common. This was the foundation of the Central Dynasty. Grasping the ultimate profundity would not allow one to stand at the top of the pyramid. One must grasp the will of the Heavenly Tao. The will of the Heavenly Tao was undoubtedly countless times more difficult. Qin Feiyang did not move. He stood on the mountain peak and silently looked at the city gate. There was a long line in front of the city gate. Everyone who entered and left the city had to go through strict inspection. It was useless even if you were from the city lord mansion. After observing for a while, he really could not find a chance to sneak into the city. Qin Feiyang raised his head and scanned the sky above the city. There was nothing in the sky above the city. But if he sensed carefully, he would feel a weak aura. This aura came from the origin energy. Not only was the origin energy barrier hidden, but even the aura was restrained. If he was careless, he might directly break in and crash into the origin energy barrier. The defense is so tight, Qin Feiyang murmured. A glint of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Although Tianyang City was protected by the origin energy, he also had the origin energy in his hands. If he took out the origin energy, he would definitely be able to break the barrier of Tianyang City. However, after pondering for a while, he gave up on this idea. Because even if he could break the barrier of Tianyang City, some of the origin energy in his hands would definitely be used up. He did not have much origin energy in his hands to begin with and could not use it casually. Every wisp of origin energy had to be used on the edge of the blade. If the heavenly Dao powerhouses in Tianyang City were all here, it would be worth it to use up some origin energy. After all, killing the heavenly Dao powerhouses here would be beneficial to the future situation. But now, these heavenly Dao powerhouses were rebuilding their bodies in Imperial Capital Mountain. Therefore, even if they broke the barrier, they would only kill ordinary clansmen. There was no need. Rebuilding their bodies? It's already been more than a month. They should be done rebuilding by now. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He really wanted to kill his way to Imperial Capital Mountain now and destroy everyone's divine soul. But in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. Originally, he wanted to enter the city to take a look, but now it seemed that there was no chance at all. Therefore, Qin Feiyang saw that there was no one around and prepared to enter the Black Tortoise realm. But at this moment, at the gate of the city, a terrifying divine might emerged. This was the might of a divine beast. Soon, a divine beast Qilin walked out of the city and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Not to mention the fire Qilin. It was a snow Qilin. Its whole body was covered in ice and snow, and its bell-like eyes were bright and full of vigor. It looked quite handsome. Snow Qilin, isn't this the mount of the young city lord? People murmured. Sure enough, on the back of the Snow Qilin sat a purple-clothed young man. The young man was tall and straight, his long hair draped over his shoulders, and he was full of arrogance. Looking at the people standing in line in front of the city gate for inspection, his expression was full of disdain. Greetings, young city lord. Not only the guards in front of the city gate, but even the people in line also knelt down and saluted. Get up. Guard the city gate well. Don't let anyone suspicious go. The purple-clothed young man ordered. The 10 guards got up. The purple-clothed young man waved his hand, and the Snow Qilin immediately soared into the air. However, at this moment, another old woman with white hair chased out and exclaimed, Young city lord, where are you going? Stop. The purple-clothed young man looked back at the white-haired old woman and frowned. It seems that he is very unhappy with the old woman. I say, Aunt Fong, can you not keep following me? I don't have any freedom. When the old woman flew over and blocked the way, the purple-clothed young man said angrily, Do you think I want to follow you? If it weren't for the patriarch's order to keep an eye on you, I wouldn't have bothered to care about you. Where are you going? The white-haired old woman also looked displeased. The purple-clothed young man smiled and said, A few days ago, didn't I make an appointment with Ji Mingho and them to go sightseeing on 8 Immortals Mountain? Just now, Ji Mingho sent me a message saying that everyone is here except for me. I have to hurry over. Nonsense. Now is the time to go sightseeing? The white-haired old woman immediately rebuked. Just this once. Aunt Fong, just let me go. Everyone is waiting for me. The purple-clothed young man looked at the white-haired old woman pleadingly. The white-haired old woman shook her head and looked down at the crowd below. She said with a voice transmission, What if you meet Qin Feiyang and the others? With the strength of you little guys, you are not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. How can there be so many what-ifs? The purple-clothed young man was distressed. When he left just now, The old woman was still in seclusion. Why did she chase after him as soon as he left the city? It's better to be safe than sorry. This is a special time. You have to stop. Hurry up and go back with me. Otherwise, if your father finds out later, he will punish you to face the wall again. The old woman's attitude was very firm and there was no room for negotiation. The purple-clothed young man was helpless. But suddenly, he looked at the city gate and his expression changed slightly. He called out, "Father, The old woman immediately turned her head, but she did not see the city lord of Tianyang City, Dong Jinxiang. Oh no. Immediately, she realized that she had been deceived. She looked back. Sure enough, the purple-clothed young man had already ridden the Shui Qilin and rushed towards the mountains and rivers in the distance without looking back. You're really worrisome. The white-haired old woman scolded angrily, activated instant time, and chased after him at lightning speed. Young city lord, Qin Feiyang looked at the back of the purple-clothed young man, and his eyes flickered. As the son of Tianyang City's city lord, he still has some value. How can there be so many what-ifs? Boy, you're still too young. In this world, the more impossible something is, the more likely it is to happen. Immediately, he activated concealment and quietly followed. Aunt Fong, catch up with me if you have the ability? The purple-clothed young man looked complacently at the white-haired old woman and laughed loudly, making the white-haired old woman's face become extremely unsightly. The divine beast Shui Qilin beneath him also grasped instant time, and its cultivation base was comparable to that of the white-haired old woman. Therefore, it was quite difficult for the white-haired old woman to catch up with him. However, he was completely oblivious to the fact that he had already been targeted by someone. Chapter 45-36. 8 Immortals Mountain. This is a very famous place in the Central Dynasty, and a place that many young people like to visit, because 8 Immortals Mountain is a scenic spot. Located in the northwest of the Central Dynasty, it is quite vast and consists of 8 huge mountain ranges. Each mountain range has a different scenery. For example, the first mountain range has verdant trees, clear spring water, and rushing waterfalls. The mountain is filled with white mist, and the forest is a habitat for all kinds of animals. It is like a paradise on earth. The second mountain range is full of fire maple trees. The tall maple trees and the fiery red leaves dyed the whole mountain range red, looking like a cloud of fire floating between heaven and earth. The third mountain range is a glacier. Covered in white snow, countless small animals play in the ice and snow. The fourth mountain range, the fifth mountain range, in short, each mountain range has a different scenery, making people gasp in amazement. This is how 8 Immortals Mountain got its name. Faced with Shui Qilin, whose speed is comparable to hers, the white-haired old woman finally had no choice but to compromise and accompany the young man in purple to 8 Immortals Mountain. But they don't know. When they opened a space-time channel and went to 8 Immortals Mountain, a man who regards them as prey also entered the space-time channel silently. Soon, the 3 people landed in front of a clear lake. A few kilometers away from the lake, ripples, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Looking up, they saw a verdant mountain sitting behind the lake. An ancient path winding up to the top of the mountain. On both sides of the path, there are all kinds of wild flowers, attracting bees and butterflies, and their fragrance assailing their nostrils. There are also many fruit trees. Red fruits, like honey peaches, exude a strong fruity fragrance. Just below the path, there is an uneven rock engraved with a few bold and vigorous characters. 8 Immortals Mountain, First Mountain. Sure enough, it is surrounded by clouds and mist, with green mountains and clear waters, looking like a paradise. Young Master Dong, why did you come so late? We have been waiting for you for more than an hour. A displeased voice sounded. The young man in purple looked up and saw 8 young men and women standing on the grassland on the other side of the lake. Of the 8 people, the men are handsome and have extraordinary temperaments. The women have fair skin and beautiful looks, overflowing with a youthful aura. Sorry, I was delayed on the way. Young Master Dong smiled apologetically and took a step forward, crossing the lake and landing in front of the 8 people. The white-haired old woman followed suit. Ah! And Fong? The 8 young men and women were stunned. They turned to look at young Master Dong and whispered, "What's wrong with you? Didn't we agree that only the few of us would come over to play? Why did you bring her here? There's nothing I can do. She caught me as soon as I left the city." Young Master Dong felt helpless. "What is it? Did my arrival affect your mood?" The white-haired old woman said angrily. No. The 8 of them hurriedly waved their hands and smiled awkwardly. "Say, you all truly know how to cause trouble. Why don't you take a look at the current situation and come to the 8 Immortals Mountain to play?" The white-haired old woman glared angrily at the group of little fellows in front of her. "Aunt Fong. Actually, we're not here to have fun." One of the young women sighed. The white-haired old woman was stunned. Young Master Dong glanced at the young woman, then turned to the white-haired old woman and said, "Aunt Fong, it's actually like this. Since the massacre in Tianxian City, Dong Xiaofeng has been staying in the 8 Immortals Mountain and doesn't want to see anyone. So a few days ago, we discussed and decided to come and persuade him. That's right. We have the best relationship with him. Maybe we can persuade him and let him go back." Another young man said, "So that's how it is." The white-haired old woman nodded and sighed. It's really hard for him to face such pain at such a young age. It's all because of that damned Qin Feiyang. If he hadn't massacred Tianxian City and made Dong Xiaofeng lose his beloved family, would things have turned out this way? When I become stronger in the future, I'll kill that bastard with my own hands. The group of young men and women were filled with anger. He will. Evil people will suffer retribution sooner or later. The white-haired old woman nodded and asked, "Which mountain is Dong Xiaofeng at?" "He's at the top of the first mountain." Dong Yuanshao looked up at the top of the mountain and said, "Then let's go. I'll go with you." After saying that, the white-haired old woman led the group and flew towards the top of the mountain. "Dong Xiaofeng." Qin Feiyang murmured and transmitted his voice. "Dong Qin, do you know Dong Xiaofeng from Tianxian City?" "Dong Xiaofeng?" Dong Qin was cultivating. After pondering for a while, she nodded and said, "I know him. He's Dong Liming's son. It's said that his talent isn't that great, but he's a good person. He's very loyal and filial to his family. However, it's a little surprising that he didn't die in the hands of the ghost-masked man." "So that's how it is," Qin Feiyang murmured. Dong Liming's son. In other words, this person was now suffering from the pain of having his family destroyed. Then take a look at the background of the others. After Qin Feiyang said that, an image appeared in the void in front of Dong Qin. The image showed Dong Yuanshao's group. Dong Qin looked at the group of people with a stunned expression. "Why are you at 8 Immortal Mountain? Also, why did you meet them? Didn't they say that they were going to the 9 super cities? Why did they come to 8 Immortal Mountain to play?" As a native of the Central Dynasty, Dong Qin naturally knew about 8 Immortal Mountain. Moreover, she had been here many times in the past. It's purely a coincidence. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Is there such a coincidence? Do you know that they are the treasures of the 10 great clans?" Dong Qin said in disbelief. "This guy's luck is too good." "The treasures of the top 10 families?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was somewhat unexpected. That Dong Yuanshao is the son of Dong Jinxiang, the city lord of Tianyang City. And that Ji Mingho, he is the son of the head of the Ji family and the cousin of Princess Yuxian. In short, they are either noblemen or daughters of rich families. Dong Qin said. "It can't be." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He did not expect that these people's backgrounds were actually so big. Dong Qin said with a smirk, "If you capture them, not to mention a few strands of origin source, even if there are dozens or hundreds of strands, the emperor will give it to you." "Ha!" Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. He really did not expect to meet such a group of noblemen and daughters. Very soon, Qin Feiyang followed the group of people to the top of the mountain. Standing at the top of the mountain, the scenery was even more beautiful. However, Dong Yuanshao and the group did not seem to be in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery and immediately scanned the surroundings. "He's there." A young man in black spoke and pointed to a big tree dozens of meters away on the left. This young man in black was Ji Mingho. Under the big tree, a young man in luxurious clothes leaned against the big tree and sat on the ground. There was a large pile of wine jars next to him, and he was also holding a wine jar in his hand. From the front, the young man had good facial features and was extraordinarily handsome. However, at this moment, his face was full of stubble and his eyes were listless. His hair was disheveled and he looked depressed. Dong Xiaofeng. A group of young men and women immediately surrounded him. When they saw Dong Xiaofeng's haggard appearance at this moment, their faces were full of worry. "What are you guys doing here? Didn't I say that you guys are not allowed to come? I just want to be alone and calm down. Don't disturb me." Dong Xiaofeng glanced at the group of people and said weakly, "You've become like this. Can we not come and see you? If this continues, I'm afraid that when the time comes, we can only come and collect your corpse. Cheer up. You can't do anything like this." The group of people tried their best to persuade and comfort him. "My mother is dead, my brothers and sisters are all gone, and my entire family is gone. I might as well die," Dong Xiaofeng murmured. His face was full of a bitter smile. "What nonsense are you talking about? Your mother is dead, but your father is still alive. Your clansmen are gone, but those elders in your clan who have mastered the will of heaven are still alive. It's just that their physical bodies have been destroyed. As long as they are still alive, your family will not disappear. Everything can be started again. Come back with us. Your father is very worried about you." Young Master Dong squatted in front of Dong Xiaofeng and comforted him. "Go away, don't bother me." However, Dong Xiaofeng did not appreciate it. He pushed young Master Dong away and said angrily, "It's not your family that has been destroyed. Of course, you guys don't care." But before he finished speaking, the white-haired old woman could not stand it anymore. She stepped forward and slapped Dong Xiaofeng's face. Dong Xiaofeng was stunned by the slap. The wine jar in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Fong. Young Master Dong and the others looked at the white-haired old woman in disbelief. They did not expect the old woman to slap Dong Xiaofeng. "Do you really want to die? If you really want to die, this old woman will fulfill your wish." The white-haired old woman twisted Dong Xiaofeng's neck. Her eyes were cold and murderous. "Aunt Fong, calm down." Young Master Dong panicked. Didn't she say that she was here to enlighten him? Why did she start to hit him? Facing the white-haired old woman's eyes, Dong Xiaofeng could not help but panic. "It seems that you don't want to die either. Then pull yourself together. Who are you trying to show by acting like this? Are you worthy of being our Dong clan's son? My Dong clan's son, no matter how difficult the situation is, should stand up bravely and face it. Don't hide here and drown your sorrows like a coward. This is the behavior of a coward. Do you know that?" The white-haired old woman released Dong Xiaofeng. Dong Xiaofeng collapsed on the ground and closed his eyes. His face was filled with pain. Young Master Dong and the others looked at each other and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that she was just scaring Dong Xiaofeng. However, the old woman's words were indeed very encouraging. The blood in their bodies could not help but boil. Chapter 45-37. Yes. I can't go on like this, I want revenge. Dong Xiaofeng clenched his fists, the decadence between his brows swept away, and he finally regained his fighting spirit. Seeing this, Ji Mingho, young Master Dong, and the others couldn't help but smile at each other. The older generation had a way. In a few words, they convinced Dong Xiaofeng. "Don't worry." Young Master Dong walked in front of Dong Xiaofeng, patted him hard on the shoulder, and said, "Our 10 main families are connected by blood and flesh. Your enemy is our enemy, we will help you. Isn't it just a Qin Fei Yang? When we grow up, killing him will be as easy as stepping on a dog." Ji Mingho smiled proudly. Domineering. The white-haired old woman looked at this scene with a smile in her eyes. That's right. Although their talent was not as good as the other party, their ambition and fighting spirit could not be lost. "Isn't it just a Qin Fei Yang? Hee. I'm afraid even your parents wouldn't dare to say such big words." Suddenly, a faint laughter sounded. The white-haired old woman, young Master Dong, and the others were shocked and quickly turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. But there was not even a shadow in the void in front of them. What's going on? What the hell? The group of people were bewildered. Who's playing tricks? The white-haired old woman realized that something was wrong, and her face suddenly sank as her divine sense rolled out. But just as she released her divine sense, a figure suddenly appeared in the void that was originally empty. It was a burly man with a scar on his face. For you. The group of people immediately stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. He could actually hide behind them without anyone noticing. Qin Feiyang touched his chin, looked at the group of people, and said with a smile, "I heard you say that when you grow up, killing Qin Feiyang will be as easy as stepping on a dog. Are you serious? It's none of your business. Do you know who we are? How dare you play tricks to scare us? You're courting death." Ji Mingho snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang looked at Ji Mingho and shook his head. "Even your cousin, Princess Yuxian, wouldn't dare to say such a thing in front of me. You're really borrowing courage from the heavens." Hearing this, Ji Mingho's pupils constricted and his face was filled with bewilderment. He actually mentioned his cousin. Who was this person? Even my cousin doesn't dare to be impudent? Could it be an expert from the imperial capital mountain? However, he was also very familiar with the experts of Imperial Capital Mountain. He had never seen this person before. "Are you trying to scare me?" Ji Mingho frowned. "I hope that after I reveal my true face, you can still maintain this arrogant attitude." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He took out a facial restoring pill and popped it into his mouth. This isn't his real face. The group of people immediately stared at Qin Feiyang's face. Gradually, a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Why did his facial features look more and more similar to Qin Feiyang's? It couldn't be such a coincidence. The white-haired old woman stared at Qin Feiyang's face, which was constantly changing, and her heart was already in her throat. It was really too similar. And as his facial features recovered, it became more and more similar. Finally, Qin Feiyang's true face was completely revealed. Boom! The group of people on the spot were like a bolt from the blue, and their minds rumbled. This face, this pair of eyes, wasn't it Qin Feiyang? Why is this happening? How did we meet this person? Why is he in the 8 Immortal Mountain? Why? Looking at Qin Feiyang standing in front of them, the group of people was in extreme disbelief. How could it be so coincidental? This must be a dream. Ji Mingho rubbed his eyes hard and looked at Qin Feiyang again. This person was still the same person. The position was still the same. It was not a dream. It was really Qin Feiyang. In an instant, Ji Mingho was terrified. He actually said such arrogant words in front of Qin Feiyang himself. With Qin Feiyang's character, would he let him go? Despair. It instantly swept through his heart. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. Young Master Dong and the others were not much better. Like frightened chicks, their faces were deathly pale. This is too much of a coincidence. The white-haired old woman also murmured. For a moment, she simply couldn't accept this fact. When leaving Tianyang City, she was worried about this, so she had been persuading young Master Dong. Seeing that young Master Dong didn't listen and insisted on coming to the 8 Immortal Mountain, she couldn't help but have a fluke mentality. The Central Dynasty was so big, how could it be so coincidental to meet Qin Feiyang? Moreover, the battle in the Thousand Devil Valley had just ended, and any normal person would definitely stop for a while. But she never thought that there would be such a coincidence to bump into this terrifying existence as soon as she went out. Qin Feiyang. I will tear you apart to avenge my mother, my family, and my clansmen. Suddenly, a fierce roar sounded. The hatred in Dong Xiaofeng's heart finally overcame the fear in his heart. He activated the profound law and madly pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Dong Xiaofeng, don't. The white-haired old woman quivered and hurriedly shouted. However, how could the current Dong Xiaofeng listen? The moment he attacked Qin Feiyang, he had been completely blinded by hatred. You have guts. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. A person who didn't even master the profound law actually dared to attack him, a person who had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. This courage was indeed worthy of praise. But it was also very stupid, because a smart person would never do such an act of an ant trying to shake a tree. Boom. The profound law of death, the 18 levels of hell, was born. Without even activating the will of the heavenly Tao, Dong Xiaofeng's profound law shattered on the spot, and he was instantly blasted away by the terrifying death qi. Blood gushed out of his mouth. His entire body, like a meteorite, smashed into the mountain opposite. Boom. A huge hole was smashed in the mountain. Dong Xiaofeng. Young Master Dong and the others hurriedly turned their heads to look at the mountain opposite, their faces full of worry. What a powerful strength. He had only activated one profound law, and Dong Xiaofeng was unable to fight back. In comparison, the white-haired old woman appeared to be much calmer. While staring at Qin Feiyang, she silently took out the divine sound transmission stone, wanting to call for reinforcements. No need to hide. I allow you to send a message to your city lord. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-haired old woman and smiled faintly. What? The white-haired old woman looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Seeing that she had been discovered by Qin Feiyang, she was extremely nervous at first. But she never expected that the other party would take the initiative to let her send a message for help. What was he trying to do? Looking at the motionless and terrified white-haired old woman, Qin Feiyang said unhappily, I asked you to send a message for help, why don't you dare? How would the white-haired old woman dare to move? Because she thought that Qin Feiyang was playing with her. If she really sent a message for help, she was afraid that he would kill her immediately. Qin Feiyang, you inhumane beast, I swear, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. Roar. Dong Xiaofeng rushed out covered in blood, his face covered in dust. His whole body was full of hostility, as if he was not afraid of Qin Feiyang's strength. Once again he crazily attacked Qin Feiyang. Inhumane. Compared to the harm that your divine kingdom has done to the sky cloud realm, I think that what I'm doing now is already very merciful. Qin Feiyang said faintly. With a wave of his hand, the law of death's ultimate law broke through the air with a boom. Don't kill him. He was just impulsive and lost his mind. Young Master Dong and the others cried out. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Dong Xiaofeng quickly dodged. Ji Mingho roared. Dong Xiaofeng's eyes were red, and there was only Qin Feiyang in his eyes. It was as if he didn't hear Ji Mingho's roar. He was about to die under the law of death's ultimate law. Accompanied by a loud clanging sound, a set of armor suddenly appeared on Dong Xiaofeng's body. The entire body flickered with golden light, exuding a monstrous aura. Sovereign divine weapon? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. It was still in armor. Sure enough, he was worthy of being the son of a direct descendant. At such a young age, he already had a sovereign divine weapon protecting him. If it was in the sky cloud realm, it could only be described as extravagant. However, this was just a low-level sovereign divine weapon. A low-level sovereign divine weapon. If Qin Feiyang hadn't comprehended the ultimate law of death, he would still be somewhat afraid. Just like before. When fighting with the dragons, the Feng people, and the Kirin clan, the sovereign divine weapon was an invincible existence. But now, not to mention the low level, even if it was a legendary level, he could easily crush it. Boom. The ultimate law of the 7 ultimate laws, dual will of heaven activated. Divine power rolled in all directions. The picturesque 8 immortal mountain, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, was razed to the ground on the spot. Dong Xiaofeng, Ji Mingho and the others cried out in grief. It was also at this moment. The white-haired old woman could no longer hold back the fear in her heart and hurriedly activated the sound transmission God Stone. Dual wills of the heavenly Tao and the ultimate profundities of the 7 ultimate laws. Even if she, Ji Mingho, and the others worked together and used all their skills, they still wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between Qin Feiyang's teeth. There was no suspense. With a crisp crack, the armor on Dong Xiaofeng's body shattered. This also meant that another sovereign divine weapon was destroyed. This was Qin Feiyang's mentality at this time. A low-level sovereign divine weapon was just a slightly more powerful divine weapon. It didn't have much value at all and was dispensable. As the armor shattered, Dong Xiaofeng's entire body was torn apart on the spot. Blood dyed the sky red. "Son of a bitch, don't go too far." Young Master Dong and the others roared. They also activated their ultimate laws and attacked Qin Feiyang crazily. "You still have the courage to resist. It seems that you are still different from the ordinary playboys. At least, your guts are still there." Qin Feiyang nodded approvingly. But the reality was so cruel. Guts alone wasn't enough. They also needed powerful strength to rely on. This group of nobles in front of him obviously didn't have such strength. However, if they were given enough time, they would definitely have great achievements in the future. With a wave of his hand, an ultimate profundity of the laws of destruction appeared and crushed out with devastating force. However, it did not kill the group of people. Instead, it paused in the air above the group of people. The oppressive force of the ultimate law firmly imprisoned the group of people, causing blood to gush out of their mouths. Chapter 45-38. Qin Feiyang did not kill Dong Xiaofeng and kept his divine spirit. However, even though Dong Xiaofeng was only left with his divine spirit, he was still extremely crazy and desperately pounced on Qin Feiyang. Hatred is really something that scares people. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He suppressed Dong Xiaofeng and said indifferently, "The death of your clansmen has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you? Are you kidding me? Everyone knows that you bathed Tianxian City in blood. Why? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it?" Dong Xiaofeng roared hysterically. Qin Feiyang frowned. What was there to explain to this person? So what if he really bathed Tianxian City in blood? Buzz. At this time, the voice transmission stone in the white-haired old woman's hand finally reacted. A middle-aged fatso wearing a golden coat with a round body appeared. This person was Dong Jinxiang, the city lord of Tianyang City, the patriarch of the 9th lineage family. Like Dong Liming, he was also a will of heaven expert. "What are you doing? Don't you know that I'm assisting His Majesty in tracking the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the others?" Dong Jinxiang looked at the white-haired old woman and reprimanded angrily. "Tracking my whereabouts? It's been hard on you." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Who's talking?" Dong Jinxiang was shocked. The white-haired old woman smiled bitterly and looked at Dong Jinxiang. "Patriarch, Qin Feiyang is standing in front of me." "What?" Dong Jinxiang's expression changed greatly. The white-haired old woman turned the voice transmission stone and faced Qin Feiyang and the imprisoned Dong Xiaofeng and the others. "Qin Feiyang, it's really you!" Dong Jinxiang roared, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Father, save me." Young Master Dong's cry also sounded. Dong Jinxiang was stunned. Wasn't this his son's voice? He quickly looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw young Master Dong and the others imprisoned not far away, his expression changed. What's going on? Why did these little fellows fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang? "Dong Tianfang, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on this unfilial son? Why did you let him leave Tianyang City?" When he regained his senses, Dong Jinxiang couldn't help but let out a roar, his anger overflowing to the heavens. "Patriarch, I tried to stop the young city lord, but he wouldn't listen. What can I do?" The white-haired old woman had a bitter expression. If not for protecting young Master Dong, she would not have wanted to leave the city at all. This was because Heavenly Sun City was protected by the power of origin. As long as he hid in Heavenly Sun City, even if Qin Feiyang attacked Heavenly Sun City, he would not be able to enter the city. If he doesn't listen, break his legs. Dong Jinxiang roared. The white-haired old woman felt helpless. If she really broke young Master Dong's legs, she was afraid that he would look for her to settle the score. Why was it so difficult to be a human? Even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but sympathize with this old woman. This was because he had personally witnessed how young Master Dong had left Heavenly Sun City. The old woman was a victim who had been forced into a corner. "Father, can you not talk about this first? Quickly save us." Young Master Dong cried for help in despair. If he had known this would happen, he would have listened to the old woman and obediently stayed in the city. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was too late to say anything. Shut up. Dong Jinxiang glared at young Master Dong. He had repeatedly warned him not to leave Heavenly Sun City during this period, but he just wouldn't listen. Now you know fear? His gaze turned to Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" "Nothing. I just want you to convey a message to the Emperor for me. If you want the lives of Dong Xiaofeng and the others, then take out something that can satisfy me in exchange." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "What can satisfy you?" "The ultimate profound inheritance." Dong Jinxiang's face was as dark as water. As the patriarch of a direct descendant family, he could still take out a few ultimate profound inheritances. Ultimate profound inheritance? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? I only need one thing, origin energy. One life, 10,000 strands of origin energy. Don't try to play tricks. You can't beat me. Prepare your origin energy and contact me again. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he asked the white-haired old woman to turn off the voice transmission stone. Wait. Dong Jinxiang hurriedly stopped him and said anxiously, "One life, 10,000 strands of origin energy, you are too ridiculous. That will depend on the Emperor's heart whether these descendants of the Dong clan are worth 10,000 strands of origin energy." Qin Feiyang faintly smiled and looked at the white-haired old woman. His gaze was very calm, but the white-haired old woman felt a hair-raising sense of crisis. She ignored Dong Jinxiang's attempts to stop her and hurriedly closed the divine sound transmission stone. It was only now that she finally understood that Qin Feiyang came for the origin energy. The white-haired old woman was very nervous. Dong Xiaofeng and the others' lives were of course valuable, but her life was worthless. Would Qin Feiyang let her live? She looked at Qin Feiyang again. After looking at the white-haired old woman for a moment, he suddenly smiled and said, "You can go." The white-haired old woman was stunned. Go? Did she hear it wrong? He actually let her go? You don't even have the value of one strand of origin energy. Why should I let you live? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-haired old woman smiled bitterly. True enough. She was not worth a single cent. However, according to this person's means and character, shouldn't he kill people who were worthless? Why did he let her go? Could it be that in this person's eyes, she was not even worth killing? At the thought of this, she could not help but smile bitterly. People with low status and weak strength indeed had no dignity and did not even have the right to be killed. So, this was fate. But fortunately, she managed to keep her life. You're on your own. Out of gratitude to Qin Feiyang, the white-haired old woman kindly advised him and turned to leave at lightning speed. It's not me who's on my own, Qin Feiyang murmured. Although he let the white-haired old woman go, whether she was alive or dead was still unknown. Because, when the white-haired old woman returned to Tianyang City, Dong Jinxiang would definitely question her. Why was she able to return alive? He might even think that she was able to keep her life because she betrayed the central dynasty. So, if the white-haired old woman was smart enough, she would not return to Tianyang City. Retracting his gaze, Qin Feiyang turned to glance at Dong Xiaofeng's group and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, without you, this deal cannot be done." After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and suppressed the group of 10 people in a cultivation room in the ancient castle. Dong Xiaofeng had a sovereign divine weapon and Dong Yuanshao's group of 9 might also have one. But he did not take it to heart. A mere low-level sovereign divine weapon, even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to act rashly in the Black Tortoise realm. It's a pity that I haven't had the time to appreciate this 8 immortal mountain. Glancing at the surrounding broken mountains and rivers, Qin Feiyang opened a space-time tunnel and left without looking back. What? Imperial Capital Mountain. The emperor sat in the newly built imperial palace and looked at Dong Jinxiang who was kneeling before him with an ashen face. Your Majesty, they are all direct descendants of our Dong clan. You must save them. Dong Jinxiang knelt on the ground and cried out with a look of despair. One life, 10,000 strands of origin energy, how do you want me to save them? The emperor roared. He was already in a terrible fix, and now this was happening. Wasn't this adding to his troubles? Dong Jinxiang's eyes trembled. Your Majesty, at this time. Another group of people rushed in. Among them was Dong Liming. They were the patriarchs of the other 9 direct descendants. Your Majesty, is this true? Don't scare us. The 9 of them looked at the emperor hesitantly. The emperor sighed and nodded. It's true. Damn it. Why did this happen? Dong Liming, it's all your fault. The patriarchs of the 8 direct descendants suddenly pointed their spears at Dong Liming. What does it have to do with me? Dong Liming said angrily. Before coming, I have already asked the people in the clan. They said that my son, Ji Mingho, went to 8 Immortal Mountain to persuade your son, Dong Xiaofeng. If not for this, would they fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang? You still say that this has nothing to do with you? One of the middle-aged men stared at Dong Liming angrily. Dong Liming clenched his hands. Although he was angry in his heart, he was powerless to refute. Because this was the truth. You must give us an explanation. Let me tell you, if anything happens to my daughter, I will not let you go. The more the group of people spoke, the angrier they became, pointing at Dong Liming's nose and scolding. Enough. Isn't it chaotic enough? The emperor roared angrily. The patriarchs of the direct descendants acted like a group of shrews. Where was this? Your Majesty! The group of people looked at the emperor, their eyes full of anxiety. This matter can't be blamed on Dong Xiaofeng, let alone Dong Liming. On the contrary, you should feel gratified because they went to persuade Dong Xiaofeng, indicating that they are loyal. The emperor said in a deep voice. What's the use of loyalty? Dong Jinxiang snorted coldly. The other patriarchs were also disdainful. If not for this so-called loyalty, would their children fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang? Don't worry. I will think of a way. The emperor comforted them. The people here were his close relatives. Sometimes, even he had to put up with them. What does Qin Feiyang want? Dong Liming asked. 1 life, 10,000 strands of origin force. The emperor shook his head and sighed. This was really an exorbitant demand. 1 life, 10,000 strands of origin force. 10 lives, that would be 100,000 strands of origin force. This number, even he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Because once he really gave it to Qin Feiyang's strength would skyrocket by a lot, and by then, it would be more and more difficult to deal with. And in the Myriad Demons Valley. In order to save his daughter, Qin Feiyang had already obtained a large amount of origin force from his wife. The situation was getting worse for the Central Dynasty. When Dong Liming and the others heard Qin Feiyang's conditions, they were all dumbfounded. Origin force. This was the ultimate means of the divine kingdom. Even the top 10 direct descendants were not qualified to touch it, not even 1 strand. But now, this little bastard asked for 100,000 strands of origin force. Wasn't he afraid of dying from overeating?